All agents are currently assisting other customers. Please stay on the line and your call will be answered in order.
Callie, I said move. What? That's an order. She doesn't have to. We could just go take out the dish. Jim! Whoa, hey, put it down. Put it down. Going up there, Callie. 3.
How did Crashdown die?
Leading the charge. He gave his life in the finest tradition of the service.
Today's Nerd Fights was brought to you by the Corrigan Housing Authority. Are you tired of paying $1, $2, $3, even $10 a month for rent? Well, pay no more. Because at the Corrigan Housing Authority, you don't pay dollars at all. You pay Corrigan rounds. The official currency of Corrigan is bullets, and you're gonna need 'em. And also by these guys, because I guess for some reason they want to support Salty, those sons of...
Computer and program?
And welcome, everybody. And so, of course, Mercer is 24 hours late to the Ahsoka stream, and so can't stop complaining about Ahsoka. So, hey, Mercer, we can talk about that tomorrow.
You dumb bastard.
Wow. That was kind of uncalled for.
He was apparently on a flight to Australia and missed a day or something.
Yeah. That's so. But hey, don't worry. When Andor season 2 comes out, we'll fight some more. About how the Andor's ruined the Star Wars franchise forever. Anyway,
sorry, Andor, but you liked Obi-Wan? So crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
At least Obi-Wan didn't ruin the entire franchise. Andor literally sets it up so that the Empire did nothing wrong.
Anyway, I got a question for you. Because I don't know if you realized you did this. I don't just willy-nilly give permissions to these third-party apps, especially when they seem too good to be true. So you know that
Botrix?
the Botrix
Yes.
Or however you say that. That platform wants me to give it unrestricted permissions to delete my videos, delete my comments, post them, like all this crazy stuff. I would not give it permission. And I kept saying, nope, you can have permission to see my stuff, but not to edit my stuff. And it made me go through like 3 times. So I set it up. Links in the description on my channel, folks. Don't know if it's going to work or not, but I don't know if I trust it, bro. Did you give it permission to delete your stuff?
StreamYard does the same thing.
I didn't say it like that. I mean, it was like I've never seen.
It's because it has a bot built in, so that you can have it basically mediate your comments. So, like, if people,
but why do you need permission to delete my videos? That's sketchy. That's sketchy. I don't think that. I don't know. So I don't know how.
Yeah, that's like shadowy Android app at that point.
Yeah,
I would like all of the permissions to your device, please.
Yeah.
But, that's what pretty much everything does nowadays. Is that it's like whenever you agree to those terms and conditions. Have you never seen Human Centipede?
What? No,
I'll take that as a no. That's an episode of South Park.
Oh,
I don't watch South Park.
Yeah, it's actually a great episode, but where Kyle, I think it is. I never get the kids' names right, but I think it's Kyle. He agreed to an update to his iPad, right? And he didn't read the terms and conditions. And the terms.
Who does?
Right. That's the point. And so the terms and conditions meant that they could come you're right. Thank you, Patrick. It was an iTunes update. And so when he downloaded the update, it gave them permission to come and abduct him and to turn him into a human centipede. And if you've never seen the movie Human Centipede,
I have not, but I've heard of it, and it's just hearing about it is.
You do not need to ever see that movie. It's the wrong kind of movie for you.
It's like when everybody was on that 2 Girls 1 Cup craze. I've never watched it, never will. I've heard about it. It's good enough for me.
Right.
Same thing.
But they did it in South Park fashion, so it was hilarious and disgusting at the same time. And of course,
speaking of something that's not hilarious nor disgusting, today's sponsor of the show is Fuel Up.
Fuel Up. It's like crack, but you drink it.
And apparently it's not allowed in Canada because I still don't have mine.
You still don't have yours?
Mine.
Yeah, he did.
No. Man, you know what? I won't do it on air. In fact, I better cover it up so I don't dox her. I'll give you her phone number because I text her and stuff. And just be like, hey, this is Jason. And like you just nag her until she gets it to you.
Yeah, and I'll be right proper Canadian about it. I'll be like, hey, sorry. I just don't have my stuff. Sorry to bother you.
And Darren, yes, my world is dark. Almost like a secret hideout Star Trek show. That is 100% true. But I actually have a reason for it. And no, I'm not from the mirror universe. I just suffer from migraines, and so I need to keep the lighting low here.
So something that's been driving me nuts lately. My fracking TV is listening at all times. So I'm watching. I've been binge watching Heart to Heart on Peacock. It's hilarious. I love it. It's like
yes, I watched it when it was originally on. I remember.
Oh, you did? Okay, I just found it, and I'm loving it. And so, it's got a lot of commercials, though. I mean, luckily, they're only a minute, it's only a minute break. But half of them are in Spanish. And the other half are for MS medication.
Yeah.
So but I don't talk about MS. I mean, except for when you and I talk about MS. So I'm like, why is it feeding? You know what I mean? So, yeah. A ringing endorsement from Darren Wagner.
If I'm not mistaken, that's a great spin off of that line from Judge Dredd, is it not?
Yeah.
Remember when Rob Schneider's character is in the little eat recycled food?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And yes, everything is listening to you all the time.
Yeah, your phone is.
I know the phone is, but my TV,
the smart TVs. You're using you've got like a Samsung.
No, I got the 65-inch Roku TCL.
Okay, yeah. So it's but it's got like the full operating system in it. So it's got like
it's
100 stuff. I
don't have anything. Device, everything on it is streaming. Like it's all my streaming stuff. And it's cool because I just log into the Roku one time on the TV, and it's got all of my shit already
you're talking about how great it is. But that's
that part's
the price you pay
listening to me part
is all the bad people already have all the things we don't want them to know,
and it's giving me PTSD every time it plays one of these ads in Spanish. It fucks up my whole day. I
think that okay. Here's where my conspiracy theory thing goes off. Is that
and highlight Darren's comment about that Spanish thing. I wish he gave me permission to do that again. Anyway, that's fine. Yes, it's exactly what I get. So I know it was.
No, I don't think it's that. That's what I was going to say is because I get Spanish ads and nobody.
Oh, you do?
And nobody in my household speaks Spanish.
I think well, they geolocate off your IP, so they know you're in the Southwest.
I live in Tennessee.
No, I'm talking about Danny. He's in the Southwest, and Tennessee is close enough to the south for moronic people that run these things. I'm in New Brunswick, the only bilingual province in the country, so I get a big mix of 50-50 French and English ads. If I ever actually see an ad on YouTube.
But you actually speak.
You understand.
At least I can understand what they're saying.
I don't know what the hell they're talking about over there. It's like, what's the point? The ad is supposed to,
Who are you hanging out with, Darren?
Yeah, right. This German dominatrix,
But the thing is that if you look, these devices are smart enough. Heck, Google is smart enough to target everything you ever talk about in the form of an ad at you, right? So it's not like they can't figure out if you speak Spanish,
Even if you just utter a little bit.
Is there somewhere I could turn that off? It really does.
No, that's the thing.
There is one thing you can do. And here's your tech tip of the day. I've never built one, so I don't know how frustrating it is.
Okay.
But there's a setup you can do. It's called a pie hole. Okay. And the reason why they call it a pie hole is because originally most people were building them using a Raspberry Pi, those ultra small, super low power computers all on one board, single board computer. And the Raspberry Pi is spelled PI, as in a play off of pi, the number.
Yeah.
So you can build a pie hole off of just about anything these days. But what you do is you use that as the proxy and basically it acts as a proxy filter for everything in your domicile. So you go in and you change the DNS server to point to that, and then that sucker will eat everything. And there was one person. Actually, you know what's really crazy is.
I'm sorry, Gorilla. I'm so sorry. Oh God.
You got to wait till 9 Eastern, and then you can start saying the bad things. Follow classic broadcast rules.
Yeah.
So Roku's the more expensive ones, like the Streaming Stick 4K. The remote that comes with it has a mic, and you can press the mic button on it and then speak the commands into the mic. And there's a lot of set-top boxes coming from like Comcast and stuff like that. Anyway, that crazy remote is listening to you all the time. Even just an off-the-shelf, go to Best Buy, pick it up Roku. So not the one that comes with your TV, but just any Roku, the remote.
Yeah, because I've seen remotes like that because my old TV had that and it had little dots, but like a microphone dot. But this one doesn't seem to have it.
Doesn't seem to, but
it's got.
But yeah, they
button there.
Yeah.
Plus button there. So.
Yep. Oh, we love using our Rokus, and I know that by doing that, the crazy thing is listening to me all the time. But
yeah,
it's crazy when like the first time I ever heard of a pie hole was a person that was setting it up liked to use Roku and tried to block everything they could, short of stopping the Roku from working at all. And that's when he found out that it was hitting all kinds.
Hyphen hole. Pie
Yeah.
hyphen hole. Okay, found it. I'll do that later. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, my thing though is I think that because like I said, I get these Spanish language commercials for no reason. Nobody in my household speaks Spanish, and I don't speak Spanish around any of my smart devices even a little, because I don't speak any Spanish except for like taco, burrito,
and you don't say it with the embellishment. You just say it like a English American.
Right. So, unless I'm ordering Taco Bell, that's the extent of my Spanish speaking.
Right.
So
what you're saying is Google's a bigot.
No, my
and it assumes Taco Bell orders means that you're Spanish.
No, my theory is actually that, and like I said, this is my big conspiracy theory, is that Google and other companies that control this stuff, because like on Hulu, obviously it's Disney and all that, but they're just basically trying to acclimate people to hearing more Spanish in order to basically normalize Spanish speaking around English speaking, because
you're not the first person who said that. I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I think
that is a conspiracy theory.
Is it? Okay.
It's just a popular one.
Okay, yeah, I've heard somebody else say that actually.
Yeah. And so the idea is that it makes it so that to make it so that hey, all those illegal immigrants don't have to hide as much because they don't get dirty looks when people are speaking Spanish around them. Because if you start hearing Spanish all the time, every third or fourth ad, then when you're in the grocery store and you hear someone speaking Spanish, you don't react because you're just used to randomly hearing Spanish.
I see.
And
so according to Wikipedia,
programming people.
According to Wikipedia, such as that may be, 14% of the Metro Nashville population is Hispanic.
Oh.
Good for them.
So maybe that's why it's leaning hard on you. Don't forget, the total French population in Canada is only 20%.
Well, that's great, but you know what? The 0% of the people in my household.
Yeah, but you're getting hit. But you're getting hit with the same thing that I get hit with.
And these devices,
you're regionally locked in language wise, and
dude,
and that's
I get ads specifically tuned to my interests all the time.
I believe that.
I can't figure out what language to use. I never watch Spanish speaking. I don't. In fact, I even collect like the only other foreign shows I watch are generally like Japanese, because my wife likes anime, and occasionally Chinese. Don't watch anything in Spanish, unless you count when we're watching Mystery Science Theater 3000 and they bring in a Spanish movie, but even that's always dubbed in English. So
I like it. He's tweaking the algorithm and you just have no idea.
Yeah, that could be. But but even if it was like, even if my son was speaking Spanish, it would know the difference between me watching something and my son, because we each have different logins to the various smart devices that we watch. So my son logs in as him and I log in as me, and he has his own watch list and mine, and so it should know the difference. So that's why I get into the conspiracy thing. So, Mercer, are you done going off on Ahsoka? Because we're not going to talk about Ahsoka today.
Yeah.
Just so you know, we talked about Ahsoka to death yesterday.
3 hours worth.
Yeah,
we did a pretty hefty
show was about.
Yeah,
you know.
We're
I will not read that comment because then all of a sudden I'm going to start getting Google ads in that language.
I was going to say a minute ago that nobody speaks French in this house, but that would only be accurate to say nobody speaks French to each other in this house.
Yeah, you speak fluent French.
On occasion, I speak French for work, but that's probably what's screwing up the algo.
Oh man, you're starting to sound like a millennial. The algo.
Well, he probably works with so many of them. Just rubs off.
Yeah. Well, I'm not bathed in internet culture, but I'm so steeped in it that it comes out.
So.
Well, remember I said raffle stomp the other day, and you had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. So after we finished yesterday, did either of you guys watch the clown car festival? I mean, the Republican debate.
So here's what I did. I because I sign up for Rumble, it likes to give me notifications. So I was like, oh wow, I was expecting it to be funny because I thought Trump was going to be on it. Spoiler alert, he wasn't.
Right.
But I had it playing on the computer speakers real loud while I was setting up my I have got my little Evil Dead. I'm slowly but surely unpacking my boxes and getting moved and settled in.
Right.
And this area is looking so cool. I might have to swap sides just so I have a better backdrop. I don't know. We'll see.
Right.
But, anyway, I was listening to it. One of the guys who I'd never heard of before sounded absolutely batshit crazy. So he's not going to be anybody to worry about.
You talking about Vivek?
Might have been. It was the dude that was like, screw Ukraine. Like we need
that was
that's Vivek.
Okay, yeah, that dude's bad.
He's actually rising up most people's radars pretty hard.
Damn, really? Oh god.
Yeah.
It's bad when I'm saying, like, out of the people because I wasn't watching it, I was listening to it. The Jersey governor, the fat dude, what's his name?
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie.
So
Krispy Kreme Christie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry.
That dude and
what did you say? I didn't.
I know you don't like those, but
Yeah,
it's one of those ones that's stuck in my head. Someone got twisted about him back a number of years ago and called him Krispy Kreme Christie. So that's just mean.
When I'm saying
what racist comment? He didn't.
Yeah, I don't know, but when I say that dude and Pence were the least two crazy sounding people, that's starting to make me worry about myself. But
I would say that I liked Christie during that debate quite a bit. I think
he's a likable guy. I liked his UFO answer.
I did love the UFO thing. Like, as soon as he started saying UFO, he's like, But the funny thing about Chris Christie, I gotta say, is I never noticed it before how much he reminds me of LDG. And so, which I just love. So I want Christie to win now, just because
I want the entertainment factor.
President LDG. That's just like
Chris Christie's he's a jamoke. He'll never win.
No, here's the thing, man. He made a good point. He's got he's done it before. Like, Jersey's a blue state, and he's a Republican, and he was governor there. And he was drawing parallels between himself and Reagan, former governor of a blue state, goes on.
Well, no, that's not actually true.
How
Reagan,
so? California
not in the 60s. It wasn't.
Reagan didn't win in the 60s. He won in the 80s. It was a blue state.
It was a blue state.
He won as president
That's what I'm talking
in
about.
the
I'm talking
80s.
about president. Yeah, I'm talking about president. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're talking about
when Reagan was governor of California. I will tell you, my parents hated him.
Well, no. Chris Christie was the Republican governor of a blue state, of a actually true on.
I get what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so he can't use that in that same kind of comparison.
Gorilla, I got to disagree with you on this. Is that okay? So when he was talking about Vivek and the weird last name, first of all, he was quoting Vivek because Vivek said, "Who is this guy with the weird last name?"
Me? I said that.
No.
So Gorilla was saying that Chris Christie made a racist comment.
Oh, okay. I thought he was coming after me.
And Chris Christie said, the last time we had some guy come on and make a comment about the skinny guy with the weird last name, it was Obama, and we don't need another person like Obama in office. And Vivek was the one that made the comment about the weird last name. Christie was just quoting Vivek. That's
a trap.
So I don't think that, to say that Christie was being racist for quoting Vivek's own joke about himself, I think that's pushing it. And in fact, I like what Obama said about like his middle name. I think that was like brilliant one time when Obama said, that his first name Barack meant whatever it means in Nigerian because of his Nigerian father. It goes, and my middle name was given to me by parents who never thought I would get into politics.
Well,
so it's like some poor hapless German who gets a middle name of Adolf or something.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Well, speaking of
but I just wonder what you guys thought, like if you thought any winners, losers. I think Trump was actually the big loser because
everybody shat on him, man. It was funny.
Well, not just that everybody crapped on him, because of course everybody's going to crap on him. Because he's the front runner, so everybody always craps on the front runner. And B, he didn't.
Is he though? Is he? Because
he is by a long shot.
He's still
all the polls has him at about 90% right now.
So I guess that's why every time somebody poo-pooed on him, the crowd was booing. Because I noticed that.
Yeah,
I did notice that.
And
I was I was listening to it, not watching it. So.
However, I do think that's going to change. At least I hope so. I hope that these people kind of wake up and smell the coffee. That I agree with what if you watch that speech that the little 30-second clip of Christie became viral about because Christie got booed for like 10 seconds at the Faith and Freedom Conference.
Mercer, that's not true. There's a clip. Donald Trump said
he literally chose not to go.
Yeah,
chose
Trump refused. Yeah,
he
was absolutely invited. He was absolutely he refused.
He actually talked to
I watched
Goober,
Tucker Carlson.
What's his name there? Yeah, he was on Carlson,
and I'll tell you, I watched like the first 20 minutes of the Tucker Carlson interview, and I got so sick of I'm going to use some Danny language. I got so sick of the two of them blowing each other for 20 minutes that
why do you see? I just actively avoid that. The only reason,
it wasn't
if I hadn't heard Trump speaking, I
probably talking about how awesome they both were.
Yeah,
and I was and how much everybody else sucks.
Yeah. Well, that just depends, Mercer. If he it depends on if he's violating the 14th Amendment or not. But as of right now, he can run.
No, but as far as that goes,
that would just disqualify him from actually being president.
No, I know. Yeah.
That would if they determine that Trump's candidacy violates the 14th Amendment, then it's over. He can't run. But you
got Republicans saying that. I mean, he ought to be a little worried.
So that could be a serious problem.
So here, I'm just going to throw it out because I would like us to pivot, and I had a really good segue, but you kept stepping on it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do the segue now, but I just want to throw this out there. I do not want Trump to be the Republican nominee because we need a Republican president to fix this shitty nation that we're in right now. The inflation is out of control. The cost of everything is out of control. It's terrible. It's terrible. We're going to have we should be in a recession, but this government is falsely propping up our economy. And I'm not trying to get all political and crazy because I vote all over the place. I'm a libertarian, but they don't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning anything in this two-party system. We cannot afford another 4 years of Democratic run shit, man. I'm sorry, but every time a Democrat's in office, my life sucks. And it just I don't know why. It just does. But when a Republican's in office, I make lots of money. Life is good. I don't want to drink myself to death. So that's where I stand. But if it's Trump, I don't know I wish no confidence was an option. I mean,
I don't want
orange
Trump.
Juice can.
Right. I think that Trump would be a mistake, especially because he is up on charges that cannot be pardoned. And if he is convicted on those charges, then they would have to invoke the 25th Amendment and recuse him of office, and that's never happened. And we don't need that. We do not need that.
No, think about this. If this had happened 100, maybe even less, 100, 150 years ago, whatever, he'd be strung up on the White House lawn for treason if he got convicted. You realize that, or he'd be put to death. That it'll never happen in today's day and age. But I'm telling you, back when we first started this stuff, America, if a president got convicted of treason,
and Darren,
that's a crime punishment.
Georgia cannot pardon him.
Yeah, Georgia is a really screwed up. Whoever's doing this, if this is a gotcha moment, they're playing hardball because the Georgia rules, if he's found guilty, the governor of Georgia can't do anything.
Not until after his sentence is served. That's how the Georgia rules work.
Yeah, it's a sticky wicket.
Yeah. He cannot pardon himself because the president cannot pardon himself from a state crime.
That's what you got to remember. Nixon resigned because he made the deal to get immediately pardoned afterwards,
right?
So he wouldn't go to jail.
But that was too. But the thing, and what people forget about pardons is that the president of the United States can pardon someone from federal crimes. He cannot pardon someone from state crimes. That would require the governor. And in Georgia, the way that it works is that the governor can only pardon someone after they've served their sentence. And so that means that if Trump is convicted for the racketeering charges that he's charged in Georgia on, and I don't know what the maximum sentence is, but it's multiple years in prison. Then he would have to.
First of all, I don't want him to get. It'll start a fracking civil war. I don't want he doesn't need to get arrested or whatever or convicted because that'll scare me because his supporters will flood the streets with their guns and it'll be civil war.
It would just be the biggest mess ever. So besides all the legal issues, there's the fact that basically Trump is such a divisive person that as soon as he got in office, every Democrat is going to immediately dig their heels in and say, okay, we're not passing anything. We need someone who can truly try to bridge the gap, so to speak.
You know who we need?
And Trump ain't it.
No. We need an amendment to the Constitution so Arnold Schwarzenegger, he can run for president and he can bring this country together. Yeah. That's what we need.
Do it now. That's what they did in Demolition Man.
I know, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, look, we might as well. Half the other things from Demolition Man have come true.
Yeah.
Right?
Jeez. And man, you guys better get your house together because we can't take you guys falling to pieces.
I already told you I'm moving to Canada.
We're already screwed. You're never going to survive. I'm looking to get out here. So,
hey, we'll just move up north and eat moose meat.
we'll go further where the government doesn't care, right? We'll start a whole new country.
An igloo and
Speaking of failed presidencies, why don't we go ahead and discuss Vice President Baltar and his egregious crimes?
There we go. There's the segue.
That was a great segue. That was one of the best segues we've ever had on this show, Danny. Congratulations.
So good. Everyone who has fuel up should take a drink. I can't.
I already had it. In fact, my cup is in there because I washed it.
And wow, Gorilla, wait, you really have a thing today, don't you? First of all, stop with the all caps. Dude.
First of all, yeah, and don't say the California.
Stop
word.
playing Minecraft.
You're supposed to say Californians, right?
And I will say this.
And guys, clearly I was joking. Give me a break.
And you do know, well, and in fairness, you do know that Schwarzenegger has talked very openly about his family history, and he is no California sympathizer. He does know that he has Californians in his family history, but that, just because, I guarantee you that, any of you that are, white people living in the United States of America, you probably have family history where there's slave owners in your family history. Does that make you a racist? Come
sadly,
on. That is really, really crappy to suggest that if somebody has something like that in their family history, that makes them a bad person.
I agree, because growing up, my mom's listening. I don't know if she's still listening.
Yeah.
I knew more black kids with my last name than white kids, and so I was asking my mom about this. Like, I had to be in middle school, I guess, and that's when I learned about the whole, like, that probably meant we had slaves back in the day. But then I was glad to find out I'm not a blood Ballard. My grandpa was adopted, so I don't know what the hell I am. But,
then you find out you're a Jackson.
Oh God! No.
Yeah.
You're like, oh crap!
Dang it! Not the upgrade I was looking for.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we're all like, if you wanted to damn us all for the sins of our ancestors, like everybody. What's the first?
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's connected to something heinous. So
the first
stone.
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
And so no family history is completely untarnished, and so I, and by the way, no son should be convicted on the sins of the father.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Twinkle. You know what? I learned a fun fact about her today. She actually owns a book from the 1800s, and she's thinking about selling it. Are you nuts? And she says it's in mint condition. That's amazing to me, because she's a librarian.
I have a Bible from the 1940s that's in mint condition, but that's the best I can do. It was my grandma's family Bible.
I used to have comic books older than that, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, back to the.
You want to? Okay, I'll say this before we get started. You're gonna cry, Danny. I know you cry easily, but this is like a serious cry here.
Oh no.
My dad, before he passed away, and I sat down and we were talking. Like, he was, I have a pretty good sized comic book collection. And we were talking about he didn't know about like the price guide, and so he and I were looking through some of the.
I've got my Overstreet price guide still, and I don't know why. I really don't. I should burn it.
Because I'm sure it's hopelessly out of date anyway.
Yeah.
But we were going through the Overstreet price guide because I was looking through some of my books, and he and it's like, oh yeah, I remember I had that one, and I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, I had that one. And it's like, really? And he goes, yep. And I was like, you're 100% sure? Yep. And it was Action Comics #1.
Here. What?
And keep in mind, my dad was born in the 30s.
No, I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm saying, what the fuck, man?
And And then so I was like, wait a minute. And so I flipped.
That's like generational money, depending on the condition.
I flipped a few pages.
Yeah.
And said, what about this one? He goes, yeah, I had that one. Detective Comics number 27.
Jesus.
I was like,
I mean,
and
I'm not even into comics, and I know
Superman.
what those are.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So he had all of like his collection would have been worth, tens of millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars. Yeah.
And so here's what happened. So then in the 50s, my dad went to Korea, right, during the war.
Yeah. My grandfather served in that war.
And my grandmother, who was one of those kind of like your mom, sorry, Miss Moneypenny, gotta say it, kind of like your mom, was like, oh, these comic books are the devil's work, and so she threw them all away. Wow.
Actually, my mom, I don't know where you got that.
Well,
from.
I'm just saying,
I thought you were going to make a Jew joke. No, my mom paid.
She was a very strict conservative Christian. And so she felt that comic books were and this was a common thing back then, that they were not real reading material like books. And
she was just thrilled I was reading and drawing. Comic books really inspired me for art. And when I was young and first got into comics, I used to go to Daddy Jim's Comics.
Yeah.
He's passed away, but this was on Eastchester or Westchester at the Westchester Mall, or right by the Westchester Mall in High Point, North Carolina. And she'd take me there. When it started out, it's kind of like drugs. No, my mom never threw any of my stuff out. I could only get one.
Never threw out the smut. So she bought.
Extra. Oh, I didn't see the smut part. I just saw the throw out. I thought he saw out the comics. So I started with Spider-Man.
It's confirmed.
Spider-Man was a safe.
Bought Danny Moore's smut.
Spider-Man was safe because he was a kid. He was a superhero. He was a good role model. And then I got into Fantastic Four because in the 90s, Spider-Man joined the Fantastic Four with he
was in the Fantastic Four.
Ghost Rider and Wolverine and I want to say Grey Hulk.
Oh yeah, when it was like the dark Fantastic Four.
Yeah. And then oh man, see, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about these. My mom was great. She definitely encouraged my comic book stuff, and a lot of those books that got stolen from that.
I have every issue of Fantastic Four from 25 on.
Dude, those were worth more than my Spider-Man. Do you know how much money you're sitting on if they're in good condition? I can send you the thing from the police. I was blown away.
I know. I do. We've talked about it. Back before you sobered up, maybe you don't remember what we've talked.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But yeah,
Twinkle remembers. I was a huge Spawn fan. I had
But I am Fantastic Four is my absolute favorite. That's why, despite the fact that the MCU has kind of gone downhill, I'm still like holding my breath for Fantastic Four.
They better do it right, man. It's the first family of comics. It's like
they have to do Fantastic Four right. They absolutely have to, because they have been done dirty, 4 times over.
Yeah,
and we
I still haven't seen Fan Four Stick, and I refuse to.
Oh, dude, we should watch that together. It is.
Oh hell no! Why do you want to torture me?
Because it is so good. Dude, as a person who appreciates comic books, you will just die on the inside. It's so bad. It's like, and as a movie, it's so bad. Like Sue Storm's hair changes like 3 times in the same scene because of the reshoots, because like they did her hair to where it's blonde but like has like it's like brown with blonde highlights, but then with the reshoots she's just wearing a platinum blonde wig.
And Stanley,
and so
I agree, as do most people, but I'm pretty sure I've heard Gary from Nerdrotic say that 100,000 times.
Well, that's actually the one thing, like people say you can't do a Fantastic Four movie, and The Incredibles is proof that that's wrong.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because The Incredibles is actually the way the Fantastic Four needs to be done as a family film.
Exactly. That's what it is.
The Fantastic Four, and in fact, some of the best comic book stories with the Fantastic Four is when the focus of the story is about the family unit. Not just about the action stuff. The action stuff is secondary to whatever the family drama is.
So I know you guys come here for the Battlestar Galactica talk, and I tried to make the segue 15 minutes ago, but we're pushing in an hour now, and I'm sorry, but we start talking comic books, and Jesus, man, we might as well be talking about.
You're muted, Jason. So that's why you're not having any input.
Oh yes, excellent. Good job, me.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't have a lot to say anyway, but because it's comic books.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's
not
like
that I didn't like them. I just
games.
never.
No, like, okay, yeah, I'll check out.
Yeah, I know. It's the same thing. It's like you show up in here, even if it's before the stream starts, and there's a video game on the screen, and I can just see your face. You're just like,
we'll definitely have to watch.
It's like, what are you subjecting me to?
Fant Four Stick is so bad. I actually have it somewhere around here. I
You supported that piece of junk by buying it on physical.
No. I'm. This is no joke. Okay, and then now this was years ago, before I even created this YouTube channel. My official review of Fant Four Stick was I bought the DVD. I set it down on my driveway.
Hey, I gotta. I wish I had the ability to put that comment up, but hey, Ariel, I'm doing good, girl. How you doing? Yeah, give you that Barry White voice. Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Yeah, but look at what you let out with.
Oh yeah,
and I'm just sitting here chilling and.
It's like me and Bader, like
that's the official stick, exactly. Yeah.
All right, so picture a shot of just the concrete in front of my house, right? So the camera's just pointing down at the concrete. I throw the DVD on the concrete in the box still, right? And so the box with the Fant Four Stick lands in the middle of the frame, and then pour a little gasoline, throw a match on it, and start to burn. I put the fire out with my own urine. That was my review.
That wasn't cool, man. I took that down. Don't be mean. That's mean. Don't be mean. That was me. Anyway.
What?
Yeah. You've told me this story before, but how do you still have it then if you set it on fire?
Huh?
You said you still had it.
I still have the charred remains of that.
Okay.
Because it's somewhere I still have the chart. I'll show it to you. I actually have
the only way I will watch
Twinkle. It wasn't real urine because it was just actually just water in a bottle that I made spray to make it look like I was peeing on it from off camera.
Ooh yeah.
But yeah,
that's what I'm talking about, Ariel. Ooh yeah, you might as well just keep them on, baby, because I'll just keep on coming with it. Yeah.
Hey Ariel, if you give me a super chat and I'll let him talk like that through the whole review.
I don't know if I could do that, but anyway, so.
Or we'll start having a competition, Ariel. You know that.
Yeah, really like do like the midnight radio stream, like the old overnight shock jocks that used to just sit there and be controversial all night.
Today we're going to be talking about Battlestar Galactica, baby.
Eventually we will. If we don't start talking about it within 6 minutes, I'm giving up. So, so the only way I'll watch a movie that has been, but every single, like literally 10 out of 10, 100% of people I know and trust that review stuff call it a dumpster fire. Only way I'll agree to watch it is if you let me watch a pirated version of it, because I do not want to support that movie in any way, shape, or form. Only way. And if
I've never watched it. I watched the first two that were actually tied together, and although they're extremely camp,
the Tim Story movies,
yeah.
I enjoyed them. Look at how the tide has changed, Jason. You have a chance. Look at Ariel. She says, come on. She wants to hear yours. She wants to hear yours, man. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I got to
kill it with fire.
Good evening from the French in the East.
Hey, now that's not fair.
If you start speaking French, we both lose. So.
Yeah, right? I mean, come on.
Say it doucement.
Speaking of irresistible sounding men, ball talk. Let's get back to ball talk.
Something like I have to go to the bathroom really bad in French. All right, just say I just wet myself. There you go. In French. Come on, go ahead, say it.
I haven't had to say that in so long. I don't even remember how to say it. There are certain things I've just lost that I'd have to look it up again.
Oh my god. Oh, Twinkle said
I can only say
vampire
like
voice with a French accent.
Now
you're turning her on. See, like this is. Oh god, you know.
What have we done?
Hey, you know.
Asseyez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, I can't.
So you know what is kind of funny is Callie is looking on us with disgust, as though
yes, she is.
I know, right?
We have abandoned her.
He's like, "What
totally
is wrong
judging
with
us.
you people? You're supposed to be reviewing this show."
Yeah.
Instead of sitting there trying to speak French.
This was I remember this was an intense episode. Star Killer. I keep calling him that. What's his BSG name?
Crashdown.
Yeah.
Crashdown. He just lost his stuff.
This
oh, well, I mean, he was lost when they crashed. This was
he really went over the cliff here because he was like,
yeah,
you know, wants to send her on a suicide mission, and everybody knows it. And he's like, dude, what like? So I gotta say, I know it's as much as I enjoy watching these, I wish we were watching them a little slower because we're so far ahead now. And I know Baltar's fall from grace. But I actually really dug, like, I liked how he stepped it up in this episode because, like, he would have killed her. He would have killed her.
Oh yeah, if they had followed his plan, they all would have ended up dead.
Yeah,
and it was all on his twisted sense of duty that they all would have ended up dead. He just the problem is that Crashdown was not mentally mentally equipped to be a leader, and he was just kind of forced into this situation because of
wasn't he like Boomer's like co-pilot, not even the pilot? He was just Boomer's co-pilot, right?
He was like he was the radio guy.
My god, this dog, I thought they were taking you to the vet. Oh, sorry, the dog that's not mine.
Uh-oh.
Man farts. They're just disgusting.
Uh-oh.
Just smells so bad.
Oh, there is nothing.
Anybody knows how to
party dog.
Oh yeah. That'll fumigate a house, man. Yeah.
Yes, you're not a farty dog. That's a good thing.
And it's too little to be that dangerous.
Well, she does like to climb up and sit right in front of my face. So no, it could be bad if she was.
Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what? This comment from Stan kind of ties into the hot mess because Crashdown. Oh. Yeah, no, Danny's dying.
You okay, Danny?
I gotta put the dog outside. This is gross. I'm gonna throw up. I'll be right back.
Yes. Danny, you were going to call him Danny, in quotations, Iron Stomach Ballard.
Well, you know, he'll have to buy a little thing of Vicks Vapo Rub and just stick it under his nose. That'll take care of the problem.
Or
you
maybe
won't smell anything.
You know, if Danny was a pilot, his call sign would be Man Tier.
Oh my god, that was the worst one ever.
You need some Vicks Vapo Rub so you could just like smear it under your nose and then that'll bury the smell.
I got some. I'll be back.
Shouldn't have said anything.
Just a dab. Don't put too much. Or he'll be crying. It'll be like me. I had to stop eating the angry Cheetos because I breathed at one moment. Just while
any other remedies, or if anybody knows how to get the dog to stop.
Just don't put too much. Just like a tiny little doop, because a little dab will do you, and then you'll just smell mint for the next hour.
Oh, that worked.
Yeah.
Oh man, thank you, Jason.
You'll probably breathe like you haven't in a long time too.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Wow. Anyway, sorry about that.
So Patrick, Stan was saying that Crashdown went full on with, the super complicated. I'm going to show who I am, but rather than showing who he was, the way he thought. He went full.
The problem
crazy.
was, he didn't know how to be a leader. He just knew what he was taught at the academy and recited it.
Yeah, he went so by the book that it actually was dangerous to keep going that way.
Right.
I love The Great Outdoors too, Ariel. That's where Lips and Assholes came from. That's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
That's the name of a movie?
No, The Great Outdoors. They called he's like,
I thought
Android was giving him grief.
I thought Lips and
over the hot dogs. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, you know what those are made out of, right? Lips and Assholes.
Yeah, that sounds like a horrible movie.
How did you even get that onto the cover art for the movie? I don't understand how this works. What's going on?
That sounds horrible. I mean, it's like Look, I mean, whatever you're into, dude, but that's
yeah, that's like the behind the curtain.
Yeah, that's behind the curtain. That's behind the curtain. That's like way back there, And he was talking about Two Girls, One Cup. I mean, come on, that's the one. The girls from Two Girls, One Cup are like, yes.
I am so glad I never watched that. I did record because that was back in the MySpace days. I did record people's reactions, but fortunately, I was on the other side of the screen, so I never had to see it. It's like,
well, good for you.
You know what freaked me out though? An ex of mine, her dad,
he
wanted to do the. No. He wanted to do the. It was like some kind of stupid online MySpace challenge where you post videos of people's reactions in real time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I recorded, and he was into it, and that disturbed me. That because I'd seen plenty of people gross out, almost throw up,
Run.
And he was just
run.
Yeah.
Yeah, if people don't turn it off, you need to run away from those people.
Yeah, no, and well, I'm not going to say they're related, but we broke up shortly thereafter, so
Yes.
So I tell you've seen it, then.
I would like to say I didn't,
but you have.
See, the look on her face, on Callie's face right now, is a little bit more appropriate.
Yeah.
So
Crashstone goes full by the book, but psycho about it.
Yes, I know. We're trying to do the show, but you need to stop that. All right. So so they're looking at the dog tags from the the two dudes that died.
Yeah.
And now, okay, there we go. For some reason, my player was messing up. Crashdown gives a really crappy little memorial speech.
Yeah.
And then grabs the dog tags and then they go to figure out what's going on. The Cylons are dismantling a heavy raider, which is kind of weird. Isn't that because the heavy raider is a living thing.
Part of it is,
yeah,
but I'm assuming part of it obviously isn't.
I hope not.
Otherwise, that's body horror for Cylons.
Yeah, that's kind of jacked up right there.
Yeah,
this is crazy. There's hopefully my internet doesn't go out. Out of nowhere, there's a torrential downpour outside, just literally out of nowhere.
Okay.
Oh, well, it could be the apocalypse, considering California got buried in water. So
Yeah.
So they figure out that they're building a missile battery, and they assume that what the Cylons are going to do is just basically not bother to come after them, but just nuke the whole valley.
Yeah.
Because, which makes sense. And meanwhile, on Galactica, good old Doc Cottle's running through the hallways with his cigarette.
Yeah.
Because that's just Doc Cottle.
Yeah, I'm trying to quit. I'm sure you guys have noticed I've busted out the vaping device. So yeah. I do need to quit smoking cigarettes.
But he's literally on his way into the operating room with a cigarette hanging out of it.
Yeah. All right. Can you guys see it? There's a mess. Sorry. You see the?
Oh yeah, the trees are going and everything.
The trees moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pouring. Like I've never seen it pour like this out here.
Is it like is it related to that tropical storm that?
It has to be the Hillary thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
I mean, I don't know how long it would take it to reach you guys.
It would be at most a day. So this is probably something else.
Yeah,
because Hillary already happened. So
did it?
Yeah, I would think that Hillary would have dissipated by now. So I think Edward James almost just wanted a vacation, and that's why they
yeah.
It's like, I'm just gonna take a nap.
Him and his
I
hairy
need
nipples.
like 4 days of easy shooting. What can you come up with?
Yeah.
Good evening, dinner bells. Thanks for joining. You got here just in time. We're just now getting started, really.
And of course, there's Ty adjusting
his zero
his
fracs
with the bottle there.
Yeah.
And then the quorum wants to talk to Ty, and Ty's like, yeah, whatever. I don't want to talk to them. But they're like, yeah, I kind of got to. Meanwhile, President Rosalind is starting to get a little crazy in her gel cell because she's out of her Kamala extract, and she's starting to go through withdrawals. And apparently,
You got any more of that, Kamala?
Yeah. And apparently, this stuff is such a crazy drug that while she's taking it, she has occasional hallucinations. But when you stop taking it, you just go completely off the rails crazy. You okay there, Danny?
Damn, I've just never seen it this bad. It's like messing up I just did my patio the other day, too.
Well, what are you going to do? Go out there and catch the water?
Dude. Wow. I need to turn this back on. Like, you guys, this is unreal. Like, anyway, go ahead. Sorry. I've never seen this in Vegas before. Literally,
for those of us
13
that
years.
don't live in a desert, we see that kind of thing all the time. I will tell you that torrential downpours are a common thing in the South.
Wow, man, that tree's going to come down.
I'm trying to see if I can find some.
Yeah, that's the one thing you got to worry about is that since your soil isn't, like as strong as the soil that we have in areas like this, the trees could come down. Like that's a big problem they had in California.
That's like, if it kept going, I would have turned my blur back off and turned around. This tree was like horizontal. And it came back up. But it was
Did it stop or?
No, it's thunder. I don't know. I guess you didn't hear the thunder.
Still going?
Yeah. Wow. Anyway.
That's weird. It's not raining down on the strip.
I live in Southern Highlands, so at the southernmost point of Vegas, on the 15, right before you get to Sloan.
Weird. It must be very on the edge of the city because I'm looking at down by the Erie, and it's not raining down there either.
Yeah.
Weird. So Danny's lying is what
No, we saw the truth. Of course, all the cool webcams are all on the strip, of course. So trying to look these up online is kind of dumb.
Anywho,
yeah.
So the guard's going to help though, right? The guard.
The Billy's going to trick the guard.
He's that same guard that was with her when they were going down the halls all the wrong ways too.
Yeah.
So you're south of Vegas?
It's called Southern Highlands. I'm in between Vegas and Sloan. It's still a Las Vegas address.
Right, but what direction is it from Vegas proper?
Southwest. I'm like,
oh yeah, geez, yeah. I see the cell. It's like directly south of Sloan now.
Yeah, and I am just north of Sloan, like at border Sloan.
I was just looking on AccuWeather.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar. Okay, so the weather goes southwest to northeast. So, yeah, it was a big red blob of doom that went over Sloan.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty. When it's that heavy, when it goes to red, that's impressive.
I mean, I don't know if you guys can hear it. I can literally hear it.
I did at one point. I could have sworn I did at one point.
Because it's so windy, the rain is going, it's beating into my glass door. You know what I mean? And,
Is there an airport near you?
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes away tops.
On St. Rose, there's a private one where all the rich people do their jets.
Right.
So but McCarran or not McCarran is just up the road from you too. So
yeah, it's. I mean, the other one's definitely a lot closer. I mean, for sure.
Yeah.
What do they call it now? The Harry Reid Airport, I think is. What
I think so. Yeah. I'll keep calling it McCarran until I die.
Is it still raining now for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's all good. We don't have to. Here's down with the weather.
Man, we are just not down for doing anything Battlestar today. It's like politics, weather, comic books. Man, we're just punching it out tonight.
Gorilla just can't fix his cap locks.
Well, he keeps playing Minecraft and insists on turning cap locks on in Minecraft. I don't know why.
Uh-oh.
All right, so back to the actual reason we're all
drug withdrawals in prison.
Do you guys hear that? It did it again. Oh, now it's okay. It's dying down. Yeah, it was like beating against the glass. That was crazy. Anyway. What happened?
Where'd the show go?
So for those of you that care, this is what Danny's talking about. This is
that weather. Big mass of red.
Yeah, this is the weather that's going through Danny's area.
Yeah, see, okay, I'm basically see where it says. You see where it says Sloan,
right? Sloan is right here,
and then there's the private airport.
I'm right in between where that little green is that you're showing right now. I'm in between the 15 thing and the Sloan. That's where I live, right?
So you're in this general area.
No, right below.
No,
right?
Just on that little tiny triangle.
There you go, right there. That's where I'm at right now. Yeah.
So yeah, you weren't even in the heart of it then.
Yeah, and it was still pretty bad. So I don't know. Anyway, there was a little bit of red there for a second.
Yeah, but the worst of it was off to the east of you.
Yeah, going toward Henderson. Those poor suckers. Anyway,
and Whitney, I guess, is getting hit right now. So
it's probably like the entire rainfall for the
season. But it looks like there's another band of it heading your way.
Great.
If it reaches you.
Well, it finally calmed down.
Yeah. Well, we'll hope that it hits you and wipes you out.
Yeah. Anyway.
The mole people are going to be having a bad day right now.
Yeah, Ariel, no, that's not hail. That was just beads of water hitting really hard against because what happens with, it's raining hard and the huge gust of wind just makes it go right horizontal.
Yeah. All right, so back to the real thing. So the president's kind of crazy, and then Billy finds out that the guard there happens to be religious, and that's what kind of clues him in that the guard might be willing to help, because the guard is listening to the rantings of the president and says it sounds like she's talking about the scrolls of Pythia. Which Billy's like, well, wait a minute, you know about that? And he's like, yeah. So it's like, well, maybe you could help. And Gorilla said the reason all caps because he was yelling at you.
Oh yeah, he's still mad at me for making that D word comment in front of his kid, apparently. So
well, and then he's mad at Chris Christie for not being a racist, apparently.
But the man does love his donuts. So
he does. Hey, you know what? I can't fault him for that because I love donuts too.
I miss them so much. But anyway.
And he, but I just love the fact that he looks like LDG. I can't see him without seeing LDG. And I just love that because LDG could change his channel to President Pickles if he won. And that would be so freaking awesome. All right. So anyway, so they're spying on the Cylon. Meanwhile, Baltar is having talk with Head 6 about the whole thing about how Cobalt is cursed.
I mean, where would you rather be? Like, you know, I mean, can you blame the? Come on.
Well, fighting for survival or hanging out in a beautiful beach house with a blonde supermodel. Yeah, tough choice.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I mean, even if 6 is not your type, I'd still choose the beach house. You know.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and then they figure out what they're doing.
Yeah,
they're setting up.
They figure out that they took the greatest dish off of the.
They know that people are going to try to come rescue them, and then this will be
Yeah.
a way they can shoot them down.
Right, which is actually a very smart strategy because this does more damage to shoot down incoming rescue vehicles than to worry about killing a couple of people on the ground. And so they're like, oh crap, we need to do something. Meanwhile, on the Galactica, they're planning a rescue mission. You really have
Did I say that out loud? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lip gloss? What? Trigger word? What?
Yeah. Yeah. Just wait until Ty and 6 get together, then you can see some hot action there. All right, so
One-eyed Ty. Anyway.
Yeah. So the core.
Oh my God, this is where he just. Oh God, I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, this is where he starts to go fully off the rails.
Yeah. So the core meets up with Ty, and
you could tell by the look on his face in that one pause you had a second ago. He just was like, dude's off the reservation.
Well, I just love how he says, there's a line, I've got it up here. He goes, he believed in freedom and democracy and all that good stuff.
Yeah. And the way he said it is all that good stuff.
And he's clearly, inebriated at this point.
Yeah, he's been drinking and he doesn't want anything to do with these guys, but he kind of has to because he's in charge.
Evil Ellen. Here she is.
Evil Ellen. I love that you call her that. Decides to go visit the president and sees that the president is clearly off her rocker, and then we see a dizzying shot of Baltar as he was observing the Cylons and dropping his field glasses, and the Cylons working on their battery. And the idea here is that did Baltar get a good look at the Cylons or not? Well, not really.
I'm quite confident that he lied his face off when he got back.
But he is the hand of God, so his word is.
Well, hey, he pointed at a screen and knew exactly where Apollo had to shoot.
Yeah, I mean,
so.
He's just ridiculously lucky. That's what he. If luck was truly a superpower, like Dominus from Death,
hey, you know what?
Then Baltar's got
his theme song could very easily be "Luck Be a Lady Tonight."
Yes. And that lady is stuck in his head.
Yeah,
that's perfect. Yeah. Luck be a lady tonight. I'm gonna have Sinatra stuck in my head.
Sorry.
So now Crashdown is you could tell Crashdown is starting to go off his rails when he's no longer wearing his full uniform. He's got starts showing his guns. It's like okay, Crashdown, and notice he's wearing all the dog tags of everybody's died.
Is that kind of like in Vietnam?
That's what I thought the first time I saw that was his obsession with all the dog tags around his neck was like the whole ears thing.
Yeah. I think that they just couldn't get away with the ears with the sensor, so they
It also would not have made sense. They were his men.
Yeah.
It was kind of a bit of a mess.
That would have been a little gross.
And this is like where everybody here knows this guy is batshit crazy and is giving him bad orders.
Right.
And they're just hoping Chief will say something, but he doesn't. Chief keeps backing this
Chief
up.
Tyrrell believes in the chain of command.
Yeah.
Chief Tyrrell is it's kind of funny because of everybody there, Chief Tyrrell is the only one there with any real military experience.
Yeah, he should know. I remember when we were watching this. And remember, guys, if you go to supportsalty.com, you can. I'm sure this one's posted by now, right? Our live reaction to this one.
I would hope so.
You're fired. You're fired. This isn't posted. You're fired.
Hey, I got the corn one up.
Oh, okay. That's a lengthy one too. So
yeah.
Well, that one took a long time to get.
Well, like, and you said the same thing when we were watching this on our live stream, supportsalty.com. And I was just like, can't he just be like, you're mentally compromised, emotionally compromised, you're unfit? Like, was there no kind of? I've never been in the military. Is there no wiggle room there? No chain of command, like regulation that he could have?
Not unless he says to do something that is illegal, and honestly, he doesn't do that until he pulls the weapon on Callie. And that's when,
Chief still didn't do anything.
Chief does at that point. Chief steps in.
We'll get there. Okay, we'll get there.
Yeah. But yeah, until he crosses that line, Chief Tyrrell is 100% going to back.
And I still don't get, like, Baltar's the frickin' vice president right now, right?
That's
like,
my one problem with it, is that Chief Tyrrell does not recognize the authority of the vice president. In fact, he insults him because at one point he calls him Doc, and Baltar says, I am not a doc. A doc is a loading facility. You can call me Doctor or Mr. Vice President. And then Chief Tyrrell's response was, well, you're loading something now, aren't you?
When he was carrying the gear.
And
it's like, dude,
that was my biggest problem with this.
No real military man would talk to the Vice President of the United States.
No, technically, correct me if I'm wrong, Baltar's the highest ranking officer there, right? Like, he's the second.
Well, technically, no. Only the president has official title. The vice president does not have an official rank. The president of the United States is commander in chief of the United States military. The vice president is not the assistant commander in chief. The vice president is just the guy that takes over if the president is incapacitated.
Hey, I'm going to throw this question out to you guys in the chat, because I'm trying to quit smoking cigarettes, but I feel like I'm smoking this more. Am I? I am, aren't I?
You might be, because it goes down easier.
Yeah.
It's delicious, though.
Well, that's the problem. It's like, cigarettes don't come in like cherry flavor.
I don't know what flavor this is. It's called Vape-tasia, but it's Rainbow Road.
Rainbow Road.
Are we sure that? Are we sure that?
Are you playing Mario Kart or are you vaping?
No, look, that's what.
No, I know.
A little THC in the mix there.
Yeah.
No. But I've actually, I think you would be proud of me.
I know you said
you were saying last week.
No, because like pretty soon I really do want to try to get a job. And believe it or not, even though pot's legal here, most places still test you for pot.
I still can't picture you having a job with your time blindness.
Wait, no, well, hey, whatever. I was on time today. I was waiting on you guys. What the hell? God.
Okay. When you can actually call me at 10 o'clock in the morning, my time.
What time is that my time?
That'd be 8 o'clock your time.
Oh, I'm waking up at 8. No, on a good day. No, on a good day, I'm waking up at 8.
I was going to say, and on an excellent day, we're getting content for our Fuel Up commercial.
Yeah. No,
if you're lucky, you're getting up at noon your time.
Dude, no, that's not. First of all, you're exaggerating. Maybe noon your time. Everybody in the chat, if you want to chime in on my vape question, please feel free to in the chat. But you've got to, one of these days, when you call and wake me up, you've got to record that, because that'd be perfect.
We plan to. Yeah.
I was trying to think of something we could say before we dial you. Like say, "Hey, did you have your fuel up?" I sure did.
Here we go. Yeah. I just got to get my shaker and stuff, and then we can actually do it for real.
Yeah. All right, damn it, Terry, you're watching this.
Help. A poor Canadian boy wants some stuff.
That don't know, Danny sounds like someone like, he's on a. I will tell you, just to be fair, I've talked to Danny after when he has a hangover, and there is a difference with Danny with a hangover and when Danny is not with a hangover. Danny not with a hangover, Danny completely sober, waking him up is like any normal person with the worst hangover they've ever had in their life. So that's.
I can't even do an impersonation of myself because I'm never cognizantly aware
Yeah,
enough.
I know.
I can't reproduce it because I've called you before in the morning your time, and it's just like, are you okay?
Yeah, it's like, I seriously worry about you. I'm like, oh my gosh, did somebody hit you in the head? It's like,
so on the flip side of that coin, I'm curious because I don't remember either of these. Do I sound worse hungover or better?
Oh, you sound better than when you're really hungover. When you're really hungover, oh man, you are bad.
Well, it's been a minute.
Yeah. I mean, you do things like just hang up or just sit there and breathe into the phone for minutes.
I thought you said I sounded like Chewbacca, or so no. When I'm hungover, I just breathe into the phone.
Right?
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you're waking me up in my normal state, it's like waking up a bear. Apparently, it's like
if on a good day, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And there, by the way, there's a Stan Lee's take on it all.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm thinking. This is day one of switching to the vape. So,
although being in Ontario, so Canada in general, Stan Lee probably stopped smoking because smoking up here is a very spendy habit.
Shit. How much do you think a pack of cigarettes? How much do you think a pack of smokes in Vegas costs? On
like a normal, like
off the strip. Like I'll let you do both, on the strip and off the strip.
On the strip, probably $18.
Boom! Ding! 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 Absolutely correct. Off the strip,
between 11 and 13.
Just under 11
okay.
for the ones I smoke. Camel Crush for a pack. Yeah.
Just a pack, not a carton. A pack.
No, a pack.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's crazy. You know how much this little bottle of vape juice costs me? Well, this is why I switched to vaping because I'm poor now. So hey, any of you guys want to help me out there? How much do you think this bottle costs, which is supposed to be like more than a carton, supposedly? How much do you think this cost?
That'd
like
be
the equivalent to more of a carton.
Of that vial? That's probably like $10.
Yeah.
That's probably like $10 for that.
It's like 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see. Anyway.
Yeah, man. I remember back when I smoked, it was like you'd spend like $5 for 2 packs.
Dude, so no, I grew up in North Carolina. That's tobacco country. When I first started smoking, 89 cents a pack. This is in the 90s.
Were you like 3 years old when you started smoking?
This was in 1996. 89 cents a pack.
Yeah, it was cheap. It was really cheap.
Even in North Carolina, because that's where like the two biggest tobacco companies are, is in North Carolina.
And back in the day, it would be like $5 maybe.
Well, granted, I was on the West Coast and taxes were always really high there, so that might be why it was so much more. But yeah, that's insane,
dude. I remember when I was a little kid, they would sell. They don't do this anymore. Candy cigarettes. They were trying to condition us.
Yeah.
The old Popeye cigarettes. Oh, everybody had those, man. Yeah, if you lived in North America, you know what those are. And if you don't, that's how I know how young you are.
Exactly. I was going to say of a certain age.
Yeah.
All the cool kids have candy cigarettes. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Now they just say, you know what, kids, you can't have candy cigarettes. But
this intermission was brought to you by. Now screw this. They don't pay us. Fuel Up.
Yeah. Because it's like crack, which is more legal than cigarettes in some states. You know?
And that's actually true, especially in Oregon.
Yeah, we get to say that up here now too. So, British Columbia.
That's like, it's like, gee, I wonder why places like Oregon have turned into a crap hole when they've legalized pretty much everything.
Everything's legal there. Everything.
Vancouver is basically like the Canadian version of Portland and Seattle right now.
Yeah. And it's like, did they really think that was going to go well?
Hold up, Gorilla. Damn it, you really got to give me permission. Gorilla, I don't think you can buy them anymore. So sure, if you're not kidding, but I think it's illegal.
No, they still make them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some of the specialty candy stores that are around do carry them.
You can still find them occasionally. You just won't find them in supermarkets anymore.
I thought
go up to the Venetian.
Yeah.
And there's a huge candy store in there if it survived the pandemic. I bet you can find them in there.
Oh my God, Bray Wyatt died.
Who's that?
Yeah, it's who?
He's a wrestler. He was the Fiend.
Oh, wow.
How old was he?
Very young.
Oh.
He was 80.
Too much steroids.
No. He was... Oh my God. Yeah, he just died today. Oh my God. At 36. He's younger than me.
That is young.
Oof.
Oh my God. Why do people got to send me this bad news when I'm live on air? That's not cool. Oh, man. Just announced. Yeah, just announced 28 minutes ago. Damn. Oh, man.
You gonna be okay?
Oh, man. Oh, that sucks.
It's not the end of the world.
No, I know, but damn, 36. What is it with wrestlers dying? I mean, that's so young. My God.
Yeah, but for one hardcore sports like that, quote unquote fake or not, they take a toll on the body, man.
And a lot.
No, Stan, it wasn't. He's been gone since almost a year because of a undisclosed illness. So maybe we'll find out he had cancer. So I have no idea. But
yeah, that would make sense. And if he's left because of an illness and now he's dead, well,
yeah. And it's been what about 8 months he's been gone. So yeah.
So yeah, you can get candy cigarettes off of Amazon for $6.99 a pack.
I thought they were illegal. Wow.
Which
don't send them to me, Gorilla. I was just kidding. I thought they were illegal.
I'm sorry, $6.99 for 4 packs. Way cheaper than regular cigarettes. So, I would say buy those instead of your cigarettes and just stick that in your mouth.
Well, I'm just gonna see how the vape thing goes. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I've had other friends, it was recommended to me, that have actually they got it off cigarettes completely, and then they weaned themselves down to zero nicotine, and then they weaned themselves off completely. So I'm going to see if it works for me. I've had quite a few people recommend that. So,
but yeah, if you're feeling nostalgic, I don't know if you've ever been to it. The place is called It's Sugar. It's in the Venetian on the main floor.
Okay.
And they carry all the candies from when we were kids.
Oh my God. I got to turn this off.
Yeah.
Stop watching
turn off the bad news.
We're already watching a depressing episode of Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
man.
yeah. And
I'm doing my first. You know what sucks? So I'm doing my first wrestling show in months tomorrow morning.
Well, and we got something to talk about then.
Well, we already do. We're talking about All In, but it's.
Well, now you got something else to talk about that takes precedence.
Yeah, that's a bummer, man. Shit.
Frick.
Look at Chief's look. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
Oh. Chief's like, I can't believe it. Danny won't review the show. All right, so,
thanks for making me laugh.
All right, so they're all kind of upset because he's just now trying to do this stupid by the book plan. and he's like, you can tell, like, he's literally just reciting the manual, where he's like, okay, we're gonna do a 4-card plan. Card 1, we do this, and Baltar's like, what is he talking about with these cards?
Or graph. I don't even know where they got the
4 graph plan. Graph 1, planning stage. And he's like, what's with these graphs? He goes, well, the 4 graphs are something they teach in war college. I've just never heard them used so literally before, because you're not supposed to say graph 1. That's just something they show 4 graphs.
Yeah, Star Killer is clearly out of his element.
Yes,
he
is not a leader.
No, he's a backseater, and that's it.
Yeah. And so,
God, dang, Stan, that's not funny, bro. I mean, come on.
What?
Nothing.
Stan's just trying to add levity to the sad.
And so now evil Ellen is basically telling
and it blows up in his face. Is stupid.
Yeah, that you should get the quorum, because the quorum wants to see the president.
Yeah, she's back.
Yeah, I loved this though. This is actually the thing for me, that
because Saul was actually doing the right thing by keeping the quorum
that's
away.
why I call her evil Ellen, and
because the president was
I almost want to say I'm glad which is good, but I kind of took it harder than I thought I would, so I don't know.
But Saul was technically doing the right thing by keeping people away from her, because he was thinking, well, she's ill, and she's also a prisoner, and so she's in no condition to take visitors. But Ellen's like, oh yeah, let them see her. She's completely crazy, and then they'll know that she can't run things.
Yeah, little did she know that they're a bunch of religious zealots also, and her brand of crazy was right up their alley. So it's like,
Meanwhile, Baltar and Six are still hanging out on the.
Oh, hey man, let me have a little. Oh, never mind.
What?
You took away his treat.
I was going to say, let me have a little bit of joy right now. Just like, let me linger on that for a minute. God, she's beautiful. All right. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
You sure you're all right then?
For now. Yeah. For now. Yeah,
all right. So, so now they're all getting ready for the big assault. And of course, nobody is ready for this, but hey. And so now, Saul decides, yep, we're going to go ahead and go with Ellen's plan. Now that he's good and drunk, he calls the bridge. And
no, that's why I call her evil Ellen.
Yeah,
she's literally pouring the booze, like practically force feeding him booze.
Yes, that's why Adana said she brought out the worst in him.
Yeah.
And so, meanwhile, the rescue operation is now moving in as well. So we've got everything coming to a head with, and look at that. That is a great effect shot right there. I mean, that looked.
Yeah, they did do a good job.
Especially for, what is this, 2005 at this point? Like,
this would be 05. Yeah. When they would have been producing this, would have been 05 or early 06.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, they're sitting there trying to figure out what to do, because they hear the sonic booms, but then they also see that there's more Cylons on the ground than there should be. And at this point, this is where Chief Tyrrell finally starts to say something, because he says, look, if all 5 Cylons are here, that means that the Dratus dish is unguarded.
It's vulnerable.
Yes, we could double time it back there and take that out, and they won't be able to shoot down.
No, man, we don't know. There's only 5. There could be more, but we don't need to waste time. We need to attack. Exactly. Time is now. He's like, out of his freaking mind, man.
Right.
Yeah, this is my plan. I'm the boss, and
right.
Yeah.
So he wants them to go ahead and do the assault anyway, and Callie freezes at this point. Now, keep in mind, Callie, and they actually talked about this earlier, none of these people are combat veterans except for Chief Tyrrell. And Callie, even said the only reason she joined the military was to pay for dental school.
Yeah.
Knowing what I know now, I'm actually even more disappointed that Chief wasn't the one to step in.
Well, keep in mind, and you're talking about the fact that they end up together.
Yeah, they're married, have a baby and shit.
Yeah, but remember, they were not in love at this point.
But
I think
she's been spent with him the whole time. I mean, come on.
She's been hung up on Chief Tyrrell forever. But Chief Tyrrell didn't really have feelings for her at this point. But I think that he basically, but he always puts the uniform first. And at this point,
not in some of the most recent stuff we watched, but at this point,
so this is where, look at that look. This is where he goes.
Oh God, yeah.
This is where he's going.
He star killer
on crazy here.
Yeah. Is it bad that I kind of wish we'd have seen his brains get blown out? Like, I guess because this was on Sci-Fi, not network TV.
Yeah.
They could have showed it.
Now, Sci-Fi standards and practices. This show pushed their standards and practices
the limit.
Dude, we got to see side boob like quite a few times.
Yeah. But you know what's weird is there's a funny little dance between whether you're seeing boobage or blood and guts.
Right.
There's a really weird dance with that.
Blood on this show than you typically saw back then.
Yeah. But I still would have liked to see chunks of his brain falling off the tree. That would have been
right. But,
the only shows that were able to get away with anything gory at all were the CSIs of the time. Because they were always in the
like medical gory as well.
Yeah.
But even shots like this were stuff that they had to fight for with the standards and practices. The fact that they have a gun pointed at her head. Standards and practices did not like this shot because that's something that they don't like portraying on television.
You know what sucks, man, is one of these days I am going to have to go. Is there a way to just listen to his podcast instead of just doing the commentary tracks? I have to play the episodes again because I actually
not that I know of, because I don't know if they're still available on the internet, but
because I would love all this shit because you listen to his podcast.
He's been back listening. He's got so much dirt on this show. I would just we're gonna he's the Wikipedia of this show right now
at this point.
And so right here you see now this is where Chief is like, nope, you have crossed the line, buddy. And so he is threatening an officer.
When push came to shove, when push came to shove, he couldn't pull the trigger. Baltar had to.
Well, he was trying to stop him, but
there was no stopping Star Killer at this point, man. He's full blown, evil.
Look at that. It's like, I'm crazy. And so Baltar does pull the trigger.
Look at those eyes.
Yeah.
I say this all the time. The man can act with his face alone. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
God, I love it. He's how he's not in more stuff boggles my mind. His face is so emotive, It's like, there he is. Why didn't we see chunks of brain right there in that shot? Come on.
I'm surprised this wasn't the thumbnail right here. A tree hugger.
I didn't want to bury the lead. That night, Baltar's my spirit animal. If I can put him in the thumbnail, I'm gonna. I'm sorry. Haven't you noticed that by now? He's in the majority of my thumbnails so far.
So then, while he's hugging the tree, the Cylons start attacking. So they
Stanley, I'll agree with you on that one, brother. The man.
He can act with just his hair.
Yeah,
but glorious hair. Anson Mount's hair still trumps Baltar's hair. Anson Mount has got the most glorious hair in acting.
And Patrick, you are correct, sir. Side boob is way better than side brain. So I will.
Well, yeah.
For you, sir.
Boobage is definitely better than brainage. Well, I would say this. as far as brains are better to have than boobs, but boobs are better to look at than brains.
Yes.
I think those are universal facts.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I will agree with that.
So, and so the Cylon starts coming after him, so they start running, and sorry, a dog hit me while I was trying to move the whole thing here, and what's her name just gets completely.
Oh, F you. I'm not even gonna say super chat for that. I just saw the comment.
Unless you just got here and you didn't see me practically cry earlier.
Yeah.
I'll forgive it. But if this is a troll, I'm not.
No, insane hippie insane. You probably didn't know, but yeah, we talked about this a couple of months ago. And so he was probably trying to keep you informed. So don't say F you. He's trying.
All right. Now I got to get on. Now I got to tweet about it. Damn it.
And
I'm sorry.
So that's sad. It is sad that someone so young passed away. And yes, Danny is depressed. So, but thank you.
I did my obligatory tweet. I'm fine now.
Yes, but insane hippie insane. Thank you for the super chat. I do truly appreciate it. And I know that Danny is just upset, but he does appreciate people letting him know this stuff, even though it does get him upset.
Oh, he said he just found. All right, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, though.
Yeah. So you okay, Danny? You need a minute?
I'm fine, man. We're good.
Let's see here.
I really got to do something about this overabundance of estrogen I have. I should not be.
Man, you know what it is? It's called getting older.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every day that passes, I turn more and more into Kevin Smith. It sucks.
I swear Mike just hides it better than the two of us.
Yeah.
I hide it very well. I do. But definitely much better than you guys because, well, at least way better than Danny, that's for sure.
Yeah, man, I know. I've always worn my heart on my sleeve. It's my mother's fault. Anyway. And if you're back and you heard that, oh, she is back. Okay. Oh, she's crying too. Okay, I feel better. Right.
Yeah, too small. Let's see.
So, side note, apparently all of the commentaries are available for download for free.
Oh, cool.
It's just going to be a chore to find because Sci-Fi doesn't have them on their site anymore.
Oh.
Because I'm interested to listen to them as well.
Why'd you take it down? What happened?
Hold on. All right, here you go, Danny.
Who's that?
That is Trisha in her modeling days.
Holy Diane, she doesn't even look the same.
She doesn't even look the same. Yeah,
weird.
But,
yeah, maybe this says something about me. I find her way more attractive in Battlestar. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening there, but that's not.
I was trying to find something for you to cheer you up, but
Caprica is better.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, here we go. This will work for you. This is gonna.
Guys, I just want you to know, I hope I am not on a live stream when William Shatner dies, because I'm gonna lose my shit when that happens. Oh my. There we go. Holy shit.
Notice the headline there. Battlestar Babes.
Oh my! Oh, keep scrolling down. What are you doing? Scroll down. You're trying to cheer me up, right? Scroll down. Scroll down. God damn it! All right, thank you. All right. Oh my God. Six and Boomer. So fine. Can you send me that link so I can make that my Thank you. No, I needed that. Thank you. That was nice. All right.
Well, here, no. See, now I have to. I thought you were gonna actually do the right one as of late. So here you go, Danny.
Oh, there you go.
Lip gloss. She's got a little bit too much clothing on for my taste, but God, she's gorgeous.
Well, sometimes you just got to be fancy.
You guys have successfully put a smile on my face and dried my tears, so thank you.
Sometimes you just got to be fancy, though, man.
Yeah. Damn.
And what is... Give me just a second here. I can never remember.
Is this a real thing?
Is what a real thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh no, it's just a bunch of maybe not. No, I'm closing Twitter. I got off of the Bray Wyatt thread or whatever, and then when I went to the homepage, trending on Twitter is Trump mugshot.
No, because he hasn't. I don't think he checked.
It's got to be fake, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's him and Giuliani are headed down there for tomorrow, I think.
Okay, so this is just people being trolls. I'm going to close.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you the happiest man on earth. Now, you ready for this, Danny?
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure the camera's not panned too low because you'll embarrass yourself.
Oh my God. Is that lip gloss?
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow. Sorry. Wow, that one on the right. She's a smoke show. My God. Of course, these are like 20-year-old pictures, but still.
Yeah.
You know. Wow. Okay, cool. Now that we've all celebrated my pervertedness and managed to cheer me up over the death of Bray Wyatt, let's go back to the show because we've even got people like Alex.
I just looked up her name and then I then looked for hottest pictures of her and that came up. So there you go.
And I just found a page that's got the director's commentary archive. I just tossed it in the main chat.
Yeah,
I put it in the main chat. I'm going to put it in the private chat.
Yeah, because it was public on the internet when the show first aired, so I figured it'd be out there somewhere.
Yeah, you could. People have managed to get copies of it. It looks like it might be stored on some interesting locations. So travel at your wary.
It's even got a Star Trek First Contact. I might listen to that one first. Oh, right on. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know what's funny is I did not realize Ronald D. Moore wrote the story to Mission Impossible 2.
He did?
Yeah.
The Australian one, the one that's actually not that good.
Yes. I was just like
maybe that's why
last night I was just
see now Twinkle's teasing me here. Whoa. Okay. Hey, come on now. That's my kryptonite. Don't go with it.
Last night I was just like randomly watching YouTube videos trying to get to sleep, and I stumbled across this video like a real CIA guy rates Mission Impossible movies kind of thing. And so this guy that's like a retired CIA operative talks about some of the crazy things they did on Mission Impossible. So I figured, okay, let's check this out. And he gets to Mission Impossible 2 and they're showing some of the stunts. And it was stuff that was happening during the credits, and the credit actually said story by Ronald D. Moore. I was like, wait, what? And I was like, wait a minute, what? Ronald D. Moore wrote that crap.
That's the bad one, right? Yeah, that's the one that's
worse. Ronald D. Moore and Brannon Braga are the story writers.
There you go.
And so Robert
Star Trek, the Mission Impossible.
Oh wow.
And Robert Towne did the screenplay.
That's the one where like Tom Cruise had the ridiculously long hair, right? That was the only one where he had the ridiculously long hair.
It was, and
that was the Chimera thing.
Was that the John Woo directed one?
Yeah, pretty sure it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it had Doug Ray Scott in it and Thandie Newton and
Danny Newton was the only good thing about it, and that's just
you know what randomly popped up on my Roku, because Roku's got like free show. Sometimes when your screensaver, they'll show you.
Yeah,
like,
the Roku, the channel. They
Yeah,
have lots of free stuff.
I don't remember which one it was, but it was like a pitch black movie with Tandy Newton in it. Oh my God.
That was the second one.
Is that the second one?
Yeah. That is like a guilty pleasure. I love that movie.
I only caught like the last half of it, but I was like, oh wow, man.
She is the Ellen Ty of that movie.
Oh yeah. If you watch that movie from start to finish,
she is absolutely the Ellen Ty of that movie.
Oh yeah, she's the schemer in that big time.
Yeah. So Stanley says it was a John Woo movie. So I know exactly which one. Yeah, that's a shame. Ronald D. Moore and Brandon
Braga were involved. They were the only two story writers on that movie. That is hilarious.
Yeah, and so
the more you know,
man. Well, I mean, hey, look, it's like I've
but
said.
Then again, Ronald D. Moore wrote First Contact, which is a crap show. So
what? Oh, hold your tongue, sir. That is the best next gen movie. That's my second favorite Star Trek movie.
That's
I like how you.
That's the best episode of Discovery.
I like how you pigeonholed that in tight, though, Danny. I love that's the best next gen movie, not the best Star Trek movie.
No, it's the second best Star Trek movie. But it's the best next gen.
Well, that's fighting words.
It's not the best Star Trek movie. It's not the best next gen adventure. It's the best next gen movie. It's like I said, it's now we gotta wait for
No, really though. I've had like 4 sodas. I gotta pee. You can talk.
Okay. It's like I'm trying to be dramatic, but now I'm actually serious. I gotta go. It's kind of like that thing I constantly bring up when people get all prickly one way or the other over certain directors and writers, and that is to always remember Ridley Scott, for all the good movies he's done. He's actually only batting 500. He's only half and half for movies that are good and do well versus movies that are just not good and don't do well. And unfortunately, everybody's going to have a nasty spot here and there. So,
well, making good movies is hard.
You're bloody right. It is. It's harder than we give it credit for. That's for sure.
And so that's why I get mad at. And granted, I think the biggest problem we have in Hollywood right now is not the directors, and it's not even the actors. It's the writers. We need to throw out all the writers in Hollywood and get a new batch of writers that know how to write. Because currently the writers in Hollywood feel like most of them, not all, but most of them just know how to write a formula that they learned in college. They're not creative writers. And that's something that we're missing.
Well, it's it's infinite number of monkeys on an infinite number of typewriters right now is the problem.
Right. And so, yes, it's true. You shouldn't let directors write their own movies. That's a bad idea. But it's also just a problem that writing is the big problem in Hollywood. Not like J.J. Abrams is a fine director, but I don't want him writing.
Don't let him write.
Yeah, no. Don't let him write.
He's managed to write 1 or 2 good things, but that doesn't mean he's a good writer for everything.
J.J. Abrams.
J.J. because he wrote Regarding Henry, so you have to give him credit for Regarding Henry.
Which is a great movie. If you haven't seen it,
but that doesn't mean he's an excellent writer. That means he managed to get lucky once.
Yeah. But everything he's directed,
broken clocks right twice a day. It's what my grandpa used to say.
But everything he's directed is well directed, even if it's misguided, like with the Star Trek films.
Yeah.
Like
right, I'm trying to catch up on these. Or go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, with his Star Trek films, they're not well made for Star Trek, but they're well made films.
Yeah.
So like if they were Star Wars movies, you'd say they're pretty good.
Here's what I want, please, and I'm kind of echoing Christopher Pine here. We just need a $30 million indie style Star Trek film made by and for Star Trek fans, and it'll be considered a huge success because it'll make $150 million. You know,
I disagree completely.
Why? Wow, really? Wow. Okay.
I know, because I think you're right about the budget. I don't think we need a big budget, but I don't think it needs to be made by Star Trek fans, because the best Star Trek was not made by Star Trek fans.
Yeah.
One of the okay, hold on.
Star Trek 2.
Let me give you a glaring example of how wrong you are. Star Trek Nemesis. John Logan was not a Star Trek fan.
Yeah.
He came
Star
off the
Trek
heat of
2,
Gladiator.
Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, not made by Star Trek fans.
You know what? By the time they made Star Trek 6, they were, and that was so I was wrong.
Yeah, but they were already
okay.
on.
Okay, so yeah, hold up. I got to retract something I said. First Contact's the third best Star Trek movie, but it's still the first best.
No, it's not. It's not even close. But
you know what sucks though is, and I was pretty sure about this.
And so let me say this: as far as
I got to toss.
Let him do it. Shut up, Salt.
Nemesis. Not just John Logan, my friend. Rick Berman. And Brent Spiner.
Yep.
Oh, so Brent.
I was
Spiner
awfully sure that Brent was involved, but I double checked, and yeah, Brent Spiner was one of the 3 writers.
Things. First of all, James Cameron, way overrated. You know, look, James Cameron, good director, great director, in fact. But
he just knows how to sell spectacle. Let's just be honest.
I'm sorry.
Because
have you seen freaking Avatar? The man can't write his way out of a paper bag.
Avatar
I actually really wow. See, let's get back on track.
Oh, yeah. Like, this is Friday night conversation. Yeah.
Quentin Tarantino. Look, Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, he's great if you want an encyclopedia of all.
Damn it! The only way the chat should be allowed to derail us like this is if they're giving me, or preferably you, super chats, which they're not. Stop letting them derail us.
That's true.
All right. No more derails.
And
no more. And then
finally, Christopher Nolan, way overrated. Way the heck overrated.
That I'll agree with.
I mean, the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. I'm sorry, that's like the 3rd best Batman franchise. You know.
First of all, who was it? Was somebody was drawing all these parallels with how basically Christopher Nolan ripped off Tim Burton for The Dark Knight. Do you know what I'm talking about? What? See, this is a Friday night conversation.
This is definitely
But yeah, I'm sorry. Christopher Nolan. It always leaves it's one of those things that really bugs me about.
See, I wish I had controls. I would play the Stay on Target video right now.
I know. I'll shut up. So, but Christopher Nolan, man, it just pisses me off every time.
Come on,
everybody. So he tries to say that he's such a great director, and it's like, but the Batman movies, they sucked. I love it, hockey bad. That's not Batman. That's like.
No good. I can't maneuver. Stay on target. We're too close. Stay on target.
I love you, Jason.
I'm like, okay, stop talking, but also don't, because I'm still trying to find the stupid link.
Right. There we go. There's
I can put my tribble away now. Okay.
So she's not doing too well.
Yeah, Celix gets pretty beat up.
Yeah. This is like the frame before the blood splatter, I think. So let's see. If
yeah, all the squibs haven't gone off yet or something.
But yeah, so that's not good for her.
I asked in the chat, how do you get away with not getting a copyright claim for the intros?
Oh, very simple. I test them. That's one of the reasons that I always post those videos, usually in the morning or at least in the early afternoon before.
Well, if I give you the thumbnail early enough, like today's, you did it early today. So yeah.
But so I'll upload it and I'll wait to see if the bots give me a copyright warning, and then I'll take it down, edit it, and re-upload it. But the general trick, and I learned this from Captain Foley, is that if you completely scrub the audio, which I do, I don't use the audio except for that little bit.
You always use some kind of weird music that's copyright.
The music is something from a subscription service that I have.
Okay.
And so from Epidemic Sound. So all the music I own the rights to because I subscribe.
Hey man, if you're gonna start pimping something out, at least pimp out Fuel Up because they're a sponsor.
Well, Fuel Up doesn't give me music. I'm just saying. If they did, I would absolutely talk about that. But no,
neither's the other place. You probably pay for that service, right?
I do pay for it. I wish I didn't.
So they
it's not super expensive, but I do pay for it.
Right.
But Epidemic Sound gives me the rights to use their music.
Randall Wong. I don't think I know you, but touche. Hey, thank you to all 18 of you guys watching us right now. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't already, or the thumbs up. Thank you. Sorry. Back to the show.
You look like you're on a walkie-talkie there.
But I missed having my arm thing.
Where did it go?
I still have it. There's just nowhere to hook Fracker up to. Like there's
you don't get like a floor stand for those things.
Send me a link later. We'll figure that out.
Yeah. But anyway, so that way the audio is taken care of, and then you make sure that the clip is never any longer than 15 seconds.
So I
time every single clip. If it's like 15 seconds and in one frame, and I've tried to squeeze it by, like I'll go 15:01 and bam, like clockwork, the bots hit it. And,
how does LDG get away with it? Because he's proven it. Like I've been on streams of his live streams where he will play something completely like he should get banned for or shut down or the little black screen.
Yeah, but is his channel monetized?
Right.
I don't know. I guess
because you have to understand there's a difference between a copyright strike and a content ID. And what these are content ID matches, because a copyright strike would be if I was to take a episode of Battlestar Galactica and just upload it and claim it was mine.
Yeah.
I would get a copyright strike for that because that's plagiarism. But a content ID would be I used a clip from Battlestar Galactica without their permission, and they don't like that. Even though it might be perfectly legal and legit within fair use, and I can fight that, but it's not worth the fight because by the time you go through the fight process, you've lost all your revenue.
That's what I hate about YouTube. There's no consistency. Like, there's channels out there like New Rock Stars who can like show an entire trailer.
Oh yeah, but that's because
and get no trouble whatsoever.
That's because YouTube gives preferential treatment to larger channels.
Oh, okay.
And they won't admit it, but they do.
Yeah, like the craziest one I never even knew of as an example is last week we all learned about, or a lot of people learned about, after the enormous controversy kicked up with Linus Media Groups, otherwise known for their Linus Tech Tips channel. They have so much reach with YouTube that they can actually do an inline replacement of the video and it touches nothing. So you have no idea they changed the video at all. Not an edit.
Like the Macho Man. It touches nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, I can't
there. So they can actually just straight wipe replace the video. The view count stays the same. The likes and dislikes stay the same. Everything stays the same. Video gets replaced. It's very, it's who you know, as the old saying goes.
Thank you for asking, Stanley. Yes, my migraine has died down, but I'm keeping the lights down because I'm still feeling very sensitive to light. So, which will, typically
is that a and you could tell me it's none of my fracking business, but is that like MS related or?
I've had migraines for a long time. But my neurologist says that because migraines are technically not a symptom of MS, but people with MS do tend to suffer from migraines at a higher rate than people that don't.
Okay.
So
yeah, my
so are they related? Probably, but
Probably.
can't definitively say they are.
No, I get that. My Aunt Linda and my ex, who shall remain nameless forever, suffered from migraines a lot. And I've only ever had one in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And this said ex was very mean about it. Now you know how it feels. I was like, oh my God.
Migraines are not, that's the thing. People don't understand. A migraine is not just a headache.
No, it
feels
and
like
I never had sympathy. I never had sympathy for it until I had one, and I felt like such an asshole.
Yeah.
Until it was giving me such grief, so.
Yeah, my wife gets them, and when they're bad, she disappears, the door closes, the curtain goes down, all the sound is eliminated, and we're asked to go downstairs or put our headphones on.
Dude, no, that's what blew my mind, because I'm a dude that needs light. My ex-wife Stacy, who I'll tell you something funny about her in a little bit, like that's fun and exciting. She always kept the lights down, and I need light. I have an astigmatism, so I need light. I can't see. And dude, the one time I had the migraine, like, oh my God, I was just like, I needed darkness. I couldn't have any light. So I get it,
Well, and that's what sucks for me is that I have horrible night vision. So like I can't see worth crap in low light. And yet I need low light in order to not be in pain. And so it's like, great. So what do? Well, I guess I just,
stay in bed. That's what I did the one time I had a migraine.
Backlit keyboards and stuff are your friend.
Yeah.
So
anyway, back to the show.
Yeah, back to the show. Baltar is cowering and peeing on himself. And so
hold your tongue, sir. Why don't you dare besmirch him? He's not peeing himself.
Oh, I'm sure he is at that point.
Probably shitting himself, but he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, at minimum, there's a brown alert in effect.
Right.
That's the brown alert face right there. That's like, oh crap. That's
yeah.
And there's the brown alert face on Tyrrell. He's like, oh, I just sat in it. Oh.
Hey, Mercer, thanks for joining my channel. Appreciate you. Hi to you as well, sir. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up for me, buddy.
And now there's Tyrrell like squeezing out a new one.
That's his Schwarzenegger face.
Yeah.
He's a
Schwarzenegger predator face. That's what
he's like a little backed up there. Boy, he is.
He is acting.
So they're trying to fight the Cylons when all of a sudden the Cylons blow up real good.
Mercer, thank you. I saw that happen in real time. I saw my number go up. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. And anybody who hasn't liked Salty's stream, please hit that thumbs up.
And so the explosions are because the Raptor has arrived. And Apollo has shown up to save the day.
I kind of wonder if that whole scene was a bit inspired by the captain at the bridge at the end of Saving Private Ryan shooting at the Tiger with his 45, and then all of a sudden the P-51 comes in and drops a bomb on it, and zip.
And they're like, whew, well. Look, I mean, come on, look at Baltar. Don't tell me Baltar's not peeing on himself in this picture.
Yeah. It's like, I can actually pee now.
He's like, oh, that's a nice warm feeling. He's like, oh yeah. Meanwhile, the quorum is now very grumpily walking through that guy in the front.
Yeah.
Man.
Right.
Like,
that's a major grumpy cat face. Right.
Oh, that guy is like, someone took his snacks off of the craft services table.
Yeah. and so then she looks crazy, and
that's more like I had my name on my leftovers in the company fridge. Who ate it? That's
and so Ty is like, okay, you've seen enough, let's get out of here. And then that's when Rosalind makes her move and starts and gives her speech about
they get all religious.
Well, and she talks about
look at that. Ty's.
Oh yeah, Baltar's or not Baltar. Ty's eyes. He's just like,
Yeah,
like,
what
I
the
screwed
heck?
up. Yeah, it's like I messed up.
Yeah, and
I'm
so
gonna smack evil Ellen when I get back to my room.
yeah. And then,
well, to quote the best James Bond, sometimes you just have to.
Sometimes you just have to smack the president. That would be Adama's philosophy. Sometimes you just need to
you
smack
had
the
this clip
president.
in the you had this clip in your trailer. This is where Baltar's about to say like live.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tyrell gives the dog tags to Lee, and they talk about the butcher's bill, which is a common term for the number of casualties. And then that's when Baltar's basically lifts up Crashdown as a hero rather than letting his name be soiled.
Which, for Baltar, I thought that was pretty stand up. I don't think he was trying to cover his ass. I think, or do you? Like, what do you think?
I think he just didn't want people to know that he shot him in the back of the head.
Well, I mean, there were 4 witnesses, so people know. I just and they all agreed with the lie.
But if he says that, he went down as a hero, none of them are going to argue with it because none of them want Crashdown.
Well, do you think, what do you think? I guess what I'm trying to get at is because you've seen it all. I mean, and we've,
Baltar doesn't do anything without thinking of himself.
So you don't think that was altruistic at all? You think that was selfish?
I think he found an altruistic, interpretable way to get himself out of having to say he did it.
Yeah.
That's how I would see it.
Okay.
I would see that he found a way through it so that everybody could look honorable and there was nothing weird attached to him because he doesn't want controversy around him.
Right. Because the last thing he wants is the attention of him having shot someone.
Well, let me. Oh wow, Twinkle, I'm going to call you out. You might as well just put that in the chat, but we can talk later.
Who?
Nothing. She'll probably get mad at me. I got a private text. My text pop up on my screen. Anyway, let me ask you this though, especially because we know now, I mean, everybody but me has seen everything, I guess, if you're watching this, so it's not really spoilers, but where we're at now, we know that Baltar is like, everybody hates him, right. But I don't know. Don't you think like an experience like that, like, I don't know, like, I feel like Callie and Chief, but because Chief really hates Baltar, like where we're at now.
Basically everybody hates Baltar.
Yeah, but I figured like an experience like this, they would have some type of hesitation with the hate. No.
Well, not after what went on.
But keep in mind there was a year that they were on New Caprica.
And then on top of that, they were there for 3 months or whatever under Cylon rule.
Yeah.
So not only had Baltar basically screwed them over down on the planet by not really keeping things organized.
But that's not fair. I mean, he had no choice.
No, I mean beforehand, because everything was kind of like
when he was all self-indulgent and just
yes, exactly.
Okay. He was already he had all the hookers and stuff.
First of all, they weren't hookers. First of all, they weren't hookers. Maybe I'm taking this a little personally because he's my spirit animal, and I probably would have done the same thing.
They were special assistants to the president. They were fans of the president.
That's more accurate. I think that's
there we go. Hey, look, I could keep going, but
that's why you're the referee. That's why you're in the. So hey, actually, I did want to ask you guys. Can you? I know we only got like 3 minutes left. Can you? Is there any way you can keep us here, but show the back? Like, get rid of the screen, show the background, so people see the background mostly. Is there any way to do that?
Just have the background.
Because I want to ask the audience a question. I want to maybe even do a poll.
You don't mean like that?
No, you're covering us. The background.
Yeah.
I mean.
Oh, how do you get?
There's no way to do that. No.
If you
can you just share the graphic there? Oh
yeah.
You had it for a second.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't. Yeah.
All right.
It doesn't quite work that way.
All right. I had an
Unless
idea.
there's a custom layout.
Oh, right
there we go.
Perfect. Okay. So right there. Okay, guys. So here's what I'm thinking. Black t-shirt. I'll do like a cool little like edge fade out. Because I know you said you wanted a Nerdfights logo, but this is what we've been rocking with for so long. I think this would be a bitchin' t-shirt. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. I think just like on black, like I'll kind of like burn edge it out. You know what I mean? So it won't be a sharp square, you know, and just like right here, you know, Nerdfights with the three of us. That'd be the first shirt because you got a branding. Or do you still want me to come up with a new logo? Because I don't know. Like just throwing that out there. Anyway.
All right, guys. So guys, Danny has asked the question.
We've thrown it to the crowd.
Yeah, because we actually do have a domain name now.
Yeah.
I got a t-shirt place. I can make this happen. She said, Ariel says that'd be cool. You know what? If I can get a second from Twinkle, I'll do it. That'll be good enough for me.
What? Ariel and Twinkle run the channel now. Okay.
I mean, you know, I'm a sucker for hot chicks. You know,
we aim to serve.
You don't even know what they look like.
I mean, I know what Twinkle looks like. But you're right. I don't know.
Oops.
Ariel could be catfishing me. I have no idea. So.
Ariel could be Octorian.
Now you want me to make
no, Ariel, that was my thought. That would be the first one, and then I'll come up with new designs. Because I got to do Baltar's my spirit animal. I got to come up.
You definitely have to.
Do picture of you and you know.
And like yesterday, I know you wrote it down, but I definitely think you definitely have to do Justice for Qui-Gon.
Justice for Qui-Gon. No, I wrote it down. Yeah, no, yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to do a little bit of research of everybody who's ever taken a lightsaber and survived.
There's a short on Eckhart's clips on X Clips, which is Eckhart's channel's clips channel, and they actually do a quick run through, and they talk about the exact same thing that we did yesterday, but they posted after our live stream, and they were saying the same thing. It's like everybody got stabbed, but like hate is what made them survive. And Qui-Gon was the only one at peace with himself.
Yeah. So, I texted you. I can't believe we didn't bring this up. What did I text you the other day, bro? Jason.
Yeah, you sent me the business about the canonical debate on the animated series from the 70s.
It's canon, bitches. Boom.
Yeah, I mean it's.
And
it was
his response to me was, "We're ahead of the curve, or we're always ahead of the curve."
Yeah, we're always seeming to be ahead this year. Like we beat everybody to the Battlestar thing.
Yeah.
So Screen Rant put out an article talking about the canonical debate around the animated series. As much as we might not like it, that it's canon, but we've been talking about that for months now.
I know. Yeah. I really wanted to send it to Brian, but
watch our channel. And that's how they get their ideas, because they
I am convinced there's definitely a couple people that are watching some of our stuff.
That's fine. It's fine.
No, that's not fine. They need to give us credit, or at least money.
Give us credit or give us credits.
Yeah, I would prefer the credits.
Yes,
you and me both, brother. You and me both. So yeah. Should Danny make a t-shirt with the Nerdfights picture? Oh, you made it. Oh, you already made the poll. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Okay, sorry, I'm stupid. Yeah. Anyway, we got 3 minutes left. What's up?
All right.
So they all get back on board and fly back home, and
Meanwhile, Doc Cottle, it looks like he's going to blow his nose into his hand and then probably wipe it on.
Look at the cherry on that cigarette. My God.
I know.
Yeah, right. Oh, good pause. Yeah.
That guy has some steady hands because, man, that thing is just hanging on.
My neuropathy, there's no way. It just like,
just break right off.
Well, you know how
feel like that. Do you remember that scene from
movies, right?
No, how?
They actually you put a small gauge wire in the cigarette.
Oh,
so do you think that's how they did it with
that's how they did like Pink Floyd The Wall and stuff like that? That's
no. The big one I'm thinking of is Terminator 2, and Sarah Connor was sitting there.
Yes, exact same trick.
That takes all the fun out of that. That was like the ultimate still hand.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you put a tiny wire in the center of the cigarette all the way down to the filter, and then you just let it burn, and the ash won't fall.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, Ariel, I love that idea. Plus, I always love a challenge when it comes to drawing a sexy animated female. So that might be a good idea for the next shirt after the first one. Did you guys see that comment of hers?
It didn't show up in the mainstream.
It says the next shirt should be a picture of Danny and that sexy Cylon. Yeah,
that's right.
Dipper.
Why don't I see that one? That's weird.
It's in the damn chat. It's like it's oh well.
That's weird.
You know what? If you gave me permissions, I could share it. Bad dog. I let you back in and you start farting.
That's not a very nice way to talk to Ariel.
No, but it's farting dog. Oh my God.
Dude, don't put too much of that on.
Dude, you don't smell this. This is
you don't smell it.
This is like,
hey, look, if it's so
smells over here.
Okay, if it's so bad that Danny had to go back in for another finger of Vicks, that's pretty rough.
Well, he was supposed to go to the vet today, and I even texted Betty. He was supposed to go to the vet today. And she didn't take him. I'm like, dude, there's something wrong with this dog. Dogs' farts are not supposed to smell like that. There is something wrong. It's got like a gallbladder. Do dogs have gallbladders? Because I know humans.
Probably.
There's
Although I'm pretty sure if he's farting like that,
but the gallbladder is up in like your neck area. It's not like if it's your gallbladder that's causing him to fart, there's some serious issues.
Okay, there's something wrong with this canine. That's all I'm saying.
It's out there eating lizards off the front yard or something.
It might be, dude. We have lots of them here, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway. That cherry though, that's impressive. But you ruined the magic for me.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of like I like movie magic to a certain like knowing the behind the scenes stuff, but man, I always thought that was just skill on the part of a real smoker.
Please. You know everything is fake when you're watching it.
A lot of stuff is.
And so
and he's like,
and so then we got
he drops the martial law bomb, right?
Yes. And so, you know what? Screw it. We're going to declare martial law and break up the quorum of 12 because I need a drink.
Yeah. I think the end of this episode was the moment, Danny, when you were like, we got to keep going because you're like, this is not, because this was the weekend that we ended up watching 6 episodes.
And I think there's a correlation between when I quit drinking and this, because I was just like, dear God, man, this guy's.
Well, maybe that's how you managed to finally quit drinking was you saw how I was destroying Ty, and you didn't want to become like him.
Oh my God, yeah, maybe. Who knows? Oh, Ariel, she's got to keep it up. It's okay.
It's all an illusion.
No,
Canada's a fake country. Are we like Belgium?
Oh, I get it. It's the end of the month.
We know that
Ariel's more generous at the beginning of the month. I was about to give her flack for not tipping either of us and talking all this smack about Jason, but
and we know that Canadians actually believe curling is a sport. So there's
curling. What, like hair? What
no, it's
explain to him what curling is.
Have you ever watched curling before, Danny?
Remind me, what is it again?
That's the giant round rocks, and you're on ice.
Oh, that they slide into, like, it's kind of like cornhole, but on ice. A little bit like,
well, you
just slide it, but you want to
slide it across, and you got to get it onto the target. Whoever has the most stones close to the middle wins.
Yeah, so this is why I'm convinced cornhole is going to become an Olympic
sport. Trying to keep it as smooth as they can in front of it.
Yeah, I just love people yelling, "Hurry hard!"
Yeah, they think.
Oh, Stanley's, it's like shuffleboard on ice. Okay, well, I was never a fraternity douchebag, so I never played shuffleboard either. So it's all good.
Or long table version of croquet, I guess you could call it that.
Yeah, too. Danny's just a regular douchebag. he's not a paternity douchebag.
Anyway,
am I lying?
And this is the end, right? Pretty much end on Ty being
Ty being a drunk,
a degenerate alcoholic. Yeah.
Yes, and ruining everything.
Well, evil Ellen
on the orders of evil Ellen.
Yeah.
No, just like behind every great man or good man is a great woman, behind every sack of shit is an even worse woman. So I mean, just like as Ellen proves. So,
which is why I always tell women there is no patriarchy, because women have all the power.
They do. I don't know if you saw this on Twitter. I had to have a discussion with my 14-year-old daughter about the patriarchy because my ex-wife took her to see Barbie. And that really irritated the shit out of me because I haven't seen Barbie. I don't plan on seeing Barbie. But yet now my daughter's convinced that the world is an evil patriarchy ran by men who want to
because of the last 15
Did she not understand the Barbie?
I don't know. I haven't seen the movie. I don't know. I just
all I know.
Did she not understand the Barbie is a comedy and not meant to be taken?
No, it goes right off the rails in the last.
I know what it's about. I get it, but it is meant to be a comedy.
Is it though? Because my daughter was preaching it like gospel, and I'm like,
I haven't watched.
If people,
I'm actually legit mad at my ex-wife for taking her to see it.
Well,
like, at this point.
Why is it so spicy?
No, yeah. And the Vicks ain't working. He's just over here farting up a storm.
Oh, that's rough, man. That is rough.
God.
And so why do you have someone else's dog farting up your house?
Because this is where I've allowed my position in life to be. I have no choice. If I want to live here, this is part of what I have to deal with. Because she's 82. She doesn't walk the animal. I have a doggy door for my dog. So now this poor gigantic pit bull has got to be trapped down here with me so he doesn't shit and piss. Yes. It's a sweet dog, 17 years old. He could die any day now, but I'm not that lucky. He'll probably outlive my dog who's older, But he just, we're even buying him special food that's supposed to help. And it hasn't been. That's why she was supposed to take him to the vet. They had a 3:30 appointment today. That was 2 hours ago. Normally, they're barging in my... You've seen it. Normally, she's walking in here like an hour into my show.
Yeah, just like random guest on the couch.
Yeah, I haven't heard a peep.
It's like Danny's version of Between Two Ferns.
Actually, kind of probably ought to check on her. Maybe it's not the farts I'm smelling. Maybe it's a dead body running corpse upstairs. I have no idea.
You're trying to blow my nose and you drop that line. I hope you're dying.
You better hope that's not the case, because then you're gonna be looking for a
then I'm screwed. Yeah, then I will be homeless. Yeah. So
And can you imagine her poor family finding out that the last thing said about their dead mother is you on the internet saying she's probably dead.
It's kind of sad. She has, the only existing surviving relative she has is a brother. She has no kid. She never had kids.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why she's like taken such a shine to me. It's like, oh, you're the son I never had. I'm like, no, I'm just your gopher, but it's cool. I'll whatever.
Well, hey, no, don't say that. Say, oh, thanks, Mom, because then you're gonna end up in the will.
But no, that would be disrespectful to my mother, and I love my mother way too much. I can't call somebody else mom.
Okay, so then say thanks, second mom.
Mama Betty, maybe Mama Betty.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I can work with that. All right. Anyway, final thoughts.
This was a happy episode.
This is like this episode for me in retrospect.
I find out Bray Wyatt's dead.
Your house is being fumigated by a 17-year-old dog.
I got this pit bull just shitting dust in the air. This is a happy episode.
Yeah.
You. I'm glad you gave me super tips today.
Uh-oh.
You did get one, I think.
Yeah.
You got the Bray Wyatt.
Yes.
The thing for me with this episode, especially on all the watchings, and then of course with Danny having to have more and more that weekend, is that the first 6 episodes of this season could have been basically set up as a trilogy of movies.
Yeah, dude.
With this episode and the next episode acting like, to make the comparison, out of convenience, acting like Empire Strikes Back almost. Like, everything just goes right to crap.
Dude, no, yeah, because we get back to okay, so
Danny discovered rain. That happened.
Dude, I haven't had to deal with rain in 13, 14 years, so that was crazy. I was just thinking Danny should make sure he's in the will. Thanks, Mom. Wow. Okay. I don't even know what to say to that. So
you're not even like biological mom's will. So you better be talking to you.
I ain't getting shit from her, but that's fine. I still love her. The next, because we go. So because what's next? So we get the
Darren,
one
yes,
where
Ray Wyatt has passed away. Or
God
Bray Wyatt.
Damn, is that again?
Darren didn't know.
Where the
Anyway,
obviously,
Battlestar episodes.
Yeah, he
so I
disappeared during
it's been weeks since we so the next one's where we cut back to God damn dog.
So
come here,
I'm gonna put you back outside.
So the next one is called Resistance, and it's
okay.
It's the one where
okay, go ahead. Sorry,
we haven't gotten to the part where Callie gets to kill Boomer, because Boomer's not dead yet.
That happens in the next episode.
Yeah,
then we get Starbucks,
and then the farm.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the farm.
Yeah, dude. No. Yeah. I made you guys marathon this shit. I remember.
Yeah. And then the next one was we actually might have only done 5 because the next one was
Mother. Do not put that into the universe. Why would you even say that? Jesus, I'm still unpacking, for crying out loud.
Home 1, which is when everybody on Caprica gets back to the fleet.
So I think we ended at the farm.
Yeah, and then after that, then the following week we did Home 1 and Home 2, which is that's the whole journey through the rain in the mountains to go up to the cave that showed them the constellations.
Yeah.
Also known as the inspiration for Ahsoka.
Maybe. And honestly, the one thing that was funny, and I got thinking about it with this episode today that we're talking about, is the classic trope of you have a thing that flies, but yet for some reason you have to take the mountain path.
Yeah.
That shows up everywhere.
Still makes no sense though. But yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter whether
it could
it's
be worse.
You know,
it could be like in Star Trek where you have a thing that teleports and you
yeah.
you know,
Yeah. You still have to walk.
Well, they
a
always
bunch.
make up some BS excuse like, "Oh, there's some kind of interference or gravimetric
rocks
waves
or
you know,
something
or a Gorn interference device or whatever."
I like the Voyager interferometric. That's still my
interferometric.
Yeah, or it's too far underground or some such nonsense, and
But yes, so
well, apparently Stan Lee, that's out of the cartoon, which I wouldn't know. So, surprise, surprise! Did you see Vader's response to Matt Vader's response to Ahsoka?
Let me guess, he hated it.
And he gave it like a 3 or something. Like
I'm surprised he didn't love it since he's in it.
Right? I should have. Oh, damn it! I forgot to do that. I wanted to
do a little bit of art of the
epic fail
of
because
Balin.
that one shot looked just like Matt Vader.
Yeah,
it really did. Yeah. Well, final thoughts.
I already told you it's a happy episode.
You're a damaged human being. What about you, Jason?
I liked it for the setup because it just kept everything so tense, just constantly.
Yeah.
And I think to a great degree, and not just the density of content, which I beat that horse to death, but the fact that they keep the tension up and it doesn't feel contrived.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal because it keeps you involved. Because a good example of the benefit of keeping the tension high without it feeling, forced is when the tension wasn't high in the first 2 episodes of season 3 when we were watching, and you're like, man, I'm getting bored.
Yeah,
like,
guys. I know I'm always like, because I was about to say it again. At the time, this was my favorite episode.
One of your favorites, yeah.
When we get to season 3, like, holy shit, does it fall off a cliff for me for a few episodes.
it was like you forced Danny to read the prologue from a book. and
pretty much,
because it really was that way, and we've talked about it, which of course you can check out at supportsalty.com.
Supportsalty.com.
But yeah, the
damn, bro, get your shit together.
Shut up.
You're fired. Just kidding.
The amazing thing to me about this one in particular is that the tension is not only high, but they resolve the story, but still end with the tension just as high as it was at the beginning, just with different
because of that shit that Ty pulls. But
I'm just saying, everything is different, but the tension is just as high for different reasons.
Yeah.
So everything is just as screwed as it was. It's just screwed.
Well,
okay, I don't know if that's real or not, but if it is, Thomas is banned from the chat. If that's a real spoiler, he's banned from the chat. Is that real?
No, he's just being a jerk.
Okay, all right. I ain't kidding about this shit, man.
The only major spoiler I've given him is the fact that Ty and Six
they do not bang. Shut up! There's no way that'll happen. I will literally eat a hat on air live if that happens.
That'll be awesome.
As long as I can smother it with some like hot sauce or Tabasco or
something to make it go down easy, right?
But
yeah,
I guess my final thoughts were.
Well, none of all this would be working without people like me.
Yeah.
Well, it would be working a lot better.
So, because Baltar's my spirit animal, and I kind of thought he like when it came into the clutch, he was a badass, and then at the very end, I was a little differing from these guys. I thought he did something truly altruistic, but that's because I haven't seen the whole thing yet. At the time of viewing, again, I was like, oh my God, this was my favorite episode. And Gorilla, you know what? Do you want me to say dominatrix again? Oops, I just did. My bad. I hope your son's watching. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. That was mean. Anyway. At this point, I am still like in the honeymoon stage, which is amazing because this was what episode 3, 4,
episode 3, yeah.
Episode
so
3
this
of
was
season 2. Plus the miniseries before it. So for me to still be like, oh my God,
you're like 18 episodes in effectively, yeah.
And I'm still like, oh my God, this is awesome. So yeah.
And good things are still coming. You just hit that one lull at the beginning of season 3, but then keep in mind, after that lull, you got the Adama maneuver,
which was dope.
Yeah.
And I loved how you played the clip where he's like, "We better win the fucking Emmy for this or whatever."
Yeah.
And then you're like, "He did."
Yeah. And then we got the crazy, the space virus for that.
Yeah. Which ended up being just somebody didn't wash their hands after they sneezed, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's all kinds of interesting stuff that starts to crop up.
It's just that the setup could have been tighter. I think the problem was those first 2 episodes of season 3 probably should have been condensed to 1 episode.
Because I was about to say I was not a fan of the first 3.
Yeah. So if they'd tightened that up just a little bit and made it feel a little more dense like they usually do.
Speaking of tightening up, I'm glad Apollo finally tightened back up. I mean,
by the way,
in season 3, yeah.
Speaking of tightening up, how's that dog doing?
I don't know if you noticed, I put more Vicks on my.
Yeah.
Stay over there, dog.
Put a clamp on the sphincter there.
Oh, by the way, I did dig in and found Matt's post. He's actually technically undecided.
Really? No, he reposted some article.
Well, he reposted the Guardian.
Yeah.
The Guardian. He says the Guardian gets it. Is what he said.
Okay.
But I haven't gone to read that. But his first post was like a seriously undecided take on it. But
I guess he just had to get somebody else's opinion first to make up.
Yeah, he can't make up his own mind. He needs to.
I still stand by my score of 6.5.
Well, and honestly, to do a bit of a quick jump back to where we were last night.
This is for you, Mercer. I hope you're here, asshole.
Yeah, that whole business with the surprise from you that both Mike and I only gave it a 7. And the fact that was driven by the fact that we have the time in on the previous series. I have multiple watchings on it.
Who was that dude? Bear gave it a 9 or something like that. He'd never seen it. He was in the same boat.
Yeah, he never saw any of Rebels, and he gave it a 9. He felt that he enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, that's I felt, and that's where I started talking about we got to be careful with how high we go with our scores. But I mean, it's one of those situations where that show, it's a streaming.
See, Bradley, that's exactly what I said. I'm gonna, as soon as I get off this, I'm gonna make sure she's not dead. And if she's not, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, you're supposed to take this dog to the vet. Send me that video, Brad, if you don't mind. Thank you." Sorry, Jason.
But yeah, it's another one of these issues. It's probably not going to be as bad as it was with Andor, but it's going to be one of those issues where this is a show that's probably best watched binged.
Yeah.
And this is really starting to become a problem.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying yesterday, is if I weren't doing this show with you guys, I would have waited, and just binged it.
Yeah,
especially after hearing the rest of the episodes are only going to be 30 minutes each. That's bullshit.
Yeah. I asked a friend of mine yesterday not yesterday. No, it was this morning. And he said he hadn't bothered because he's going to wait till 4 of the episodes are out before he bothers to watch it. And I can't say as I blame him, because I wanted more last night. Tuesday when we were watching it. I could have stayed up longer if they had more, but the fact that it's going to drag on, and then I don't know, it just doesn't fit. A lot of this doesn't fit the format anymore.
Thomas Potts gives them both an 8.
See, I might give them an 8 depending on what the rest of the season is like. That's the problem, because it's so.
I would probably give them an 8 if Hera was a little.
I was just about to say Hera alone negates.
Yeah, that drops a solid point for sure.
That was my
And
biggest issue.
And I haven't even watched Rebels, which is like, and I still had a disconnect with that character. You know, I figured it'd be worse for you guys because you said she was tonally different.
Yeah, she was way better of a character in the cartoon. She was that like the motherly character. Yeah. Like they really had it set up well. They had with oh man, now I'm forgetting his name. Kanan Jarrus was the fatherly character.
Whoa! The green bitch, Hera's and Ezra have a kid?
No. Kanan, the guy who's dead. The guy who's dead for real.
Stan Lee said, okay. He's just corrected himself. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who Kanan is, so there's that.
Yeah, he's dead. He was the guy that was standing behind Hera in the painting.
Yeah.
He had some of the best
really
epic.
Expect me to remember a
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
He's actually.
I've been watching a lot of Jack Nicholson movies lately. I'm sorry.
Dude, he's actually. Check this out. This is how badass Kanan was. He's a Jedi who, midway through the series, was blinded and continued to be a badass Jedi blind.
Kind of like the dude from Rogue One.
Oh no! Except,
but like
way better. Yeah,
it was like you didn't even realize he didn't have eyes. He was that good. Like he basically, Kanan, I don't know if they're ever going to give true backstory as to who his master was when he was a Padawan, because we did see that the Bad Batch that went on to be the show, The Bad Batch, which only gets one more season, which sucks, but they actually saved Kanan's life as a 16 or 17-year-old at the start of the Empire's rule, right at Order 66, because the Bad Batch are not affected by Order 66.
What's okay? What's the Bad Batch?
That's a group.
There's a set of clones that the Kaminoans created that were like a big experiment. And it's actually from the Clone Wars, not the movie, but the Clone Wars cartoon. The Bad Batch were an experimental set of clones that the Kaminoans were making, and they were far less.
I know them from the Clone Wars movie.
That's the big, tall, lanky people. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But they're a Bad Batch.
Yeah,
but they're good.
But they actually end up being good because of that.
Yeah,
because they're unaffected effectively.
Tim, I refuse to do homework. If one of you nerds want to go out there and make me a fracking supercut of the, god damn it, dog, get it fuck out of here.
I love that dog. I love that dog.
Oh.
He's just gonna smell the whole jar. Oh man. That's just
there's something medically wrong with this dog.
That is clear, because if it smells so bad, you have to stick your nose in the Vicks jar. That's not a good scene.
Pit bull with a bad digestive tract is going to stink up a place.
Oh yeah, I would suggest
Jesus Christ! All right,
but
where were we? Yeah, I'm sorry, Jesus.
But yeah, No, Tim. They were in the end. We found out it was experiments, because the little girl that's in the show, The Bad Batch,
now I remember,
was all part of that.
I need one of you nerds to make me a supercut,
like the ultimate supercut homework.
Just what matters. Throw it together.
Yeah, and I'll see. There's probably somebody out there that's got like a compendium. I'll see if I can find one.
Jesus, no, just I want the supercut. Just cut it all together. I'll be like, what we got to do? Like a GoFundMe or something for this? Jesus, man.
So anyway, the sizzle reel. So anyway, they saved Kanan's life, but we don't know who his master was.
I thought you said Kanan was dead.
No, way back, like at the start of the Empire's reign. So at the day of Order 66, the Bad Batch happened to be right there when a bunch of not stormtroopers, but other clones were about to kill Kanan. And I don't think they showed us who his master was. And I'd love to know, for the simple reason that the way they worked Kanan out, the rest of the Star Wars Rebels cartoon, is that he basically became insanely powerful. Who was it, Tim? Because I don't remember.
Don't wait for the translation. Answer me now.
Please answer. Type faster. Yeah, no, I know, but who was it? I mean, I could obviously go back and watch it and hopefully maybe see, but
I think he just means that they did.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah, Bradley, I
whatever
already
the
told you,
deal
dog
is,
17 years old. That's old for a pit bull. Like,
oh, okay, really interesting. I'll go take a look at that then, Tim, real quick here. But
it was the same.
But yeah, so Kanan is like an absolute monster Jedi. Like by the end of it, he's doing crap that you would only expect like Luke or Yoda or Vader type stuff to be able to do. So he was something.
You know what's funny? If either of you have Mercer's personal information, troll him. Be like, hey, you dumbass. We just talked about Ahsoka for the last 30 minutes. Where the hell were you?
Yeah, we talked Star Wars at the end with some Ahsoka. Yeah.
And he's not here. So that's fine. Whatever.
Let's see.
I miss his cat, though. I might actually show up tomorrow just to see Mercer's cat.
Yeah, Mercer, he abandoned us, but
okay, found his master's name, Deepa Bilaba.
Where do they come up with these names in Star Wars? Deepa Bilaba. You know, somebody like I think somebody just like punches somebody, and then the first thing they say is a name in Star Wars, like punch Deepa Bilaba.
Well,
that's like,
yeah,
you know.
And on that bombshell, I think we shall fade out, though, because I'm definitely getting tired.
Yeah. So remember, you are the salt of the earth. I'm the salty trekker. But that
and Fuel Up is
it's like,
Fuel Up is better than what that pit bull is selling.
Yeah. And, you know, that pit bull is my
it's better than smelling salts for sure.
Yes. that pit bull is going to snuggle up with you tonight.
No, I closed my door.
No. I talked to your landlady, and it's a new part of your deal.
Oh, good. She's alive. Okay. Well, then I have to go check on her. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, the pit bull's going to come in, snuggle up with you, so that way, you know, when you wake up in the morning, you know, you'll.
It literally, and if you want to do your little gimmick to cut me off, I'll finish it backstage. But
no,
it's literally woken me up several times with its farts, and that's why I had to start closing my door.
It's that bad, huh?
Oh, dude, that's rough.
And my cat, who loves me, if he's not in the room with me already, he does this annoying thing where he basically kind of like
you're gonna find
knocks
the
on my
cat
door.
just like, I don't know.
Let me in.
Yeah, no. And so I let the cat in, and I close the door, and then Cat and I cuddle the rest of the night. But yeah, the dog is.
Yeah, what are these? No, you're gonna find the cat just like,
dude. If my cat dies from dog farts, I will kill that animal. And I love animals, so that's saying something. I like animals more than people.
So that's now imagine that Danny is, you know, there's a Florida man moment right there. A man goes to prison for killing a dog, for killing the cat with its farts.
Yeah,
that's something.
Man, he can't write this shit.
That's the real bomb.
kill you.
Hey, everybody, welcome to the Asmongold on Barbiturates show. And, hey, Darren, how you doing?
Hey. Well, that was a compliment.
Was it? Okay, I wasn't sure. It sounded
yeah.
Because usually you come on, you say something snarky, so I'm not sure.
Most of my statements are compliments to you. I don't know where you come off thinking that they're not. Okay, yeah. So, did you hear Bray Wyatt died?
Oh no, I hadn't heard that. Only about 35 times. Oh, jeez. I'm starting to hate the guy, and I feel bad because he died. So people stop talking.
His real name wasn't Bray Wyatt. If that helps soothe the pain.
Not really, no.
Right.
But first of all, let me say hi to Bradley, who was first in the chat. Cody, how you doing? BK Dan, hope you're doing well as well. Oh, and Jason is here. How you doing?
Hey Darren.
Hey.
So what is
playing games tonight? Huh?
Well, he
encouraged it.
I said, hey, you know what? I've been playing this game while streaming, and I saw him pop up on my little Steam notification that he was playing something. So I was like, hey, if you're playing, why don't you just come on with your game? We'll make it a thing.
Yes, today on the Salty Show, Salty mutters to himself angrily.
Yeah.
about stuff and things. Yeah.
Well, it's better than angrily muttering at you, I guess.
Black made a career out of that shit.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I don't know. Like it depends on how sporting Darren's shooting for in the evening, right?
That's true.
I used to call him slightly less angry Lewis Black.
Yeah, that was one of his favorite streams.
Nice.
So yeah, and welcome Malfeast. Hope you are well. Can't wait for Starfield. I've seen a couple of trailers for Starfield. It looks really good. I'll be honest with you, the way things are going right now, like this game was gifted to me. I can't buy stuff right now, but
you know what you need? You need a job.
I would love to have a job, Darren.
Why don't you get a job, Salty? Come on,
Darren. There's I used to have one.
That was a joke.
You know
that, right? I mean, I hit a nerve. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit a nerve. Shit.
You know exactly what I was doing because it's funny because I'm not without doxing Darren, we had similar occupations, and so Darren and I would actually send messages via Skype to each other throughout the day, kind of comparing notes on how things were going because we worked for competing companies.
Right.
And which was kind of interesting. And welcome to, you know what? I just realized that I don't have the names up. Let me fix that.
There was a story I'd heard of a guy who, for like 5 years, worked for 2 competing telecommunications companies at the same time.
He actually held jobs at both companies.
Yeah, he was answering calls for one company. He was also in another company's chat thing. So he was
chat responses for the other company at the same time.
Yes, exactly. And of course that's in violation of
Oh yeah, that
employment stuff. But he was able to draw 2 paychecks at the same time because he could do it.
Yeah,
and he did it.
If you were a good multitasker, you could absolutely do, because the kind of work that involves, you could absolutely do it if you were on the ball. The problem is, you're violating all sorts of terms with both companies.
Right. It was. I don't remember how he got caught either. Obviously he had to pay taxes or submit, both incomes for that. But
well, I would imagine eventually, like, I'm sure that sooner or later he had to be in a meeting for one, and somehow the other one got wind of it or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I mean, I think maybe somebody turned it. I think he blabbed one night or something.
Right. like bragged about it or something. And,
This is what hot shit I am. Look at this. I'm working for both Verizon and AT&T.
You know, if you're doing something that's not legit, you should never brag about it.
No.
You know,
there was an IT company type. It was straight up developers type stuff, but there was this one guy during the pandemic. He managed to get himself 6 jobs.
Wow.
Yeah, and he basically just went from one agile stand up to another, and did just enough to manage to move things along so that people didn't go after him. He did it for something like 9 months or a year.
So in 1 year, he made 9 years worth of salary.
Yeah, he was pulling like 6-figure salaries from every one of them too.
Oh man, that's
It reminds me of
Dark Knight. I'm second there. I know a dark feeling right now. He was a great guy. You know, he was the best.
Man, I was fine until the damn.
I was gonna say no, don't touch that.
No, I was fine until I watched the beginning of SmackDown, and then I had to turn it off because it, it fucking made me bawl like a baby.
Yeah,
they're good at those memorial packages, that's for sure.
Yeah, he was. He went out too soon. Yeah, he went out too soon.
Yeah, there was a story a couple of years ago about 2 janitors that worked at a hospital, but they hadn't actually gone to work in like 8 years, but they were continuing to get paychecks. And somehow they just got like hidden on the payroll or something, and nobody caught it. And
Yeah,
I think it was
this important conversation. I'm sorry.
I think it was in Italy. You should be sorry. What the
where'd Danny go?
Oh, I didn't mean that.
I don't know. He said something.
He kind of said.
I think he got upset because we weren't talking about the wrestler.
Yeah, 2 of them passed away this week.
Anytime a wrestler dies, it's always. I mean, especially if you obviously liked them, then it's really sad. But even if you didn't necessarily care much for them, what WWE does is they show you their family and everything, and all the behind the scenes photos of them and stuff like that, and it you realize that this wasn't a cartoon character you were watching every week.
Right, it's a human being.
Yeah. They come into my town Monday. Don't be here Monday, so don't be. You probably know should be Monday. Speaking about characters,
how did this guy die? That's what I was curious.
Heart attack.
It was a heart attack.
Yeah, he'd been sick apparently from COVID since January.
I knew he was sick, but I didn't know why.
I honestly think it has more to do with the vaccine probably than the actual virus, but that's fine.
Well, I know you're a conspiracy guy, so that's true.
I know. That's my opinion.
But we're not going to be talking about that because
that's not the opinion of this channel. I'm just making that clear.
We're not going to be, encouraging YouTube to ban the channel now. So,
oh boy.
But a lot of points in my life are marked by the death of wrestlers. The weekend I came home from the Navy for good was the weekend that Owen Hart died in Over the Edge, and
oh boy,
in 1999. So that was something. So that's how I always remember that one.
You guys talking about companies don't figure out hire people they didn't know they were still on payroll. Actually, that happened to me. I was working in this warehouse. We just started, and we were first people there, and they hired a couple of Hispanics trying to be illegal, and they were so smart. They didn't speak no English. They just pick up a desk mop and swept the floor all day, every day. No one says anything for a couple of days. No one say anything. Every morning they come in, and they would pick up a mop. And lunchtime they go out, drink a 40, get a 40, literally a 40, and drink it on us, and drink it. They come back in, act like they're cleaning something, and finally they finally got management in and come in and look at and they. I was a temporary guy, and they finally hired me called full time, and they go into the inventory all the guys, people that hired, and they realized they had no clue who these people are.
Yeah.
These guys, I thought they thought it was a real cleaning crew hired them, They do this, and no, they just came in. They hired with me. They came in with my company, my tip purser, and they just walked over. Seriously, just true story. They walked over, pick up a dust mop, and just swept in the whole warehouse every day. They didn't say anything. They just kept the room. Nobody until 2 months later. Like
in Las Vegas, there's a whole strip of call centers. They have like Sprint. Well, it used to have a Sprint one there, and then a T-Mobile one there, and then a Verizon, AT&T, and then landline companies like CenturyLink and all that kind of stuff. And they're all on the same street. And what people used to do in Las Vegas is they would go, they get hired at one company, go to their 1 month training, and basically sleep through the whole thing, not really doing any work. You're just sitting there listening to lectures and doing little assignments and stuff, and then that's it. And then they would go to the floor and they'd not work, refuse to even log in, and then they wouldn't show up, get fired, and then they'd collect unemployment until that ran out, and then they'd go to the next one.
Yeah,
and they do the same thing. Yeah. And then by the time they get to the end of the street, whatever statute of limitations are for the first company, they would get rehired again.
Right.
And they just continue doing that the whole time. They do that for years.
I've seen that. I've personally seen that. You're absolutely right. I've
personally seen that. It's funny because I'll tell you, people and I don't want to get all too political, but people that are very leftist thinkers, when it comes to things like true communism and stuff, they tend to think that, if they're or anarchists, they think, if there is no governing authority, if there, people will just do the right thing because people are inherently good. And it's like, look around.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you look around right now at the fact that people complain about unemployment numbers, but at the same time, the only reason people aren't working isn't because there aren't jobs. There are huge numbers of vacant jobs, and some of them very well paying, but people just don't want to work.
Oh yeah, right now, if you're a welder in Wisconsin, you got the world by the balls. I mean, it's literally like they're welders are so in demand here that they're offering like welders that live in Oklahoma and stuff. They're like, well, come up here, we'll buy you your first house.
Right.
Wow.
And stuff and you'll have this huge signing package and all that kind of stuff because they need them there. And honestly, if I found myself just getting out of the Navy in 1999, I would consider, knowing what I know now, I'd consider getting into welding instead of going back for my degree.
Right.
So,
and I know, but yeah, people are just people, what they want, they do their best to collect some kind of unemployment or whatever dole they can get, and then in the meantime, what they really want to do is become like online influencers.
Oh yeah.
Because they see, and the funny thing is, if you ask kids in school today, that's the number one job that people want is they want to be an
and I think I get overnight instead of 15 minutes fame.
And that is so pathetic to me.
I'll tell you what, when I was a kid growing up, very early 80s, 80, 81, I was in first, second grade at that point. And you asked most boys what they wanted to be, you know what they said? They said a truck driver.
Or police officer, firefighter.
No, they said a truck driver. That's what they always said because that was, you're coming out of the 70s, with the whole trucker scene.
Truck drivers was a big thing back then. I wanted to be an astronaut. But a lot of kids, truck driver was the number one answer for sure.
And every time a kid said they wanted to be a truck driver, the teacher would roll her eyes.
Yeah.
It was
where I'm from was police officer.
It was all about BJ and the Bear and shit.
Yeah. Well, you want to be a cop because your dad was a cop.
Yeah, and not just that, but when I was from, that's what we knew. It was firefighter. Our trade we had right here in Memphis. We are a trade. We had firefighter. We had police officer.
Right, but I'm just saying, when you say you want to be a cop, that's because of your dad, not because most kids. Back in the 70s, the number one thing was truck driver.
That probably up north here. But down south, we usually have those.
Chief. That was the number one answer. It honestly, it was.
Yeah, I mean,
It wasn't your answer, but it was the number one answer. Anyway, Danny, did we say something to offend you to make you run away? I hope.
No, I mean, you know, as usual, the flat earther pissed me off. I got asked a serious question. I start talking about it, and he just reverts right back to the previous subject. I'd have rather waited till you guys were done with your fucking conversation before starting to get me wound up and then be insulting to me.
Nothing ever is resolved when you do that. Nothing ever is resolved when you do that.
Hey, man, that's fine. And you think the Earth is fucking flat? You know, you're so smart.
Okay, you want to start that conversation on this channel?
Not really, man. But like, if we were in person having it, if we were
isn't that a cheap shot
right
then?
now, if I can't respond, if you genuinely believe the Earth is flat.
Yes, it's a cheap shot.
Hold on. You guys, Danny.
Hey, you asked me to come back, bro. I was clearly hot. I came back.
I didn't know why. I didn't know why you left.
I thought it was fairly fucking obvious. You know.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. I didn't know why you left either.
And look, I know, and I was about to ask you about I can't remember his name. I'm sorry.
It's silly. I wasn't even that like the Bray Wyatt. Like, I was fine all damn day, and then I go to watch wrestling to be entertained, and the first 8 minutes of it is just tear jerking bullshit, and so I turned it off, and I saw you were on, so I was like, you know what, I'll get away from it. And then it just, so I'm sorry, I'm a little
every time a wrestler dies, they do that.
Well, we can argue about Star Trek. How's that?
That'd be fine. I'd get less upset. For some
you know me, I don't like talking about wrestling.
I know you don't, man. And I didn't bring it up, and I apologize. And Darren, I do know that they do that, but for whatever reason, I mean, this hurt me. This hit me hard because I had a heart attack at 36, and I didn't die.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this dude had a heart attack at 36 and he did die. And some people are saying it's fucking COVID. Other people are saying it's a vaccine. Other people are saying it was some, nobody knows. It's like a genetic heart condition. Everybody's just guessing, it's just I hate that.
Let me say.
And I don't mean you guys. I'm talking about the dirt sheet.
Chief, don't make a guess. Do not make a guess. That's
no. I'm talking about me. I had a heart attack at 50. All right.
The answer is truck driver.
No. Well, it's
see that didn't bother me, man. That was funny.
Yes, Darren.
I can't agree with Dork a little bit because when I had a heart attack in 50. Okay, before I had that heart attack, I did take a shot. Everything going great, and last thing I know, the next month.
No, we are not talking about the freaking COVID vaccine, Chief. No.
Okay.
Is that what he was talking about?
I already got on Darren about that.
I thought he meant a shot of vodka.
I specifically said I wasn't going to say any more about it, and then I think that's an invitation to Chief to start talking about it.
You got to understand. You start passing out conspiracy theories about the freaking COVID vaccine. Next thing you know, the channel is gone. Okay.
Was you the one talking conspiracies yesterday about what was it? Your conspiracy?
I wasn't talking about the COVID vaccine.
Spanish ads. Didn't you have that big conspiracy theory on Spanish ads? That was you, right?
That wasn't something like the COVID vaccine. All right.
Stop saying it. You're the one bringing more attention to it. Like, keep saying it.
I still think your son secretly learned Spanish and is talking to his computer in Spanish.
Hello, everybody.
I still think.
How you doing?
Hey, Kermie.
What game are you playing, Michael?
Well, okay,
if anybody could change
what the
the
fuck
subject,
are you playing? Are you and Jason playing the same game? Because it doesn't look like it.
No, we're playing totally different games.
Oh,
what game are you playing,
Asteroid?
Michael?
Y'all playing Asteroid?
Asteroids?
Yeah. Look like,
dude, are you in this universe, Chief?
I'm talking Jason.
I actually hope you do become a cop because I want all cops to be that blind.
I was talking to Jason.
What game are you playing, Salty?
This is called The Last Epoch. Someone gifted it to me. And it's basically
that was dude, what the F was up with
Diablo.
This morning? You got mad at me.
You need to play Baldur's Gate.
And did a stream. Are you that insecure about me doing other streams that you got to?
No, you know what? I had no idea. I honestly had no idea you were streaming when I did that.
I pushed it on your show. Ariel and Stan and a bunch of other of our regulars.
Dude, you know how my memory is?
It's selective. I know that.
Well, no, it's not.
How much is the game?
You mentioned in your video is kind of a backhanded, little snide comment that I take brain pills or something, or
I
brain,
didn't say that.
that I
I
have
never
a
said
problem
that.
with my brain.
No,
But
he's talking about me.
Oh,
yeah,
talking about me.
Darren.
Oh,
And the medication I take is specifically for memory loss, because I do have a problem with short-term memory.
What are you taking, like ginkgo biloba? What do
You have some timers instead of Alzheimer's. Huh?
It's actually, the medication is specifically for people with dementia, and Alzheimer's is a form of dementia. But the which I didn't know until I started taking this medication, started learning about it. But the MS that I have
Didn't you do that
happens to
backwards?
affect my brain in a similar way. It's not dementia, but I have a similar form of memory loss. And so to combat it, this medication helps that, but it doesn't completely reverse it. It does help.
What did you have for breakfast this morning?
I had some of the pile of cereal boxes that I have back there. I have icy cereal that I got for $1 a box because they were getting rid of it.
Well, as long as you can still remember what you had for breakfast.
Right. No, but the only reason I can remember what I had for, honestly, like they had to test me to see if I should get the medication. I can't before the medication, I couldn't answer questions like what day of the week is it, stuff like basic stuff like that. I couldn't give the right answer, and so that's why. But now I can. It does help, but it's not 100%. I still have trouble.
See, I don't mean to sound heartless. I want to just touch on this. No, just for a second. So no, two wrestlers died this week. One of the first one was Terry Funk.
Thank you.
We lost you, man.
Hey, what was the name of that character? I know you talked about Soper yesterday, but what is that name of? What's the name of that character at the end when she was fighting with the mask on? Was it the Inquisitor?
I don't know what the Inquisitor.
Oh, we don't know.
I don't think they ever said the name of that Inquisitor.
They didn't.
Okay. Yeah, because some people saying, because everybody's thinking that could be Israel.
Nah, see, I saw nobody knows. I literally saw a fan theory video claiming it's Star Killer. Nobody knows. It's just they're just looking for.
Somebody placate Kermit.
Yeah, Jason.
What are you playing?
You're muted, Jason. You muted yourself again. You love to do that.
Because you can bitch about us.
Well, he's like the world's worst IT guy.
That's not fair.
World class.
I'm the best worst IT guy, am I?
He is. I would tell you, Jason makes more money than the rest of us combined because he's that good of an IT guy at work. But he can't get his freaking microphone to work on it.
And he also gets a stipend for being bilingual, I'm sure. So there's that.
I wish.
He probably works in an environment where a union has to turn the microphones on and off. Like
yeah, I have a guy that does that for me. No.
Jason, what are you playing?
Dismantle.
Hey, Dismantle. That's the name of the game. Okay?
Hey, Salty, your game looks fun as heck.
It is a good game. It's. I will tell you. Even though I didn't pay for it, it's not bad as far as the price. It's like $35, and so
I would be playing Baldur's Gate right now, but my character's about to have sex with another character, and I don't want to show that on your stream.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you see that's a bit much, don't you think?
Well, you can avoid it, but I'm not gonna. I'm not married.
I'm just saying. I don't think that's content that's appropriate for a game.
Also, you can cut it out. You don't have to view that content.
Just because you don't have to doesn't mean it's appropriate to put it in.
Right. I also wanted to
why not?
say something about Ahsoka.
Ahsoka.
And I don't know if it's because of the hologram, but Ezra's name is in the credits.
Whose name is in the credits?
Yeah, it's because of the hologram. Because he has a spoken part.
Yeah. Ezra's in the
Darren,
hologram.
Are you a fan of Leisure Suit Larry and the Land of the Lounge Lizards?
No,
Because that seems like it'd
never,
be right up your
never,
alley.
never played that. No.
Are you familiar with the game?
Because yes, I know. Those games are all about getting that character laid. Baldur's Gate just happens to have some spicy scenes in it. That's it.
Okay.
And you don't. Yeah.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate with that is kind of like when you play the Mass Effect games, where it's like, yeah, you could choose to if you want to.
Yeah, I just don't think
they also do that kind of. They do it better, but they do it in Fallout 2.
I'm Ahsoka.
Assassin's Creed.
Oh yeah, Fallout 2 and Assassin's Creed. Okay, cool.
Although in Fallout you just wake up next to the person.
Yeah.
In Fallout 4, everyone wants to be your special friend.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
And you go to bed with them, and then the camera fades to black, and then it's morning. You know, I mean, what happens in Baldur's Gate 3 is like they'll show like a squirrel. Hey, shut up!
There's Fisto.
They'll show like a squirrel. They'll show a squirrel like watching the two characters go off by themselves, and then he'll have a nut in his paw and he'll drop it, signifying that somebody dropped a nut, and then they come back later.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's terrible.
Except for Fallout.
Well, the way you described it, I thought it was like something you couldn't put on the screen. So why are you?
Well, I know how sensitive you are.
I am not that. Look, I'm not a freaking prude, dude. I don't know.
You just said a little while ago that you didn't think it was appropriate for them to be able to have any sex scenes in a game.
Described it. I thought you were like talking about actually having characters having sex on screen.
Well, I've never seen that in this game, but
well, that's because you said you couldn't bring you were thinking about
that was a joke. I was playing on your prudishness. You fell right for it. I mean, I have to say,
if it was so bad that it would violate terms of service,
I play you like someone would play a Stradivarius.
Whatever.
Like a puppet.
You're a troll. I'll give you that. You're a great troll.
I'm a fun troll. What is it, Kermit?
I was going to say that.
Jared.
Like a puppet.
I was going to say that it all goes to dark and there's no sound except for in Fallout New Vegas is the robot named Fisto. All you hear is a piston.
Well, I'll sleep better knowing that, Kermit. Thank you.
Fisto from He-Man? Is that Fisto?
I don't think that's Fisto.
No, it's a robot named Fisto for select hell.
I think that sounds like an in joke.
Yeah, it sounds horrible.
I mean, it certainly sounds like something that goes in.
Say much more without.
Well, that's okay. Then you don't need to say anymore.
Without Salty being offended.
What is with you guys thinking I'm offended by everything?
Because you tend to be offended by everything.
Gosh, I hate you guys.
Experience.
He's so emotional.
I'm not saying it's Salty.
He's so unlogical.
I really hate you guys sometimes.
That is a fascinating Ahsoka picture.
Yeah,
that's Ahsoka.
Yeah. You get it, Ahsoka.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking.
Right, now that you've seen it, I can take it away.
His logic is truly unstable.
I'll be back in a minute. I gotta take this.
Also, Ahsoka's becoming Stargate.
Speaking of Ahsoka, hey Bird, how you doing?
Really?
Big Bird, save us.
Bird is the word.
Isn't
he's not going to say anything. He's just like, yeah, whatever. I'm here.
Isn't Star Wars becoming like Stargate?
No.
With that giant thing at the end?
It's not a Stargate, no.
It's a jump ring for a large ship. It's like the ones they use for the Jedi ships.
Yeah.
It's just a bigger version of it.
To go intergalactic.
Yeah.
They did. Now
they're going.
It was a good episode. You know what? Someone. I was watching another screen, and everybody was saying the same thing. I bet that map was on the face of Earth. I like everybody just break up that. Yeah, that would be
hilarious.
Real funny.
Hello world, it's Birdo Prey 5, Kaplop.
There he is.
Hey.
Kerplop.
Hey, Salty.
Yes, Bird.
Just so you know, so you hear it from me first.
Yes.
You were streaming while I was streaming.
Yeah,
I said some shit.
I was streaming first.
Yeah, you were streaming first. You were streaming for hours.
Yeah.
That's fine. And I'm saying it. Just so you know, I said some stuff about it on my stream. Nothing personal. But
what did you say, Bird?
Be careful, you get emotional.
I didn't say anything. I told people that if they wanted to hear you
get emotional,
play your shitty game, that they could come over and watch. The two people who might feel that playing this crappy game was more compelling than Bed Life.
They're watching you watch a show.
I was watching Bird.
No, I
stream,
wasn't
honestly.
watching a show. This was Bed Life where I talk about
I'm sorry. I thought
random shit.
I'm sorry. I thought you were watching a show.
I was watching Bird stream, and I gotta be honest. The only words I could understand were God and damn and salty.
Well,
yeah, I could see those words coming out of Bird's mouth several times, I'm sure.
Well played, Darren.
And then he said, every fucking time.
Yeah. Well, if I keep playing this game, you will.
Yeah, probably.
Well played, Darren.
Oh, man. Well, Bird, it was obviously I wasn't taking people away from your stream. So, as far as I know, anyway.
No, I know.
And
even if you were, it's fine. There's,
plenty of
people,
like
plenty of people for everybody.
Yeah,
people watch what they want to watch. I'm just saying, it did come up the fact that you were quote unquote streaming over me.
Well, and I told people, hey, if you'd rather
he was streaming over me too. My mom, of all people, was like, and then I was like, "What are you doing on his show?" She's like, I am in more than one channel at once. I'm like,
yeah, your mom. What's your?
Yeah, I saw that, Danny.
She's got so much.
I think your mom was watching you, me, and Bird at the same time.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And she's got to stop the drugs, man.
She secretly has like
my
a
mom
great
only
big,
watches me when I stream.
She needs to get back on her ADD medications. What she needs to do.
Too much Ativan. She's just flying.
Danny, I did say to people, hey, if you're interested in wrestling, to go over to your show.
No, I know because I had you on my phone for a little bit just to make sure you weren't talking shit. So I did hear that. So thank you.
Malphite.
You didn't hear him talking shit? He's always talking shit.
Well, not about me. At least not for the 10 minutes I listened.
Oh, I'll talk. If I'm going to talk about Danny, I'm going to tell it to his face.
Oh yeah,
And I usually save that though for Wednesday and Thursday nights.
Yeah. You're really confrontational. Yeah, everybody
Nephew O'Prey is doing well, thank you.
Yeah.
He's in Maine.
How old is Nephew O'Prey now?
Maine. What do you think I said? He's in Maine. He's three years old in a couple months.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Michael, I know you don't care about wrestling, so even though this happened on my wrestling show, it's not about wrestling, per se. But I do kind of wish you'd have been there.
Mute him again.
I did give you a couple props for some stuff, but so part of the thing with today, the reason we did the show today is because an event that's happening this Sunday in the UK is called All In, and it's the first one they've had since 2018. And back in December, when I used to do Dork Side of the Ring,
yes.
My co-host Joe's Atmosphere and I.
That was when you did on the other channel, right?
Yeah, when we did it on Pop Culture, and so we recorded a show that we were saving to air before the new. We recorded a show about the 2018 All In that we were saving to show like today, but originally we thought we'd be showing it today on Pop Culture Minefield. So anyway, I had to edit the video. So what we did was I edited the video, sent him the video. He hosted it because he's got the top tier StreamYards, and he's got super fast internet, so it just made more sense for him to host the video.
Right.
And so the video, I shit you not, was an hour and a half long. I edited it down to 45 minutes, and there were so many rants. I was so embarrassingly plastered So a lot of the conversation kind of ended up being like how much I've changed and how better I am now at certain things. And, you know, certainly not like you could see I was drinking a giant glass of just bourbon and ice.
Yeah.
And thought I was being slick by like, you know, switching the camera to just him while I'd fill it up. And so anyway, so I was just being brutally honest, like because at one point he goes, "Oh, what was with the surprise close-up?" And I said, "Oh, that was because I was refilling my bourbon." And then like I was clearly wasted. And I was like, Jesus God, I'm so lit. And then everybody's like chiming in. And then there are these really awkward cuts you could see. And every time, and I was just being honest, I was like, yeah, that's where I went into like a curse-filled tirade that was very vulgar and embarrassing. And like, here's kind of what it was about. And I would give the little G-rated stories. Yeah, it was me at my worst. And it was, in a weird way, it was really kind of helpful in a way, because it made me realize, you know, because this is a daily fight, dude. You know, I mean, I can't even tell you, like, I'm so glad I don't keep booze in the house, because if I did, I would have had a drink tonight. I'm not even gonna lie. You know, so this is a daily battle, and I've done a lot better with it. And Joe works with addiction, like that's his job. Is like he works.
Yeah, but you still smoke pot. I mean,
no, I don't. I
No,
quit
you
smoking
don't.
pot. I haven't smoked a cigarette in almost 30 hours. I've been smoking this vape, which I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's not better. I think it is. You know, it's like so certainly
cold
cheaper.
turkey.
Yeah, Danny is genuine. I'll say this.
Nothing's cheaper than cold turkey.
Hello. I can't do like 5 things at once. I can't quit 5 vices at once. You know.
Yeah, I will say this. I think Danny has made a lot of progress in the last month or two, and you know, I'm very proud of what he's done. And I know it's very difficult. So, you know.
But that was one of the cool things, and I did bring you up a couple times in the show because, you know, I credited you for being helpful, and my friend Eric, you know, and of course Jason.
I have done, you know, but you know what, me and Eric and Jason and others, we've tried to encourage you, but that's all we can do. The work is on you.
No, I know, but it's like it's always nice to have people in your
in your corner.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
to tie it to wrestling.
Yeah,
because you know.
Yes, because we all know how much I love talking about wrestling on this.
Yeah, but it's a team event.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, it was, and even stuff I didn't cut out, I was like doing this number here. I was like, oh man, I'm so clearly fucking wasted in this. It was bad, especially toward the end of the video.
Well, I tried to tell you. Remember, there was that one time when you were on, when we were first starting or getting ready to start Nerd Fights, and I kept trying to tell you, dude, if we're going to do this, you need to stop drinking so much.
Yeah,
I tried to get you to watch one live stream.
I remember that, and I still never went back and watched it because after having to edit this, like again, hour and a half.
Yeah, you were so bad, dude. It was like embarrassing.
Too bad he called you dude.
Yeah.
You know what? When we're not, you know, I will tell you, we said I let him have it as far as how pissed I was. I did not hold back with, you know, you guys never hear me cuss on the streams because you know that's just
because you're a prude. Yeah.
No, I'm not. You know, Danny knows I am no prude.
It all comes back to you being a prude.
I can cuss with the best of them.
Yeah, no, Michael's
yes,
into me a few times. Yeah.
I can absolutely, you know, hey, I was in the army. I've been around. I can cuss with the best of them. I just choose not to because I don't think it's a professional image to hold. But you know, when there's as the Bible says, for everything there's a time, and there was a time that I had to let Danny know I was serious. And so when Danny started hearing me drop F-bombs in his face, he knew I was being serious.
Yeah.
And
there was a chief that I knew in the Navy named Hamby. Never swore, never. And one day I finally happened to catch him, and I said, "Chief Hamby, I noticed you never curse at all." He says, "Why is that just a choice?" He goes, No. He says, I don't curse because when I do curse, eventually, I want the sky to crack and the mountains to crumble. It's kind of, you know. And he said, and I did actually get to hear him, you know, cuss at one point, and he was totally right. It was in the torpedo room. He was chewing somebody out, and it was like, ooh,
now we got
get as far away from this as I can.
Oh, so Darren's playing a game now. What is this? What game are you
World
playing?
of Warcraft, I believe.
Oh, okay.
It's World of Warcraft Classic. Yeah.
Classic.
It's got G-rated graphics, so it should be.
Oh, will
fully
you
acceptable
stop? I am not freaking Captain America, okay?
Yeah.
This is worse than Age of Ultron. I got to tell you, it's just like,
Well, look, okay, Salty, you do try to be the same man on Friday night that you are on Sunday morning, and I think that is to be commended.
Thank you.
In all seriousness, yes.
Salty.
Sometimes I do get angry, but I don't. I try not to ever make it personal.
Right.
Salty.
Yes.
Why was the mugshot?
Why do you have Trump's mugshot as your picture?
Look at my name now.
That's not a meme. That's just a mugshot.
No, he said, "Look at his name now." Not a meme.
Yeah.
He said, "Look at his name now."
Yeah, troll frog. Okay.
What's the matter? Don't you hear good?
You're not a troll. Darren is a troll. You're just random.
I even live under a bridge.
Like, who else gets in and out of jail in less than 30 minutes for a racketeering charge? I mean, come on. What a gifted, blessed life he has.
Hey, come on.
Who else would even be charged with this?
Yeah, we're not really going to talk about that here because no one's going to agree with anybody, no matter what.
I know we have people on this panel.
No, whether you agree or disagree, like him or not, I'm just saying, it's kind of like I never seen more white privilege in my life. In and out of jail in less than 30 minutes, literally processed in out less than 30 minutes.
I think it had less to do with
got to wear a
more to
suit
do
for
with-
his mugshot.
Hold on. First of all, let me say this: it wasn't white privilege as much as wealth privilege.
Wealth. Okay. All right. Wealth privilege.
Because
How about
I would dare say
presidential
if it was Denzel Washington, it would be treated the same way. All right.
Okay.
So yes, he got special treatment, but he got special treatment because he's a famous, wealthy person.
He also wasn't the only one indicted. By the way, he had 17 other people also, including Rudy Giuliani. Got his mugshot yesterday too. So.
Travesty of justice.
Trump is
America's
the 18th
mayor.
one, therefore I say 17 other people.
You're right, Bert. It's a travesty of justice that they got special treatment. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. If that's what it's
Darren.
Bird and I could talk about this somewhere else because we're in a minority here. But
you guys clearly didn't hear me yesterday.
The whole thing is
I don't care who the next president is, as long as it's a Republican, not named Trump, but as long as it's a Republican, because my life just seems to be better.
Here's Trump
when a Republican's in office. Hey, and I have to admit,
It's funny how it works.
I prospered the most in my life.
Well,
I was less than $5,000 away from cracking six figures first time in my life in 2019.
you should have been around during Reagan.
I
was
just
a kid. I was just a kid. Though, so.
I mean, I'm like functioning adult. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the Reagan years, man. I mean, the economy really.
the great years. Reaganomics work now. Brianomics.
Yeah, it's funny because to this day, Democrats like to try to make fun of Reaganomics, but the problem is they work.
Yeah.
Better than Bidenomics.
And people may not like the fact that if the wealthy are doing well, that means everybody does well. But it's just a fact.
It's kind of
because there are employers. That's
right. But I'm sorry. You can have your own opinions, but you can't have your own facts. And
well, they tried because the Democrats were the ones that dreamt up the phrase trickle down economics.
Right.
It was all an attempt to frame it in a way that they thought was an advantage to them. I mean, the Democrats are the ones that came up with the concept of Camelot too after the assassination of JFK because they wanted to romanticize his years in office.
Yeah.
And that's reminding
Talk about a completely fair election.
Yeah, right.
Which there was absolutely zero vote stealing.
So is there like a topic for tonight, or are we just
no? We're just kind of hanging out,
free flowing.
This is the sloppy show on Friday.
Giggity.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't been to a Friday show.
Yeah,
Generally on the Friday night show, we just kind of freeform whatever people want to talk about. If a topic kind of develops out of it, cool.
So if Mercer shows up, that means we're going to talk about Ahsoka again, I guess.
No, if Mercer
Did anybody see
the best show ever?
Did anybody see that the nation of India landed a cartoon on the moon? I thought
I haven't seen the footage, but I did hear about it.
It's literally a cartoon.
Oh, come on, it's not literally a cartoon.
So you know what's funny? I would expect nothing. I would expect nothing less from a flat earther. You really want to talk about a moon landing flat earther? You want to go there?
He doesn't deny the existence of the moon.
So you know,
he does.
The moon's a projection.
Ultraman want to talk now?
You got the link?
Oh, you want me to give you a link? Okay,
yes,
sure.
You got the link? I'll watch it right now.
So we
sure.
talking. You guys know Wag the Dog wasn't, a biographical movie. It was, fiction.
Assuming you're giving me a legit link and not some flat earther video.
Salty.
What's the difference?
Oh,
they all use the same
might
footage.
actually make a cartoon and say this is the foot.
Oh no, it's all footage from the same source.
Ariel, I'm not going to do that to his show.
Salty.
We talked enough wrestling already.
Are you into religious movies?
Not really. Because most of them suck. And
unless they have Charlton Heston in them, then they're good.
Well, the problem is the problem is the best movies of the best religious movies are Hollywood productions like the Ten Commandments and stuff. Although they are not accurate to the Bible, but they're still really fun to watch and good. But modern religious movies made by Hollywood are straight up blasphemous. Like if you watch the new Noah movie where they turn Noah into a baby killing psycho.
Not just that. They turned the fallen angels into our advocates. They turned God into the bad guy and turned the fallen angels into the good guys.
Yes.
So there you go.
It's the worst blasphemous
Lucifer, Moon and Star,
anti-Christian, anti-Jewish, anti-Muslim movie I've ever seen. And
Mom, if you heard, there's a really good anti-Jewish movie you can watch. What's it called? What's it called?
No,
we can watch
Christian as well, so she wouldn't.
Let's go watch the TV show Lucifer.
The last good biblical movie I saw was Pureflix's Samson film.
I saw it. It was all right, but the problem with movies actually produced by Christians is they tend to water it down.
Yeah, they watered him down quite a bit. They made him flirtatious instead of a horn dog like he was supposed to be in the Bible. But at the same time, I mean,
if they did the Bible accurately, the movies would be NC-17.
What's that
chick? I'll tell you though, the story of Samson is told to little kids in Sunday school, but of course they sanitize it for to give them, to get them familiar with the character. And then as they get older,
that Samson.
Samson and Delilah,
they simplify the story. They get rid of the romance, part, and then as the kids get older and they're doing Bible studies, then they slowly are exposed to the biblically accurate portrayal of Samson, where he's banging prostitutes and all kinds of stuff.
There was a really old Samson and Delilah movie I remember watching when I was a kid that I should not have watched, but it made me it really demonized women, so.
Ariel, I gotta say, if God Himself tells me not to allow children on my ark, I don't really think it's my fault if I don't allow them.
So is that the Russell Crowe movie, Noah?
Yeah.
I never saw that. So.
Salty.
You got a job.
The lady.
There were a couple of good ideas in the movie, though. I will say.
Salty.
Yeah.
Hey, Jenny, your line.
I wanted to there's a movie that you may or may not like.
There are lots of movies I may or may not like.
Well, fair enough.
I would dare say there are thousands of movies I may.
Get to the point, Kermit.
Finish, please.
Get to the point, Kermit.
It's called Amish Grace.
Boogie Night.
Wow.
Amish Grace, huh?
Yes.
Well,
Super chat.
oh, super chat. Oh, cool.
Who
Wait,
dares do a
for it.
super chat in this stream?
Oh,
Save
geez.
him for Sunday.
Looking at Darren's fake moon footage here. Leighton with $6.99 Canadian says the only thing that was accurate about Noah was the water. There was water. Yes, that is a true enough statement. Not even the family was done accurately. And I mean, it was just such a horrible.
And the fight between Noah and the king on the deck of the.
They turned Noah in first. The first half of the movie,
Just action movie,
action hero, and then why didn't the thing go off? That's weird. It worked earlier today. I wonder if it's because I didn't start the stream from OBS. That shouldn't matter. I mean,
yes,
but
yes,
is it the 2014 one?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't watch it, man. It is offensive.
You can watch it as long as you understand that you're not looking at anything that's even remotely accurate to the biblical account. So, as a special effects, fantasy film, okay, sure, but it's again, like I said, the thing that offended me the most was the portrayal of fallen angels as humanity's advocates, and that God was the bad guy and he was destroying the earth because of the animals, or to save the animals.
Yeah,
it just
Or parts of it.
Was it written by Graham Hancock?
I don't remember who wrote it. Another one that was really kind of not accurate at all was Exodus: Gods and Monsters with Christian Bale.
Gods and Kings, yeah.
Salty.
That one. Just a second, but that one at least, Gods and Kings, at least didn't make Moses into a villain.
I can tell that's your sticking point with the Noah film. That's your thing that bothers you the most.
What really got me is the fact that they made Noah into a psycho.
Darren Aronofsky was who wrote Noah.
Yeah, see, that worked. Okay.
Which explains a few things.
I did hear it earlier, so I guess it did work. I just didn't see it. Okay.
I was going to say that
But hold on, let me I did. But thank you again, Leighton. Let me just say that I appreciate it. Well, I'm trying to look at, first of all, the footage that Darren gave me. I don't believe was the actual footage because
no. I was looking at a couple of different videos really quick. So the control room used this bizarre graphic that looks just like a cartoon landing on the moon, and then there is other footage of the rover disembarking from the lander. So and they even had descent footage from the actual rover or from the lander, but for whatever reason they had this goofy looking Atari icon looking thing.
But they're not trying to say that's the actual lander.
With
it was
technology. I said this yesterday. I think with technology the way it is, all I wanted from whoever went to the moon next was to turn around and take a God's damn picture, of the Earth. To shut people like him up.
Oh,
but no, they can't do it. Can't do it.
He would have.
Oh no, we already have a picture.
No. In the thousands of hours of footage that's already been taken in space, no astronaut has completed the simple task of doing a rotation 360 outside of a space vehicle.
This is true.
They haven't done it.
So,
yes, you were absolutely right. They should do that if they'd like to shut people like me up.
Yeah,
absolutely correct.
It wouldn't shut you up though. You would just say it was some kind of visual effect.
Well, it depends on if it looks like a visual effect or not.
No, it
doesn't.
I mean, if it doesn't look like it's a fisheye camera lens and blah blah blah, and all sort of
look, if they could make a movie like Gravity, they could certainly fake it these days. Now, as far as what
I still haven't seen that. That's the one with Sandra Bullock, right?
Yeah,
yeah, that one. If you get vertigo, do not watch that movie.
Yeah,
yeah.
Gravity is okay. It's very implausible as far as what happens, but
wouldn't you die like right away?
No, it's not that.
Well, doesn't George Clooney die right away in the movie? I've heard. I haven't seen it.
That's a good movie then.
He does. Okay, you know how Baltar has head 6?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Sandra Bullock has head George Clooney in the movie.
Oh, okay.
So that's the best I can do for you. Hold on a second. But what I'm saying is the visuals are very, very convincing as far as 0G looking like they're in space. It's the best looking I've seen any movie look. It looks, I mean, like if they said we shot this movie in space, you would believe it. It's that good. Now that being said, obviously they're not making that claim. And eventually somebody's going to shoot a movie in space. I'm betting it will be Tom Cruise.
That or James Cameron.
Speaking of Tom Cruise, you know how I've been on this Jack Nicholson kick lately. So I just watched A Few Good Men today.
Mm-hmm. Great movie.
It is a good movie, but I don't remember watching it. I hadn't watched it in probably 30 years. Tom Cruise is a very unlikable asshole in the movie. Like he's just not
that was his shtick back then, though. Back in those days, and that was his best one of the batch. You go watch. There's probably about 8, 9 Tom Cruise movies where the movie starts out where he's an unlikable a-hole and he learns a life lesson as he goes through whatever he.
Well, the point is of that movie is that they wanted him to actually plea bargain the case because they didn't want to smear Jessup. So they deliberately hired somebody that would just kind of. Just didn't,
right, but we're just talking about the character.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just talking about
formula.
Tom Cruise
The formula for Tom Cruise movies at the time, which he repeated several times, was young cocky asshole learns a trade from an old master, like whether it's Paul Newman in race cars or whether it's that Australian guy in bottles, and then he also. Gets a girl, and then of course retains the girl at the end of the movie, and usually the mentor character dies.
May I please speak?
Yes, sir.
You just did.
What I wanted to say was that Amish Grace movie is about finding forgiveness in the aftermath of tragedy.
Well, it's probably a great movie, but movies like that, honestly,
it's based off of a true story.
Okay.
Which movie?
But the problem with movies like that, for me at least, is just that I'm more when I watch a movie. I generally prefer to watch something that I would fantasize about. That's why I like sci-fi so much, right? I would love, even though Darren doesn't believe in space, I do believe in space, and I would love to explore space one day.
Come on, what movie were you talking about? I got included. Yeah, what movie were you just talking about? Amish Grace. Oh, okay. Because I just got kicked off. My stupid device didn't want to work.
No problem. I'm sure it's a great movie, but those kind of drama movies, I have to really be in the mood for.
It's the aftermath about West Nickel Mine School shooting, which was a Amish school back in 09, 06.
Right.
Well, it's Oppenheimer, and I liked it, but what I said earlier was it was too Nolan, and I love Nolan. That's what I wanted to see more than the story was how Nolan makes it. But he was like. How the Social Network started with 2 trials going on at once or 2 hearings go. That's how he started this movie with, even though he didn't do the Social Network. It's like if they framed everything with 2 hearings, and it was just kind of lots of flashbacks, lots of talking. It was good though.
Well, weren't we just
somebody
talking
made
about? Go ahead. Sorry.
Somebody made a fake Incredible Hulk movie trailer that had scenes from Oppenheimer in it with the bomb, the tower, and everything to make which that's the Hulk movie I want to see. Now, the gamma bomb origin has never been depicted on film, and now we've got the Oppenheimer movie, which has a lot of those visuals because the Hulk's origin was taken from a lot of those visuals, and so it was fun.
I wish they just chose a lane and focused on building that town or something
Didn't have to go into everything, but I guess
we were just talking about this the other night. Christopher Nolan's probably the most overrated director in Hollywood. You know,
he's made.
Have a good night.
Night, Bird.
Don't get me wrong. I think that Christopher Nolan is a good filmmaker. I mean, obviously, he knows how to make a film technically. His films are technically very well done. However, yeah, I think his films are, especially like the Batman trilogy and stuff like that, very overrated, extraordinarily overrated. And I don't know why people worship at the altar of Nolan sometimes. Now, I'm sure Oppenheimer is a good film because he is a great filmmaker. But you know, honestly, like I can probably count on one hand the number of good. Like I like Batman Begins. Did not care for The Dark Knight or The Dark Knight Rises. I liked Inception, but I thought that whatchamacallit, what's the space one he did?
Interstellar, which I really liked.
I thought Interstellar. I thought it was silly.
He peaked at Memento, but that's
I really liked Memento. That's a good movie. Even though that's one that's not usually my cup of tea, but you know, I do like a good murder mystery every now and then. A Memento is one of the best. And so I do like Memento. But but yeah, he just the problem is that for some reason people think that he can do he's like Spielberg to some people, and Spielberg is overrated.
So I'm gonna take Ariel's advice. I'm gonna hit the sack, but you guys keep having fun.
Good night, York. Yeah, what are you gonna hit the sack this early for?
Because I got up at 3 a.m.
Oh goodness, yeah.
Oh sure. You get up at 3 a.m. on today, but tomorrow I'm going to call you.
Well, that's because.
But that's why he's going to bed now. Hey, don't you want your commercial material, man?
His voice isn't that deep.
Yeah, that's
pretty bad. It is hilarious to hear him when you wake him up.
Good night, night.
Jason,
I feel so detached.
It's like
I feel so detached from everything that Nolan does. Like I don't feel any emotional investment in his stories. Like, you know, like with Inception, I didn't like Maul, like his wife, so I didn't like that relationship. And that's the closest he ever got to actually doing a story about an emotion was Inception. So you know what I mean?
I don't go to movies for stories about emotion. So
no, but I want to feel something for the characters that are in the action movies.
Right. But and with Inception, it was him as the main character wanted to see his daughter again.
Right, but they had to deal with you had to go through the whole situation where his ex-wife that was dead was completely unlikable.
Right, and she was supposed to be.
Yeah. It's a good movie. I just didn't buy that relationship. I didn't, you know.
But the thing is, she was also a creation of this dream world, and that's the thing about Inception is that you have to realize that everything you see is a byproduct of this dream world they're in. And so,
look at my name now.
Trump Frog. Okay.
You can
that's different.
Hooray!
Stop it, Darren. Don't be a
yippee!
But yeah, the you see with Inception, when you look at the like, to me, Inception is a spectacle-based film, and you know, when you realize how that there's very little CGI in the film, that most of that is all practical effects, including, by the way, the city folding in half. Is all done with practical effects. They built a model city that they then folded in half.
Now my name.
Yeah, and so when you start thinking about that, you realize this is an incredible film.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah,
and I loved I love Tenet, even though I don't understand it, but I loved it.
I still haven't seen Tenet. I was really mad because it was on Max. And I was getting ready to watch it, and then I went to watch it, and it ended like the day before I went to watch it. I was angry. So I still haven't seen Tenet, And I don't have Max now.
And my name now.
Huh?
Look at my name now.
Batman.
I don't even get that one.
I don't know.
What's it say?
Jackson Frog.
I guess that's supposed to. I guess Michael Jackson
Andrew Jackson
Frog
Frog.
would be too long.
Andrew Jackson Frog.
I mean, Jackson Frog with a picture of Trump doesn't make much sense. I'm just
fair enough.
Yes.
I mean, you know,
One filmmaker I've been made a point to watch is Robert Eggers. You know, he makes art house atmospheric films like The Witch, The Lighthouse, and The Northman.
Okay,
and, I think he's pretty good.
I've seen Northman and Witch, and yeah, they are both something else.
Yeah, they're not. You know, they're not necessarily feel good movies. Obviously,
no, definitely not. Well, The Witch. I gotta admit, I think the ending of The Witch was a real downer. I didn't care for it, but
it is sad. Yeah,
I'm trying to remember how the Northman ended. It's been a little while since I've seen it.
They kill each other.
They kill each other, but not before he impregnated Nordic alien woman, and you know, so his line would continue.
She is a line of Section 18.
Yeah. But no, he's a very talented filmmaker. And you know, I wish we had, you know, I wish that people like that would work on television. You know, that's
yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, I don't care about sitcoms because sitcoms is its own type of filmmaking. And honestly, hasn't changed since the 1970s. But if you look at dramatic,
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, because you're Michael Jackson now. Okay. But if you look at dramatic film or dramatic television, and you look at shows like, you know, Star Trek Discovery and Strange New Worlds, and then if you watch, especially Discovery, if you watch Discovery back to back with an episode of NCIS, it becomes painfully obvious that they're made by the same people. And
okay, we all saw Supper yesterday, but does Supper feel like, you know, we're watching Star Wars from the beginning, or just something else? The same feeling, different feeling.
Say that again, Chief. I couldn't quite understand you.
Okay, I said we all watched Ahsoka. Did Ahsoka feel like, you know, we watching Star Wars, or just something?
Feel like Star Wars? I think so.
Or it feels something else.
It felt like Rebels.
It feels like Rebels.
Yeah, if you like Rebels, this was definitely season 4 or season 5 of Rebels.
Yes. I agree.
So it is a live action season 5 of Rebels. And
I think they were talking about that. I think they were talking about it a long time ago. They wanted it was on training Rebel into a live action.
Yeah, so if you like Star Wars Rebels, then you will like this show. If you dislike Star Wars Rebels, you will dislike this show. If you've not seen Star Wars Rebels, this show will confuse the F out of you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
because I watched it, and I'm trying to figure out what this is like 5 more years after Rebels or something.
It's 9 years.
Oh yeah, 9 years. Okay.
It's 9 years after Yavin.
Okay.
Because I remember 9 years after Yavin or 9 years after Endor?
Yavin.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I looked it up.
Okay, because they do mention it's post Endor in the last.
Yeah, but Endor happens extremely quickly after Yavin, so in the
because
timeline.
I remember. Okay, I watched. Okay, I watched the last episode of Rebels when they what's his name, Thrawn and the ship and Ezra all took off in outer space. Now I'm looking at it now, I'm trying to remember how it is now.
So now it's a few years later.
Yeah, 3 years later,
and remember at the end of Rebels, if you and by the way, if you haven't watched it in a while, it's a good idea to rewatch the last couple of episodes of Rebels, before you watch Ahsoka. But the last episode, they have a time jump where Sabine actually narrates and talks about what happened to everybody after that incident in the years after. Because that incident where Thrawn disappears is before the Battle of Yavin.
Now, here's the thing. If you take, it's almost too literal from the cartoon. Like, if you take Captain America and you gave him the comic book accurate costume, live action in the MCU, it's not going to look right. So that's why they took away the ears sticking out and the little wings on his helmet. With this show, they just took exactly the designs from the cartoon, translated them to screen, and it looks kind of awkward. It looks a little too... I don't like it. I don't even think they built Chopper because they just CG. It's just animated Chopper, just animated.
No, this is real Chopper. That is real Chopper because they showed it behind the scenes of it. So
what I'm just saying is that that's how I felt watching it. It felt like all the cities were fake. It felt like all the sets were fake. Like
Mercer,
that's how it felt to me.
You say that a lot, but the problem is sometimes you say everything's fake when it's real. And
right. I'm just saying how I feel watching it. That's all I can do is tell you how I feel watching it.
No, I get it. But what I'm saying is, I think that you need to work on your vocabulary on this a little bit, because when you say fake, sometimes I think what you mean is something else. Because
salty.
It's hold on a minute, because it's. You like, and you've said this many times, the gritty feel of Andor, and this show is not that, right? This show is definitely not the gritty feel of Andor. Things are cleaner, things are nicer, things are newer, and so to you, it feels, I would say, wrong. There's some kind of red alert going on in the back of your head because you think it should look dirty and used and messed up.
Like buildings, like in a city, buildings are never all made at one time. Like the city in this show, if you look at New York City, some buildings are brand new. Some of them have been there for decades.
Hold on, slow down. But not every world is exactly the same.
I know that, but I just like that.
No, you don't.
Sense of realism.
But you know what? Nothing in Star Wars is realistic.
I know that. But I know that. No, that's the whole point. Is that you can make it feel real. You can add that verisimilitude.
I don't think. Well, I tell you what.
You're the only one with that problem, likely on the panel.
I don't think that they do a bad job of that in this. And it is a 1-to-1 translation of the animated series to live action. And
you can't do that.
Mercer, you gotta let me finish, okay? I know you're upset, but you gotta let me finish. It is a 1-to-1 translation. And hey, Stanley, welcome. It's
wasn't sure if this worked.
And I hear you. I only see about one frame every 5 seconds on you, but I heard you.
Still working on the cam.
Yeah,
we're all loving this. I mean, I don't hate it. I love Star Wars, but I'm just telling you what I think.
Mercer, hold on. Let me get my point.
Okay, sorry.
Hermit, you gotta let me talk, buddy.
Okay, sorry.
It's so you have to understand. Number one, this show is produced, written, and directed by the same guy that produced, wrote, and directed Rebels.
I know.
Created Rebels.
Yeah, he created Rebels. He is, the Rebels guy.
Yeah,
and
I know.
So, yes, it looks exactly the same because this is his vision. Now, this is also, however, same guy was working on The Mandalorian, very gritty, very dirty. He's same guy, he does understand, and he was working on Andor. All right, so he knows.
Gilroy working on Andor.
He understands Star Wars. He does.
Yeah, I'm not saying I like Filoni generally,
but this world is not the same worlds we've seen on Andor, and this is not Tatooine, and this is not Coruscant. Now, it's entirely possible that we're going to see some of those worlds as the series goes on. Yeah. But right now,
John,
we are not in. We're spending some time on, and I keep reading. What's the name of that planet, Jason?
Lothal.
Lothal.
So they're
which
on
was the main setting for all of Rebels.
Right. And so Lothal is, especially post-Empire, is they cleaned up the planet. They made everything look sparkly and nice. And
Yes.
that's what
They're picking up pieces. They're picking up all pieces.
Just like the guy from House is getting some work again.
Mercer, you also have to remember that when we first see it, they were doing a public celebration.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
They would have cleaned the buildings.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, when you take that public celebration, it doesn't look like any of those people are actually there. The editing is so strange. Everything looks so staged. I didn't like the actual directing.
I think that it's just the fact that you don't like it, and so then
it might be. Like I said,
this is what you tend to do, Mercer, and don't get me wrong. A lot of
You're too predictable.
Kermit, stop. Okay, don't make it. It's not personal. Okay, so don't throw in. Don't, you don't have to throw stuff like that in there.
I didn't say
but this is something you tend to do, Mercer, and a lot of people do this. Is okay. Whatever it is, we don't like the show, and so then we start disliking everything about the show.
Right? No, I don't dislike everything, but like if you take a white space, like I'm not even.
I think it looks beautiful. I think it looks every bit as good as Andor does.
The idea of it looks beautiful, but I just think the staging of it looks like they're all in front of that volume stage.
Right, I totally.
Well, they are
agree.
staged. They are.
I think there's a couple of shots that look bad, but you know what? You can say that about Andor as well. Every show has a couple of bad misplaced. But I think overall the show is absolutely gorgeous. It looks as good as Star Wars has ever looked. And by the way,
looks too clean though.
The ships look better than they've ever looked.
Yeah,
that
bigger, clean, sounds good.
With the Hullcraft versus the Star Destroyer is visually the best scene that they've done.
Hold on, now who said the ships they look too clean? Who was that?
Oh, just all the costumes and everything look a little bit too pristine.
And I think that's purposely. I think we're going to just see that on Lothal.
Well, and don't forget, we are 9 ABY here. We're several years after the end of Endor, and everybody's into cleaning up mode. So,
but did it look like a small? Did it look like a small Midwestern town?
No,
Lothal.
Pickering,
and I think this is the difference between being on the outer rim, like the Mandalorian takes place, and being in a core world.
But also,
Firefly was like that too.
Yeah, you're coming from the cartoon world into the real world, so it's going to have a transition of being clean, probably going to gritty.
Yeah, but
I have a question.
They are repeating stuff from previous shows, like that opening of the two Jedis, walking in that corridor and they're killing everybody left and right. You saw that, and Darth Vader, what was that?
Dude, if you're gonna start nitpicking because they did something similar to something,
I like that. I like that. Here's what I'm talking about.
Guys, come on. We got 9 people on the panel. We can't all just start blurting stuff.
Like when they go to Corellia, when they go to Corellia.
Let me finish.
That includes you. What I wanted to respond to what Chief was trying to say is that you cannot hold on. You cannot, if you start and this is something what some of the worst type of critiquing people do. If you start saying this scene is similar to a similar scene that I saw in something else, well then you can literally do that with every scene in everything you've ever seen. Period. There is no such thing. There is no such thing. You could take this shot of the 9 of us and compare it to another live stream with 9 people on it and say they're just ripping off this other live stream.
Brady Bunch.
Well, I think it was intentional, but the final scene with the mural, that was taken directly from the cartoon, right?
Right.
That was taken
from
the animated series.
I was saying,
May I speak, please?
I was saying,
shut up,
they did it. They did a good job at it. They did a good job at it. They both of them they separated. They both of them separated. I thought it was pretty good.
But it's not. The problem is it's not, and I don't think that the two Jedi is the same as another two Jedi scene. It's not anything like the Darth Vader scene. The way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It was totally different, similar, but it made it different, and it got how they went out and do it. So they did a good job on that.
Right. So, Carly, what were you trying to say?
I was trying to ask, when Sabine was being insubordinate, I got the impression that wasn't the first time. So, why was she still a commander?
She was angry that she left. Remember?
Sabine, okay, so you have to understand. If you haven't watched Clone Wars, you don't know the character of Sabine. Or not Clone Wars,
I kind of do.
Rebels.
Yeah.
Rebels.
Yeah.
Sabine is. The Padawan.
I know who she is.
All right, but Sabine is a badass to end all badasses, right? So she is. Yeah. So she's a Mandalorian and trained partially, at least, as a Jedi, and she trained now under 2 Jedi masters, and so. Now she's not a Force sensitive, but she knows Jedi skills, and that so you would definitely want her on your side.
No. My question is, when they get to Corellia, and they find that there's somebody smuggling this Super Star Destroyer engine.
Yeah.
When they get to Corellia, I forget who was there already and who was traveling there, but the point is, they get there. And they meet up with this guy that's like, I'm pressed for time. I can't talk to you. He's like the manager.
Right, there's a supervisor there. Yeah.
Right. But when you look at the external shot, right, you see him. He's not moving. They're waiting for the ship to land. It just feels very stagey because it's only when they land and talk to him and he seems to be in a hurry. The place doesn't feel alive. The place feels like a stage. Everything felt directed in a very stiff way. There's no people, there's no atmosphere, there's no smoke.
There was no commotion.
Like a factory.
Just 2 guys in the office on their computers.
Right. It just feels like a stage. It feels like a play.
Well, slit your wrists, why don't you?
I'm just telling you what I feel, and this is just
salty.
Well, yes, Kermit.
I felt isn't the Republic now like the Empire by rounding up the entire factory at least and sending them to prison while they investigate?
Well, that's not what the story is about, apparently. But I would argue that there's very little difference between the Republic and the Empire except for the name, and the fact that Palpatine is dead.
Maybe.
All I'm saying is that everything has to look, I don't know, a little bit more alive. I don't know why to say that, but anyway, keep going, guys. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I respectfully disagree with you because I think it looks beautiful, and I also take into account that this is
just not enough people. It's like the road where there's nobody else on it.
Right.
Oh yeah, but that is a meme right out of the cartoon, though.
Yeah. I'm just saying, in general, it seemed very stagey. Like the dialogue seemed very stagey. It doesn't seem like a real culture is there. Just like only the people that are the main character.
Well,
I did like
Clancy Brown. I mean, if you're saying that there's no culture there, then you obviously didn't watch Rebels.
Right. I'm saying like you
more NPCs in there.
Just saying the way it's staged and directed, it just feels like everybody's on their marks. It feels like everybody's where they're supposed to be with their marks, and they're waiting to say their lines. That's what I mean.
I understand you keep saying that, but at the same time,
the same thing.
Sometimes you just need to enjoy the story.
Yeah, I think
sometimes, but that's part of why I like Star Wars. That it felt more than just saying their lines.
Well, actually, just those 2 Jedi.
What the hell is that noise?
Yeah, whoever did that, please mute. I don't know. It sounds like someone's got their blender going.
That was not me, but I'm muting myself for a bit so I can listen to what you guys are saying.
But
okay. Here's the question. Here's the question. I do have to ask. Okay, those I don't know names of those the Jedi or not. I know they said they're not Jedi. So they don't feel like Sith to me. So could they be what? They're just what? Gray Jedi.
There's such
just
thing as
dark
dark
Jedi.
not
Yeah.
Sith.
Yeah, well, we don't really know their story yet.
Yeah, I'm just saying they feel like they're
Oh,
like
great.
dark.
Shades of Gray. Wow.
Oh, don't go there, Darren. I will beat your butt into the ground if you start talking about Gray Jedi.
I don't know anything about it.
I hate.
It sounds like this. It sounds like that's what they're talking about, though.
Yeah.
No, they're not Gray Jedi. They are dark.
Or
They are
just
definitely
Jedi,
whatever
Jedi
they
for
are.
hire.
They are Darksiders.
Yeah, or just Jedi. I mean, dark side for hire.
Yeah,
that way I think you said.
They
Because
are,
you
yeah,
did say
they're definitely not light side of the Force people.
Yeah.
Or
maybe
couldn't they be
did say
kinder,
that-
gentler
Dark side,
Sith?
not as well.
Because you did say that.
Dude, I
paid
did
him well.
love Ray Stevenson and how he said that he's like ashamed that there's so few Jedi left.
Mercer, you're not muted.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I loved how he didn't want to kill the Jedi. He there was so much like I was interested in. If you want me to say I didn't hate the show totally, I love Ray Stevenson and I loved what his character could be. I don't know much about him yet, but I think that character was my favorite character in the show so far.
Well, a lot of
him and
people
Apprentice.
like him, and the sad thing, of course, is he's dead.
Right, I'm saying that him and his apprentice are what I'm looking forward to learning about the most.
Oh, I thought, man, she felt like, I mean, she was just a force to be unleashed. You know, like when she started going after people, she was scarier than him because it felt like she. And this is something I mentioned the other day, but I'm tired of Sith and or dark Jedi or whatever these guys are supposed to be, but Darksiders in general, basically fighting like Jedi, because they and you know most of the dark side wielders we've seen since the original trilogy don't fight like Sith, they fight like Jedi.
Yeah, but you
And the
remember,
Jedi fight like Sith.
You got to remember something. You got to remember someone were a Jedi, and they just.
But that doesn't matter. You're not a Sith if you're fighting like a Jedi. That's the whole.
He said,
What does fighting like a Jedi look like as opposed to fighting like a Sith?
Okay, so
Jedi not supposed to throw things around.
They actually no. Actually, it's funny because Anakin actually very accurately describes it in I can't remember if it's Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith, but that the Sith rely on their passions for their strength, while the Jedi, look inward as far as for peace and calm and meditation to become one with the Force and let it flow through.
Qui-Gon meditating before he goes.
Right. And so a Jedi fights with discipline and calm. A Sith fights by unleashing their anger. And Darth Vader talked about that when he fought Luke in Empire.
Right. I remember that now. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
but really, where Darth Vader.
But I mean, visually though, how does that? How do you look at what they're doing? I mean, obviously, if they're meditating beforehand. It's
okay.
one thing,
Do you remember? I think one of the best visual, and this is one of the reasons I do think Empire is really good as well. But I think Jedi is the best. If you want to see how a Sith fights, it's when Darth Vader finally taunted Luke to the dark side in Jedi. And Luke went no and went after him and beat the crap out of him. That's how a Sith fights. Okay. Aggressive, hard, and unrelenting. That's how a Sith fights. A Jedi should fight exactly how Ray Stevens fought, as far as defensive, calm, and basically just
measured.
Yeah, very measured.
But someone who leads the order like Ahsoka, and I don't know, you've seen that episode of Rebels where she actually fight Darth Vader.
Of course, I've seen all of Rebels.
Okay. She you see her, she cut loose. She didn't fight like a
Jedi should not. That's the problem. Is that what they keep doing over and over after the original trilogy? Because in the original trilogy, it was all about that balance between becoming, going to the dark side. And when Luke crossed that line and realized he crossed that line, what did he do? he threw his lightsaber away and said, "No, I won't do it."
Yeah.
Right.
And,
But
I think now that you talk about this, it looks like they retconned things away then, because when Obi-Wan fought Darth Maul at the end of,
he went berserk on it.
Yeah, he was way more aggressive than I would have thought. So
right, and that was my but now the last Jedi, I think, to fight like a true Jedi was Qui-Gon Jinn. Because Qui-Gon never lost control until Darth Maul stunned him with the hit to the head.
Not even Mace Windu?
No, Mace was way too aggressive.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you watch the prequels and then you watch the sequels, especially, the Jedi fight with aggression and anger, and the Sith fight with calm, measured, and disciplined
spirit. Okay.
Which is
what is Ahsoka doing? Okay, what is Ahsoka
say
doing
goodnight
right
and
now?
leave.
What is Ahsoka? You think Ahsoka just?
Well, we've only seen the first 2 episodes of the Ahsoka live action, but she looked pretty angry when she was fighting, and she shouldn't. She should look calm, at peace, passive. As
I wanted.
I agree with that, but I think she's angry because she left Anakin and I.
Ahsoka, isn't she another one of those Jedi who never actually finished her training?
I do like the Ahsoka episode of Mandalorian and how she fought there. That episode was moody. It had a great plot. It had like a cool look to it. This show was nowhere near as good as her Mandalorian episode.
Well, I liked it, but let me say this to who was it, Stanley or T-Berg that said that as far as her finishing her training? I couldn't tell.
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Luke didn't finish his training. Ahsoka didn't finish her training.
No, absolutely. Wait, Chief. I'm trying to talk here. In Clone Wars, remember, she was accused of a crime she didn't commit. And then when the Jedi realized that she was framed and everything, Yoda bestowed upon her the rank of Jedi Knight, and she turned it down. So yes, she was done with her training.
And it wasn't just Yoda. Mace Windu and a couple of the other Jedi Council, they straight up said this was your trial.
Yeah, and they agreed. The council agreed she was a full-fledged Jedi, and she basically said, "F you, I'm out."
Yeah.
And so yes, she absolutely completed training as a Jedi. And so her having now a Padawan is totally reasonable, because even though the Jedi Order is gone, she is one of the very few people left that has the full training of a Jedi.
May I please speak now?
Yeah, go ahead, Kermit.
The New Republic security uniforms on that ship.
Wait just a second. Emperor Palpatine, thank you for the $1. Says a Sith salty would ignore a chat. Also, wouldn't do what Obi-Wan did to Maul to Jason. What? A Sith salty wouldn't ignore the chat. He
Jason,
also wouldn't do what Obi-Wan did to Maul to Jason. That's what he said.
I'm lost.
So apparently I cut you in half.
Apparently?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
although I did get a kick out of the fact that Kadish called me Mike's sidekick, so that's cute.
Did you see my response to Kadish's ex today?
Oh no, what's that?
Oh yeah. You have to look. I posted that picture of Ray Stevens' character, pointing out that was Vader.
Oh
man.
Now,
Wyndham
may I
Rotunda
finish my
died.
thought, please?
Don't talk about people that died, Darren. No more deaths are allowed on this.
Okay.
Not even red shirts.
This is a tragedy-free zone today, is it?
Yes, no more tragedy, please. And Thomas, I apologize for not reading the chat, but I got 9 freaking people here. I'm having a hard enough time just trying to keep the cats reined in.
Yeah, I was gonna say you've got the equivalent of cat herding.
Yeah.
Tragic is my mugshot jib jabs.
I haven't seen
back at about 5
jabs yet. You sent him
back in about 5 minutes, guys.
All right.
Okay, bye.
May I finish my
Yeah,
thought,
what is
please?
it, Kermit? What is it?
I was gonna say that in the beginning of Ahsoka, those security guard uniforms kind of look like they're inspired in part by like the British and stuff like that. To me, at least.
I don't know where Filoni got his inspiration there.
British uniforms. What are you trying to say?
That's right from the New Hope. They all were wearing those big hats. It's just
Surprised there are
blue
more
color.
hats. Yeah.
Everybody put on your big hat.
They look like they're second cousins to Spaceballs.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, there are no lieutenants in Starfleet.
Oh, so I caught.
We're gonna get into that one again.
Somebody thought that they said lieutenant in the British military because of the way it's spelt. No, they say lieutenant because they just do. I swear.
They do spell it lieutenant, though.
Do they actually spell it that way?
Yeah, they do. And it comes from the fact that the lieutenants always stood to the left of their commanding officer. So
I thought it was just them being bitter against the French and not wanting to say, because lieutenant is a French. What is the right name?
It's in all Royal Armed Forces, including in Canada. As a matter of fact, the Canadian Navy
also sub-lieutenant. Don't forget sub-lieutenant now.
Stuff like that. But but they didn't say sub-lieutenant in Star Trek, so I'm not worried about sub-lieutenant chief.
Sub-lieutenant.
Left lieutenant.
Lieutenant is what they and when Montgomery Scott announced himself as lieutenant, honey, get me the computer.
Obviously, in Starfleet, they're okay with that. They're a little.
Which I still.
Obviously not, because Reed never called anybody a lieutenant. Neither did James Doohan Scotty or any other British character.
Just because Reed didn't do it doesn't mean nobody can do it. And maybe young Scotty had an affinity for it because of his roots.
Well, okay, but then why didn't they call Ensign Rose something else, like for their ranks? See, the point is that the lieutenants serve in the British Armed Forces, not Starfleet.
I'm gonna go now.
Goodbye, Kermit.
Good night, Kermit.
Bye.
Bye, Kermit.
So I mean, that's the point. It's like this is. There's a misconception out there that the British just pronounce lieutenant as lieutenant. No, that's their name for that rank. When we worked with the British in the Navy, the British didn't call our lieutenants lieutenants. They called their lieutenants lieutenants.
Yeah,
and they always stand on.
No, I know, but they do spell it Lou. They don't spell it left. They say left.
Colonel is spelled C-O-L.
You can. I've seen it spelled lieutenant too, especially when you're dealing with written communication where British and American officers are going to be working together.
Oh yeah, well I guess in that case because they have to spell it phonetically.
However,
saves a lot of time.
I understand that's an issue for you. That's everybody has their pet peeves, and that's one for you. I get it. It didn't bother me.
It's just a matter of accuracy.
Well, it's worse than that. Is in the sense that you can actually apply modern linguistics creeping into future storytelling. Because much to your point, Darren, this is hundreds of years in the future. It doesn't matter how Scottish this guy is. He serves in a service that's 250 years separated from the Royal Navy.
Right, but we know what the template for Starfleet has been since the very beginning in the 60s, and that is the U.S. military. But I have had problems with Secret Hideout, for example, replacing nautical verbiage on their Enterprise with airline verbiage, brace, 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 and stuff like that. I mean, they're clearly trying to, what I just have what I just have to do is sit back and say, okay, this is the secret hideout version of Star Trek. It's not the real thing, at least in my opinion. So I could, but I mean, again, it seems like every episode or every couple of episodes they're giving me something that I have to once again reconcile, and so maybe, yeah.
Race of impact.
Well, I mean, I would say that I agree with you that that little terms like that are annoying. Honestly, like one of the things that bugs me to death that was a change with modern Trek is that they and this started with Star Trek 2009 and continues to this day, is that when they have someone who has not yet graduated from the academy on a ship, they refer to them as cadets instead of midshipmen.
Right.
And in Star Trek 2, we had midshipmen.
Yeah, and cadets.
And that's the proper term.
Right.
Well,
mess hall versus cruise mess too is another thing. It's not a mess hall. That's what you have on an army base. That's
right.
The cruise mess is what.
Yeah, if they say the mess hall, I'm like, wait a minute. So now they're in the army. Okay.
Yeah. Now they're on land.
I didn't think they did the army in the show, but that's okay. I agree that it's annoying that they, but this goes back to when the writers are on strike. I say let them burn. I don't care. Because,
I will say that I did warm up to Ortegas in the last season.
Yeah. The characters I like. Yeah. I honestly, a lot of the characters on the show I genuinely like, but what I don't like is that the writing for the show, they like Jason was saying, and we've talked about it a bunch of times while the season was progressing, is that they take this contemporary modern language and put it into the show.
Yeah.
And it's not just Trek that's doing it.
Right.
It's, every show.
Everybody is.
Yeah.
Including period pieces.
Yeah. It's like, you're watching something about King Tut and they're like, oh my God,
Yeah. And it's hard to get away from, because on the slow rewatching of TOS I'm into, I have caught things that I know for sure are from the 60s.
Okay,
and in some cases are even almost farmhand kind of comments, like stuff that would have been pulled from the 30s.
Oh yeah, like when Kirk tells Spock that dipping girls' hair in inkwells.
Yeah,
I mean, my God.
Yeah. However,
those old scientists.
Yeah. However, it's when you go overboard, and that's what constitutes a significant amount of your script is that kind of foolishness, and that's what's going on with a lot of stuff lately.
I can answer as well. I don't know how
yeah, it's probably really going to date these shows.
Darren guys, you sub guys, but when they say Captain on a bridge, not everybody always comes up for attention. They still be working. Right. They just let you know that the captain's on the bridge. That's it. Everybody's still working.
We didn't salute or anything on the submarine because we were indoors by definition.
Well,
so
yeah. I don't know.
That we didn't have to stand at attention either. On the when the captain came in, we just had to all stop talking. That was it. But that was about it.
Yeah. Now we do say and I don't get too seniors, but we do say captain, and also we do say XO on the bridge, but that's it. Right, and everybody and that's it. But these guys, they go to way overboard. Soon before attention, you stop working, you stop doing anything. You just can't do what you did your job. Mm-hmm. So that was kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked Uhura a lot less this second season, but I ended up liking Ortegas more, especially after I saw her get drunk. After she had a drink in her, I'm like, okay, there we go. That's.
Well, I was amazed that they actually got me to warm up to Nurse Chapel a little bit this season, because I hated her in season 1. I absolutely despised. She was the only character I didn't like, and I really hated her. But now, now I can honestly say I like every character, It's just that the writing in season 2 for the stories was horrible.
The relationship between her and Spock, I didn't buy because, honestly, and this is just a personal fault of mine, is when I find out that the sexual preference of the actor or actress, and I find out it's contrary to the performance.
Oh yeah.
Like for example, I can't watch Neil Patrick Harris.
Hold on. I don't even want to hear it because I don't know the sexual preference of any of the actors on the show, and I don't want to know.
Well, you can probably figure it out now, though.
No, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care.
This is the biggest case of la la la. I can't hear you tonight.
This is that prudishness I was talking about earlier. Prudish. But like when Neil Patrick Harris is in a show where he plays a man married to a woman, I don't buy it either. So
I mean,
honestly, that kind of stuff never bothered me. I don't.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. Is the problem?
I told you it is a problem. I totally accept the idea. If you want to say that this is totally a me thing, that's But somehow I think I'm not alone.
You're a homophobe, is what you're saying.
No, for me, it interrupts the suspension of disbelief.
Yeah, it's like if I saw a movie with Liberace in it where he was playing this macho guy who all the girls wanted, I would.
I will actually, and it's funny you say Liberace because
Liberace, yeah.
No. Have you seen? There's an episode of the '60s Batman where he is. The villain.
God, I remember that. Yes,
I've heard of it though.
He plays a set of identical twin brothers.
Oh wow!
One of them is Liberace at his Liberaciest, right? Like the flamingest Liberace you've ever seen, right? The other is evil Butch, rip you to shreds.
I never saw that one.
And and I was impressed. My wife and I were watching this going, holy crap, that's Liberace? Because he actually did a really good job. So
this reminds me, what you mentioned, John, just reminds me, for the longest time, Zorro has been a character that's been around for the longest time.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, the only Zorro movie I ever saw was Zorro the Gay Blade with George Hamilton.
I've heard of that movie, but I've never seen it.
What about
my God.
You couldn't make that movie today. You absolutely could not. But George Hamilton plays identical twins, but they were separated at birth, and one of them became a British officer in the British Navy, and so he's the one that's all fruity, and then you had the other one was the Hispanic, hold on.
You got Errol Flynn and
he wasn't French, he was British.
Oh, he was British.
And,
I thought he was French.
Yeah, please don't interrupt me with that shit, Chief. Anyway, so they're separated when they're children, and then the first one comes back to his hacienda and discovers that his father, their great grandfather, had been Zorro, and finds all of his stuff, all of his Zorro stuff, and decides he's going to be Zorro too. And he's actually pretty good at it, but then he hurts his ankle jumping off of a roof, and so he can't be Zorro. And then here's this twin brother of his named Ramon, who actually goes by Bunny Wigglesworth now, and he's this fruity guy, and he does not know how to fight with a sword. He uses a whip. Yeah. So you've got the authorities in California all flustered because half the time Zorro is acting perfectly like Zorro, and the other half he's dressing in flamboyant colors and he's using a whip, and he seems rather
he's
very off-put. Yeah, and he's laughing, and he's having way too good of a time doing what he's doing, and they kind of skirt around the idea. I mean, the title is Zorro the Gay Blade, but nobody comes out and says
they never say he's gay.
Yeah, because it's a parody of the movies of the 50s. So they
actually it does when every time the commandant asks how Zorro is, and one of the guys, come on, he acts like fuck. He look like a fuck.
He calls him a poof, and he slaps him across the face for saying that. And the bad guy in the movie is played brilliantly by I don't remember his name offhand, but he was in he was one of the voices in Archer, the cartoon. He played Ron. He played Ron Cadillac, and he plays the he was the evil dictator or whatever of California. And he's there, and he's making fun of so the movie makes fun of everybody because nobody in the movie is like Hispanic. Nobody in the movie is they're making fun of
gay actors
gay people
in the closet.
And so you could not make that movie today, but I believe you can find it for free on YouTube somewhere.
It's on YouTube, yeah. Comandante, yes.
Yeah.
We met Zorro, It was just funny, but he was flamboyant and
Well, it's like,
what do we have there?
Excellency, I've been robbed by Zorro. He was different this time. What was different about him? Well, he wore plum. Like he wore
yellow.
Like yellow. He quit interrupting me, Chief.
Salty, what is that?
He's wearing plum and and it's like he wore a fruit. No, everything matched. He wore plum and he had a whip and he was different this time. He was all kind of like poof. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Comandante. He wear yellow as a banana. Yellow up and down like a banana.
Well, that sounds like a horrible movie.
Yeah.
Salty, what is that?
That would have been a good movie to watch with Matthew.
What am I
What
playing?
is on your screen, Salty? Yeah, what is that?
This is called Last Epoch. Someone gifted it to me on Steam.
That's what he was playing earlier, streaming.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying out the sorcerer character, which I really like. I played the paladin during the earlier stream. And
yeah, I didn't catch you earlier. I was testing physics.
It's $35 on Steam. Somebody gifted it to me. It's still technically in beta, so there are some bugs, but it is definitely worth getting if you have the $35. It's honestly, I like so far the mechanics of the character, the character stuff, like as far as what spending your ability points and stuff, I think is better than either Diablo or Path of Exile. I'll go that far.
Okay.
And so if I could convince Jason to get it, I would. But I know that he would probably get mad at me for trying to suggest that because
Baldur's Gate and turn all the parental guidelines on.
He got Diablo at my advice, and then Diablo turned out to be kind of a bust because they forgot to include an end game, and they broke the game basically.
Hey, did they say how many episodes Sokovia? It was 10? Same thing, 10? Oh, okay.
For what?
Not 10.
Like how many episodes Sokovia?
Ahsoka's 8.
Question.
Oh, okay.
Question, do you think they're going to live action the Bindu?
That would be very interesting.
What?
I know that would make Jason smile real big.
Yeah, I would lose my mind if they actually did that. But that would require them dialing up the pace of the show a lot.
The what?
Because
the what again?
The Bindu. They are they that live in the center. They are
Can't get much grayer than that unless you're, Salty Trekker.
They are not. First of all, let me say this: the Bindu are not gray. They are
the dog.
They are not
gray.
A big
dog.
They are simply they are neutral. But they are not gray. They're not like gray Jedi or something like that. The Bindu are not Jedi and they are not Sith.
Will Zeb come back?
Okay. Wait, let me make you
He was in Mandalorian, and I think he was a guy in the cartoon, right?
Yeah, my theory I put forward on Wednesday night was that they're probably going to do a little bit of the old "let's get the band back together" kind of thing.
Yeah. Let me make you listen. I'll make you this. Who's that? Okay, the Jedi who was blind, who died. The blind. What's his name?
Kanan Jarrus.
Yeah, Kim. Okay, you think they'll have him come back as a ghost?
No.
Why?
He's already back as a wolf.
He's a wolf?
Doom.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I thought no, I didn't know that.
But why would they do that anyway? I mean, that's.
I mean, the Spire. What's the name? What's the name? Vina. Where her name is? No.
Bean.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, Sabine has a master, and Sabine wouldn't see the ghost anyway because Sabine is not force sensitive.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so it got to be something between her or okay. Here's the key question now: Is it Ezra turn? Did he turn or not turn?
Why is everybody saying is Ezra turned? Is there any
evidence? Up to the Force ghost to learn how to appear, or up to the person alive to figure out how to see them?
Is there any evidence anywhere that Ezra has turned to the dark side? Because why do people keep saying this?
Everybody keeps saying. Everybody think that he left.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Not everybody.
I know, but a lot of people are, and it's.
He's saying everybody turns.
I know, but it is so annoying to hear people say this crap when there's nothing to support it. Why would I say has Ezra turned? We haven't seen anything about Ezra.
Some people are thinking the Inquisitor that was seen was
him.
Ezra, and it's like what? Because he came back through the world world between worlds. I thought that the Inquisitor might be Barriss Offee.
Yeah, that's actually been talked about in another video I caught earlier.
Who's
today.
that? I don't remember.
She's the one who did the crime that Ahsoka was
that Ahsoka
tried
was
for.
Yeah. So there's three theories
Jedi
out
Order
there.
donated $1. Thank you. Says, please inform Jason that Gorilla is trying to give him a message, and yes, we are real. Get over it. You are not real.
Gorilla sent me a message.
Salty, do you ever check your Twitter messages?
I do, just not that often. Right there, Jason. I put it on the main screen.
Where are the bounties? Just head for.
Okay, who are these?
What?
What is he talking about?
I know this is about Minecraft, but I'm not quite sure. Try sending that to me again in Twitter DM, Gorilla.
It's not about Minecraft. It's about your craft.
Witches?
Yeah, actually, you know what? That right there, just for a minute, witches, as it relates to Ahsoka, that I watched a little bit of stuff after I was done work today. That has got to be one of the best examples as to why Ahsoka is going to be one of those. You're MCUing your Star Wars, which means you're making everybody have to do homework. Because a lot of people that were making commentary between yesterday and today are looking at this and going, witches? And they're just like, what the hell? Like, where were witches in Star Wars? I'm like, well, clearly you've never watched any of
I was confused.
Clone
Do witches
Wars.
use the Force, or is it completely different?
No, witches use magic. And it's it's a completely
the Force
different
isn't magic.
thing. No, the Force is the Force.
Yeah, I started remembering the witches from Picard season 1 when they started bringing up witches.
Force.
Okay, wait a minute.
Like I started thinking about those cultists from Picard that were on that the female Romulan cult.
Are all witches
That's what I started thinking.
Are there good witches and bad witches?
The witches of the witches of Dathomir are not super awesome.
The correct answer is truck drivers. Okay, I'm going to bed.
Yes.
See you later.
Change gear, change steering.
Wait a minute. Are these the same wizards or sisters who created Darth Maul? I mean, that witch.
No, they didn't create Darth Maul.
They
both live on the same planet, and they altered Darth's brother.
Yeah, I remember that part.
And turned him into an absolute beast of a monster.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
But yeah, there are witches that were, and I don't know if they're in EU or Legends, but I would suspect that that's where
Clone Wars. So.
They are absolutely in Clone Wars, and they are absolutely referred to again in Rebels because they are on Dathomir when Sabine finds the Darksaber. So this is, like I say, this is the issue that we're going to run into, and this is why I let out on Wednesday night on the live stream with this show will not save Star Trek or Star Wars, and it will not save. Well, it won't save Star Trek either.
And what powers do witches have? Is there a crossover with Jedi powers?
Okay, what
The witches? No.
Is that lady that they free? Did they say she's a witch?
She's from the bloodline of the witches of Dathomir. Yes.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see if she actually uses any magic powers.
Well, she did when she did the thing with the ball, though.
Right, but no, I mean in combat.
Oh yeah.
Against the Jedi. Like, will she fight Ahsoka at some point?
That's a interesting question for sure.
I think one of the best things I saw in Ahsoka, she was fighting that Inquisitor, and the Inquisitor jump, and he saw, and he grabbed pulling the sword, and she moved. You know the sword was coming. She moved. We kept her and caught it. But that was a great.
Yeah, well, it's
good moment.
They're trying to lure in
a
the
good demonstration of the precognition that Jedi have.
Yeah, you know the sword was coming, and she just moved. She was good. That was good.
Well, there's only one question that needs to be answered. If any crimes are committed against Star Wars in the next 8 episodes, will you indict the producer on felonies?
Now I did take a look at something because I figured it would be interesting to bring up if we got onto this tonight.
You're gonna take his hat away from him.
Yeah, no more cowboy hat for you, buddy. The second episode was not directed by Filoni.
No, it was directed by someone else. I can't remember.
Yeah, and it was
written
another
by Filoni, however.
Yeah, and the director was a director of all things not sci-fi, except for one bad episode of was it Boba Fett, I think. But yeah, it's like they just keep. I know the directors are a little different than writers, but man, they just can't stop themselves with regards to bringing people in that are tied to, broad appealing shows as opposed to niche franchises.
Jason,
and it's
hold on. Breaking news. We have proof here that Professor Brainy Specs likes Star Trek Discovery because he says Star Trek has done the only good show in the current era they canceled. So Professor Brady Specs
accidentally threw in an endorsement for.
Yeah, it's
Professor Brady Specs likes STDs. Yes.
Why don't you guys question that?
Please, Chief. Now, Salty, Jason, and anyone else, did any of you see the callback to the episode in Mando 3, The Spy?
What callback specifically? I'm trying to think.
The Spy, where it takes place entirely separated from everyone else,
on the Coruscant, right?
A Coruscant, that episode. Do you guys catch that reference to that?
No. What reference are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What reference are you thinking of?
That they're having the workers for the Workers X Empire right in the midst of them, and they're all.
Oh yeah. Actually, the funny thing I said to my son. The funny thing I said to my son while we were watching the 2 episodes on Tuesday night, I said, "Well, at least these guys are right up front about letting the freaking Hydra people be part of."
Yeah. That's what they are.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna. My question was, okay, it was carrying a new lifesaver, the orange. Was it orange, right?
It looks like they're orange.
The bad guys look like they have orange.
Yeah. So what's that mean right there? Anybody know?
I don't know.
It means that they didn't want to use red again.
That character, the male character was a child Padawan. It was a Padawan.
I'm talking about lightsaber. I was talking about the cut.
No, but the one thing you need to keep in mind with lightsabers is the kyber crystals choose the Jedi. And that actual Sith have to use synthetic kyber crystals.
Right.
And this is like falling way off into magic nerd land with this, but
that's what I was
but
saying.
it matters because orange means that these people are definitively not Sith.
Wasn't the idea that Kylo's crystal was cracked or something, and that's why his saber was
He's
so
the crazy, like the exhaust ports.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can live with that, but I know in reality that's just JJ just wanted something fancy.
thought it looked cool.
Yeah.
But
orange,
yeah, but
orange
the thing is,
lightsaber. We're gonna have to put a mugshot on that.
yeah, if there's an orange, but with an orange lightsaber, it does, it confirms that they're not Sith because all Sith have red.
Yeah.
And besides that, I think they want to be careful about if they're Sith, then they can't use any other Sith because of their stupid rule of two thing, which is the dumbest thing in the Star Wars universe. I'm sorry.
It is.
But be a dark side Jedi, but not be a Sith, like a Sith.
But wait a minute.
Religion
I
on
caught
top
something.
of being a.
Well, I caught something. I did call something. The girl was wearing like a what's that thing that the braid on her hair.
Yeah.
Like a braid in her hair, like Anakin was.
Yeah, well, any learner underneath a Jedi or a Sith or a not Sith Dark Lord, whatever, they're all going to be quote unquote Padawan, a rose by any other name. So having something in their hair doesn't mean anything other than, that person belongs to them. Like
there's also one detail that the talking heads have not talked about that I've seen yet, and that is that Ahsoka has a thing on her headdress, which is 2 gold rectangles, like an equal sign.
Yeah.
And when we had Bo-Katan, she had 2 like those gold equal signs on her headband. And when Sabine brought her armor out, she has those marks on her breastplate. So there's some type
remember,
of
Sabine was her Padawan, so that makes sense.
So how does Bo-Katan, or is this like is Bo-Katan part of something with Ahsoka too?
Wait a minute, I thought Sabine was part of royalty or something. Or sister.
She's part of one of the big houses.
Yeah.
The Darksaber, right? So.
Yeah, she was the one who found it.
Ahsoka's the one that's always had the little marks on her head thingy.
Yeah.
And I just noticed that those marks are now on 3 different characters. It's like, is there a message here?
Some significance there?
Maybe. I haven't seen anybody talk about it, and I don't know if you guys, if either of you two watch Eckhart's Ladder, but he covers Star Wars a lot, and he has not said a
good channel
anything about that at all. So
I did New Rockstars and Screen Crush, and I didn't hear anything, but they had some interesting theories.
My only problem with Eckhart's Ladder is that he focuses a little too much on the legend stuff.
Yeah, well, he's a big reader of all that content, so he brings that up a lot. So.
Right, and that stuff is not canon, but he loves it so much that he talks like it is.
Yeah,
and I think it confuses people.
Sometimes I would agree. Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I remember Rebel. Okay, Bo-Katan had a sister, and I thought Satine was a sister mother.
Satine was her older sister.
In no way, shape, or form related to Bo-Katan. They are, except for the fact that they're both Mandalorians.
Satine.
Right.
Satine
is not Sabine. That's
Sabine. Yeah.
That's
Satine. So Chief, are you talking about Sabine or Satine?
Satine. Okay.
Saltine.
Satine.
Yeah. Saltine is my sister.
Sabine is in the show that was on Tuesday night. Satine died like 20 years ago in Star Wars time.
Yeah, but then she did have a sister, right? I'm saying
no. Sabine had a brother, or has a brother.
I thought that because I remember Cole in the Rebel series, she had a younger sister, or older sister, and
Sabine has a mother and a brother. Her father is gone.
Right.
Satine is the older sister of Bo-Katan, and Satine was killed by Darth Maul in the Clone Wars cartoon. And Satine was Obi-Wan's secret lover.
Okay. Okay. So I thought, okay, who?
Hello there.
Okay. So who's?
Did any Jedi stick to the celibacy rule?
I don't think so. Maybe Qui-Gon.
Screwed we all are.
Oh my.
Screw we all shall. Screw we all shall.
Yeah.
Well, that Baby Yoda came from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Baby, I shall make anew.
Do not. Do not. Let's do it again.
Let's do it.
Size matters not.
That's why you fail.
Yeah.
Judge me by my size, do you?
Mr. Yoda, I'm scared. You will be.
Now we're going right to Creepland.
Don't touch me like that, Master Yoda.
Young Skywalker, are you?
How great the mind of a youngling.
Show me on the doll where Yoda touched you.
You don't need that weapon. I will give you one.
Oh man.
That's why it
Did
makes
you
my
wonder
blood
my
cold.
lightsaber is green?
You will feel my power.
Oh man.
Feel the force in you.
Oh, we just went into the toilet, didn't we?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah. And Danny was wondering what goes on Friday nights usually.
Good.
Yeah.
He missed out all the bad stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like if you stick around till midnight Atlantic, everything goes off the rails.
Yeah.
You're my puppy.
Yeah. As
So
soon
I
as
thought his last name.
Darren leaves,
I thought his
because-
last name was Skull, but I guess it's Skull. The race.
Yeah,
Stevenson character.
SKOL. Yeah, SKOLL. Yeah.
Like I said,
one
when
of
he, when he started saying that it's a shame that there's so few Jedi left. I'm like, this is a character that I want to know more about. I don't have to know everything about him, but I really liked him.
Yeah,
He was
he's
very good
clearly
Jedi.
intended to be complex.
Yeah.
The
The problem is that since the actor is gone,
yeah, I know.
if he doesn't die by the end of the season, we're all gonna, hate that.
You know what sucks is it's like the biggest time I actually want a character to be dead.
Yeah, a character that I like.
Yeah, because I just
He looks
don't
good.
want them to.
Yeah, he looks good. He
Yeah.
sounds good.
He's got presence for sure.
Yeah. He's
Well,
tall.
I mean, he is Matt Vader, so
Yeah, know what I'm saying. Yeah, you get that tall look. He's 6'6".
He's
you feel like
6'3", so you put him
Yeah.
in boots. He's 6'5". So
Yeah,
yeah,
he looks- yeah.
Do you think that the opening scene evoked the beginning of the Phantom Menace when the two Jedi were on the Trade Federation
because
blockade?
Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon didn't show up and just start hacking people to bits.
Didn't they? I thought they destroyed a bunch of battle droids before they went down.
They were attacked first. That was
T first, yeah.
I'm just saying, did you automatically remember that when the scene
No,
started?
I didn't even think about it until
Okay.
you just mentioned it. That is the first time I thought about Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, comparing that to them. Because except for the fact that it's two Jedi land on a ship. Well, what are the odds of that happening in Star Wars? Pretty good, actually.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. Anytime
Two Jedis walk into a bar and then they rub their head and say, "Ow."
Yeah, when two Jedi go somewhere, they're either going to land on a planet or a ship.
Hey, Ray, the guy who played Ray, did he play Punisher? It was someone else.
Who? Who played who?
Ray. What the guy named? Got to pay.
The guy that played Skull, I think he was
Yeah.
Punisher, and I don't know.
Oh,
if
he was in one of the
Warzone
Punisher
or something,
movies.
maybe.
Ray is the actor, not the character.
Yeah, Ray. Yeah, Ray. I think
Ray
he played
Stevenson.
Punisher. Yeah, I think
Ray
he played Punisher.
Stevenson was one of the Punishers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Thomas asked a question, Mike.
Oh.
What did you see the Star Trek Day picture, and what did you think?
I'll take a look real quick.
Yeah, it's missing some people.
Yes, we talked about that earlier, that it's missing the original series.
You talked about it, and guess what? I agree with
Front
everything
and
that you
center.
said. But if you could put it up on the screen, Salty, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I'll grab it right now.
That way, even if you see it, I'd like to see it if you get a chance to like kind of move us aside and put it in the middle.
I'm doing.
Okay, I was just suggesting it.
I can't unhear it. It's going to be those old scientists for the rest of my life.
Yeah. So this is
No
the
Kirk at
official
all?
Star Trek Day picture, and now notice
Wow.
the TOS Enterprise is on there. And
I don't like Paramount anymore. That's offensive. I don't get offended by anything.
I went on an absolute rage earlier today about this.
Why?
Because what I said is what they honestly should, what they honestly should do is every Star Trek. Oh, and I guess Uhura's back there, so
Yeah.
that's the official representation from TOS. But but every Star Trek Day, the center of the picture should be Kirk, Spock, and McCoy.
And who's that behind Michael Burnham? Is that the stupid Michelle Yeoh character who I hate?
Well, if you want to call it that, yes, I suppose.
I just can't. I can't understand anything she says when she talks.
Well, that's just her accent.
I know, but it's
well, dude, come on.
That sounds like
I'm
the
not trying.
Jew
I'm
problem.
not trying to be racist, but I just
hold on. If you
same problem with him,
I'm not trying to be racist. Don't say the sentence.
Okay.
In that case, you got to see Everything Everywhere All at Once. That was an insane movie.
I couldn't watch that movie.
You know what? That movie was the best movie and the worst movie I've ever seen at the same time.
How do you mean?
Because it was both great and crap at the same time.
Well, let's just sum it up: butt plugs and hot dog fingers.
Yeah, butt plugs and hot dog fingers in a great sci-fi movie.
And Everything Bagel was
multiverse at that.
So why did they do that? Why did they want to ruin a great movie by having a fight scene with a guy literally fighting with a butt plug hanging out of his ass?
What?
It's in context.
That is, in fact, it is. They blur it in the movie, so that because they didn't want it to get an NC-17 rating.
Oh man!
It wasn't actually a butt plug. It was an accounting award for the IRS.
Yes, it was. But
it gets shoved up his
It was shaped.
Yeah, because the way that they're
symbolic the IRS and
the way that their interdimensional
butt.
travel worked is that in order to basically the way that the tech worked is that in order to initiate interdimensional travel, you had to do something that was that was very unlikely. So, for example, in one scene, they said, okay, you have to get 7 paper cuts on your left hand. And so she had to find a piece of paper and give herself 7 paper cuts, and in order to go to a specific dimension that would give her the ability to do whatever, right? And it was just like that was just a weird, interesting sci-fi mechanism for their interdimensional travel. But then by the end of it got
to the forehead.
Yeah, but then at the end of it got ridiculous. Like this one guy literally had to ram a trophy up his ass in order to get the martial arts ability to fight her. But then he had to keep the trophy up his ass or he would lose the abilities, I guess. And so he's literally jumping across the screen with a trophy hanging out of his ass. And it is just it's the most disgusting thing. And I mean, it was funny, but it also ruined the moment.
I got 40 minutes into that movie, and I thought this is too much like The Evil Dead, and yet I don't understand it. I had to finish watching it, but it was just very tough for me to watch. It was filmed like The Evil Dead with the camera zooms, like Evil Dead 2. You know what I mean? When they do these crazy camera zooms and whatever. Didn't like it, but I'll have to watch it again.
Not to mention, people will be avoiding Chinese laundromats for quite a while now.
Yeah. But it was absolutely horrific. But at the same time, it was brilliant. And that's my problem. It was the worst movie and the best movie at the same time.
Like
the best part is we got to see Short Round.
Lower Decks.
Huh?
We got to see Short Round. Her co-actor in the movie was Short Round from India.
And he was great.
Doom. Yeah, he was amazing.
In fact, everybody, the entire cast was really good. But the
Hey, won an Oscar.
But the fact is, the movie,
the premise,
the premise was interesting, but the execution of that premise sabotaged itself when they start doing absolutely stupid things, you know. So I really had a problem with that. But back to Star Trek Day. Yes, front and center should be Kirk, Spock, and McCoy every single year because they are the heart and soul of Star Trek. I don't care if you're a fan of TNG or Deep Space Nine or Voyager or frickin' Discovery for that matter. Kirk, Spock, and McCoy are the heart of Star Trek, the soul of Star Trek. That's where it all started.
And they don't put Picard in his TNG uniform. He's wearing a stupid...
Right, and that's the next thing I would say is that behind Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, you should have Picard and Riker. And because...
in their proper uniforms.
Right, well, in their
uniforms.
TNG days, basically. Yeah. And so you can actually... Because they are truly the beginning of the continuation of Trek. Right? That's where Trek picked back up and continued onward was with Picard and Riker. And then you can start spreading out to the rest of the next generations of Trek, right? I do think Sisko should be there, but why do you put Sisko and Janeway way off to the side? Because you should put it in the order that they appeared, unless, okay, if you want to say, well, but they're not as relevant because, hey, they're not new. Okay, fine. Then you put everybody except for Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, you can put in the background. But Michael Burnham, I'm sorry. Look, Michael Burnham is not hard to look at or anything, but her show has been canceled.
Enterprise completely ignored.
Yeah, there's nothing from Enterprise, not even a ship. All right. So there's no Jonathan Archer, there's no Enterprise, there's no
the NX-01.
Right. There's nothing there for Enterprise. Nothing. And so we should have Captain Archer or something on there. We should not have Michael Burnham on there because, like I said, her show. Or if we're gonna have Michael Burnham, she should be in the background because her show has been canceled. Anybody who does not, and by the way, Picard should not be front and center if it's because of shows that are currently airing, and instead you should have Pike in the very front, and then you could have honestly Boimler and Mariner because they're still running, and then put everybody else behind them.
Salty, I hate you.
2 from Discovery, 2 from Voyager.
Salty.
Yes.
Yeah, Salty guys, I hate to interrupt you guys. I gotta hop off. Sorry, guys.
All right. No,
have a good night.
Have a good night.
Take it easy, BK. So that's just my opinion on it. I'm thinking about trying to Photoshop this a bit to fix it. Don't get me wrong. I love Anson Mount as Pike. I think that he is the best thing to come out of New Trek. But I do not believe...
Just put Shatner's face in there. He'll love the hair.
Yeah. No, you know what? I love Shatner, but his hair can't touch Anson Mount's. Anson Mount has got the best hair in Trek ever. Bar none. Nobody can touch that hair. Nobody.
I summed up the second season in 4 words: no reservations, no regrets. They went all out.
Can't touch your hand.
Care to the wind. Interesting to see what they do in the 3rd season.
I will be very curious. I'm hoping that they have some reservations because I think that some things were inappropriate for Trek, like the musical episode. To be honest, I thought that the musical episode was, quite frankly, silly.
And charades.
Charades was just poorly executed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, because Charades, unfortunately, was the men bad, women good. And but it's, I gotta say, it's the only episode of Strange New Worlds that has done that.
That's overt about it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Major Grin channel has a decent little rundown of just how many times
Major
they keep
Grin,
slipping it in.
I love Major Grin, but he also has a tendency to, let's just say, put things out of context.
A little bit, but
like I watched his Gorn thing, and
but that one was fixing to get under your saddle anyway.
I know, but because we literally did a whole we did like
a 3-hour run on just talking about them. Yeah,
right. And so and I rewatched everything that involved the Gorn over the last couple of weeks.
Did you sort about the Gorn and Alien?
Huh? Yeah,
I was having alien flashbacks from when I was a kid and got scared shitless.
Yeah. But a lot of the stuff that he showed was purposely taken way out of context. Like he would show a scene from Alien, and then he'd show a shot from an episode from the Gorn that kind of looks similar, but he showed just enough to give you the impression that the same thing was going on, but it wasn't.
Now let me ask you: would you like a Star Trek Day poster that featured Roddenberry, Kuhn, Fontana, and even Lucille Ball, like featured some of the creators over the years instead of the characters?
No, I am
just wondering.
No, and that's and no, and I'm very blatant about that. I am a Trekkie, not a Trekker. And when I say that, I mean I love Star Trek. A Trekker to me, and I know it's different to different people, but when I say that, what I mean is I don't, and that's why I used to call myself the anti-Trekker, but people thought it meant I didn't like Star Trek, so I changed it. But the fact is that I don't care about Gene Roddenberry and his vision, because Gene Roddenberry's vision was dollar sign.
Oh, I know, but I mentioned the other guys too. I even mentioned.
I understand that, but I don't want to give Gene Roddenberry one more second of idolization. I don't care if you're putting him up there with the people that actually deserve it.
Okay, just asking.
Yeah, I don't want to put him up there when the characters are what matter.
Yeah, I do think.
Speaking about characters, I know.
How could they not put Kirk up there? It's just
the reason they don't put Kirk up there is simple. Yeah. Somebody at Paramount has a major grudge with William Shatner.
It's just
also
Paramount Plus instead of something celebrating Star Trek's legacy.
Also, we don't see anybody from 2009 Star Trek on there.
Yeah, well, that's like an ad for Paramount Plus. That's all it is.
Yeah, nobody from the movies either.
Yeah, the 2009 franchise is dead.
It just feels like an ad for their streaming service, and that's why it's such a bad look for them.
But I find that not having the 2000, not putting up the Chris Pine cast, that doesn't bother me in the slightest, because to me that franchise is dead, and it has been dead for a long time. It's think about it. When was Star Trek Beyond?
2012,
2016.
15. Okay, 15.
It was a long time ago. We're talking almost a decade.
Close to 10 years.
Yeah. So,
it's not
let's stop pretending that this is an active franchise. All right.
So you don't think they're going to do another movie, right?
I don't want them to do another movie. In fact, I want them to not do another Chris Pine movie. I don't think they should do more Star Trek movies, period.
It's been 8 years almost since Beyond.
Yeah, and quite frankly, Star Trek movies, since the original series movies, and I look again, if you're a fan of TNG and all that, that's great. Knock yourself out. But since the original series films, Star Trek movies have been on a steady decline, and the reason for that is too much money being poured into them, and they've been trying to basically make Star Trek into something it's not. And
these writers that don't know anything about Star Trek.
Well, the funny thing is that's not always because, like in the TNG movies, the first 3 were all written and produced by Ronald D. Frickin' Moore.
And
And the last one, Nemesis, was written by Berman and Braga and Brent Spiner.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
That's right, he got a
these are
credit.
not people that don't know Star Trek. The problem is they were still trying to morph Star Trek into an action franchise, which is that's why everybody felt out of character in the TNG movies. And
Wait, so wait a minute. So Paramount owned movie rights, correct? Or CBS owned movie rights?
One company or another over the last 45 years has owned some piece of it or another.
Keep in mind
it's
that
a bit
Paramount
of a
and
sordid
CBS
tale.
Yeah, Paramount and CBS have
I don't
always had this
understand it.
weird relationship. They've always had the same parent company, but they've sometimes had separate parts of Trek. However, as of right now, they're together. Star Trek is 100% under the control of Paramount Global, is the current name of the company.
Yeah.
And so there's no split. There's no legal thing no, Star Trek is under one house and one house only. And it's called Paramount Global.
Paramount Global, okay.
Yeah. And when you watch CBS, you're watching Paramount Global. All right, because it's all under one house. All right. But the problem
So you don't think none of your lifetime you think they're not gonna make no movie whatsoever, no matter what? You don't think?
No, because Star Trek is better on the small screen. And let me address this what SR says, because says I agree with the Gene over worship, and I acknowledge it but I also acknowledge that without Gene we wouldn't have those characters. Wrong answer, because it was that horrible studio interference that got us the characters we know and love from Star Trek. Gene Roddenberry wanted it to be the Cage. Those are the characters he wanted. He wanted an all-white cast. Don't listen to the BS that he tried to sell for 50 years about how he wanted an interracial cast, because he didn't. The only progressive thing he did was put his girlfriend, who he was sleeping with while he was married, by the way, as number one.
Yeah.
That's the only progressive thing he did. All right. And so and then he divorced his wife and married her.
And then cheated on her all the time.
Yeah. So let's not, I'm sorry. The great characters that we love from Trek, everybody except for Spock came from people other than Gene Roddenberry. And by the way, Gene Roddenberry wanted Spock to be a totally different kind of character than he was. Watch Spock in the Cage and compare that to Spock that you love.
They should focus on having another successful 7-season series before they make a movie out of that.
Yeah, they don't even need to do. Look, if Strange New Worlds, if they can tighten up the writing for Strange New Worlds, they've got the potential for a truly great Star Trek series. But they need to just focus on the writing, and that's why with the writers on strike, great. Fire them all, get good writers, get sci-fi writers, get people who know how to write freaking sci-fi instead of people who write Ugly Betty. Literally, those are the writers that they've had for season 2
and season 1
and Broadway musicals.
Yeah. And so we don't need that kind of crap writing Star Trek. We need and that's what made the original series so unique, is that it was never written by staff writers. It was written by science fiction writers. And, and heck, Robert Bloch wrote 2 episodes of the original series. And if you don't know who Robert Bloch is, he wrote Psycho, among other things.
Ken Bloch.
Well, and of course, talking about the Gorn episode, Arena, was actually a modification of a science fiction short story.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, people have to remember what they're making. They're not making CSI. They're not making Buffy the Vampire Slayer or the Vampire Diaries. These people, and this goes back to when Mike pushed back on the idea of having to be Star Trek lovers. You just have to understand, as a writer on these types of shows, and this applies to Stargate as well, because Stargate has a very
any sci-fi.
Well, in particular, Stargate and Star Trek, because Star Wars has its own little universe that it tries to exist within. there's a lot more room for allegory in those two particular science fiction series.
Yeah, and with Earth.
Yeah, and
humans.
Yeah, the people that forget what it is that they're there for, those people need to just go, and the producers need to grow a pair, frankly, and make sure that they make it understood that, you know, you're here to do science fiction. It doesn't necessarily have to start out as Star Trek science fiction or whatever science fiction. But if it's not science fiction, then you've already failed step one.
I kind of agree with you, but also I think that the biggest problem we have, I think there are Star Trek writers, but I think they just won't hire them, because I know we heard stories that the people that sent them scripts in TNG and they didn't want to pay them, and it was great scripts. And I think that's what they're afraid to do as well. I think there are some people who know.
Well, that doesn't make any sense though, Chief, because if you're paying for a script, whether you get it from someone who did a mail-in or you're paying it to somebody who's a staff writer. Like, but somebody's getting paid.
They can't work outside the guild, because otherwise, you know, they have to work within the guild.
By the time TNG came out in the 80s, it had to be a guild writer.
Yeah, I know that. I know
that. They couldn't just accept spec scripts from people.
Yeah,
and that's part of the problem. They you know, in the TOS days they could, and Ignored.
You have to have the guild because it makes sense.
Hold on. With $1 from Ignored says, "I'm going to send you in Skype an Amazon link for that Trek documentary I told you about. Put in the wish list so I can order for you." Absolutely, thank you.
So yeah, like if you don't take scripts from guild members, they, you know, let's say you didn't take a script from me. Let's say I sent the script. If they don't accept it, but then they use an idea that's similar to what I did, they don't want me to sue them later. So that's why they only take script.
But see, the thing is, if you send them the script and then they use the idea, you're out of luck.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but that's why they only take guild, because they don't want to deal with this nonsense, you know. And even though, that's why they only take it from solicited agents or guild members or something. It's all legal stuff that I don't quite understand, but I understand that it's more complicated than I am.
You just don't want to get sued.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's all about not getting sued. It's all about CYA. Cover your ass. That's what it's all about.
Right.
I think we can agree Jonathan Frakes is a steely-eyed director man.
Yeah,
yes.
but still,
he's a company man.
Yeah, that's true.
But you know what? I would absolutely have no. You know, if I were if they handed the reins of Trek over to me, I would have no problem having Jonathan Frakes as a staff director for my series. He's a competent director, and he knows how to get a good performance out of his talent. However, what I would not do is have Jonathan Frakes write the scripts. Right. So,
but will you allow him be the showrunner or
no? He just said I'd have him as a staff director.
No, I'm not going to let him. I'm not going to let him control the direction of the show. I would let him direct individual episodes, but that's a very different job. And, and by the way, Tom, I added it to the list. Thank you.
You don't think he's not Rick Berman level? Current show,
I think that here's the problem: when you start these actors, and people don't get this. People really don't.
What happened when they let Stewart into the writing room?
They think that Trek is important to them as it is to us. It's not. It really isn't. To them, it's a job, right? What do you do
for a platform?
Right. But what do you do? I mean, you don't have to tell me specifically where you work, but what kind of work do you do?
Who?
Chief.
Huh?
What kind of work do you do?
Bad.
Electrician, I can't mechanic. Well, wiring.
Substandard.
Substandard work. So you do what now?
Planes.
So you do wiring on planes.
Yeah, like wiring. We fix airplane parts.
Okay. Now let me ask you this: do you spend 24/7 of your time thinking about airplanes?
No.
Of course not. However, There are people that do. There are people that obsess about airplanes. It's their favorite
Yeah, I know.
in the whole world, right?
Yeah.
Now, that's the difference. To Jonathan Frakes, it's what he does for a living, and he's good at it. Hold on, he's good at it, but it's not like he really cares about it on the level that you or I do. Just like with Patrick Stewart, he doesn't give a crap about the lore of Star Trek and all that. He just thought of it as a great way to insert his own life story into it, and that's why we got Picard season 1 and 2, right?
Yeah, but you got I understand it, but Jonathan Frakes did say he tried to help the series out, and he was trying to make another TV series. What it didn't help.
Yeah, but you know what? He's going to say that because he wants money.
That's everybody, yeah. Okay.
I
can see that.
Well, don't you? Wouldn't you, if you had an opportunity to sell yourself as being a great showrunner, wouldn't you do it?
I didn't hear what you say again.
If you could sit there and say, "Hey, everybody, look at me. I played a popular character on Star Trek, and I'm trying to sell them a great idea for a Star Trek show. Everybody write a letter to Paramount and tell them that you want my show."
Yeah, but yeah, I would do that. But also,
how do you know it's any good?
Wait a minute, let me finish. If I know Star Trek the same way that you and been on there like 12 years, everything, and know how it worked, know how the style was, and experience doing and stuff like that, and plus movie and stuff like that, I could say I know what I'm doing, and plus I have people who work on Star Trek around me, so if I make a mistake, I can always fun upon it.
Okay, so I have a piece of info / a statement to make. These people do not sit there and watch the finished product that they were in. They have no idea what the actual sausage looks like. They're in the sausage, but they don't know what the sausage looks like. Brent Spiner's on record as saying he's never watched a single episode of TNG. Just because they're in it, just because they direct it, doesn't mean they know anything about it at all.
Everything out of order. They probably don't even know what's going on.
That's right. That's right.
They don't see it edited.
And there's
together.
tons of stuff that falls to the cutting room floor. For all they know, there's all this great material that they did was part of it. Why do you think that so many actors and actresses will go on about they think this movie they were in is going to be a fantastic movie? Because they don't have a freaking clue what's going to be in there. Because they've done a pile of work and a bunch of stuff that they think that they did really good with. They don't have a clue.
Yeah, but I agree with it. But for someone who looks for front of the camera and behind the camera, you gotta give him credit. Leonard Nimoy is one of those people.
Yeah, I'll give him credit because he's a good director. A good director
That doesn't mean he's a good
works
showrunner.
well with actors.
Yeah, that's right. A director. A director, okay, listen. A director has a list of objectives that he needs to achieve to be able to make sure the story is told the way the writer and the showrunner wants it to fundamentally come out. Directors are chosen because of the tone that they can apply into a story, because of how they can work with the staff, the actors and actresses.
Yeah, they're more like a foreman.
Yeah, him being able to get performances out of people to match what the producers and the showrunners want has nothing to do with whether or not he knows anything.
He's not the architect.
The ultimate example is with Star Trek is always Wrath of Khan, because that guy didn't know shit. Okay, so this idea of people being part, like, this has got to drop. Like, there's no butt bombs allowed with this. Like, people are either really good at one specific thing that they do, or they're a super fan. And I don't want super fans writing my shows.
Right.
Because they're going to write
fan fiction. Yeah.
That's right. Like, we have to be very careful about what we ask for. It's like,
okay. 2 words. Okay, Leonard Nimoy. Okay, Leonard Nimoy.
Get the stars right. All of a sudden, they're in every scene.
Yeah.
What makes you think Leonard Nimoy was a super fan?
No,
Leonard Nimoy. Here's hold on.
No, I ain't saying super. I'm talking
Wait,
about
Chief.
But you ran to Leonard Nimoy, so why
Leonard
run there?
Leonard Nimoy is a consummate professional, or
Yeah.
was. That makes him the exception, not the rule.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't saying he's a fan. I'm
Look
saying
at what happened. Look at what happened with Star.
directing.
Okay, let me counter your Leonard Nimoy with a William Shatner.
Star Trek 5.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so just because Leonard Nimoy did a great job with Star Trek 4, and he did.
Six.
He didn't direct Star Trek 6.
No,
He
he
directed
Three.
Star Trek 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. But did he write 6? Part of writing 6?
No.
He write 6?
He was only involved with 3 and 4.
Okay. I thought he wrote 6. I mean, part of
No.
6. Oh, okay.
No. In fact, 6 was done by the same guy that did 2.
No, Meyer. I'm talking about
Nicholas Meyer is
The two best
the
ones,
best
yeah.
Trek
Well,
of
he
all
wrote it with
time.
Nimoy
Right.
and
But they say, but
wrote it with
they
Nimoy.
say he co-wrote the story. He co-wrote or came up with the idea of the story.
He has a co-writing credit, but he didn't write the whole thing.
All right. And by the way,
There are
Danny
five.
Martin.
There are 5 people involved with the story and screenplay for Undiscovered Country.
and you also have to understand the difference between writing the story and writing the screenplay. Those are very different jobs.
Yeah.
Writing the
Story doesn't have any dialogue.
Right, writing the story basically would be like the 6 of us sitting down and coming up with a concept for a story. Then we hand that concept to the real writer who's going to turn it into an actual workable screenplay.
Yeah.
All right. And so the story writers aren't writing squat. What they do is they come up with the general idea, and then the person who gets the screenplay credit, they're the ones that are actually writing it. And so in 99.9% of the cases. Now, sometimes you see it's written by, the story and screenplay are by the same guy. And that's when you usually have a real writer involved. But when you see like 5 people do the story, it means there was a committee of people that said, what are we going to do for this movie? And they came up with an idea, and then they handed it to someone and said, turn this into something that works.
Yeah.
And so they came up with the ideas, and then they handed it over to who wrote. Did Meyer write 6, or did someone else write 6?
Leonard, Lawrence Connor, and Mark Rosenthal are the 3 story writers.
Nicholas, the screenplay.
Hold on.
Mercer.
Hold on. Nicholas Meyer and Denny Martin Flynn are the 2 screenplay writers.
Okay, so Nicholas Meyer and Denny,
the restaurant.
Okay.
Martin Flynn
and Denny Martin Flynn are the ones that actually wrote
Danny.
It. Yeah. So Denny and Nicholas actually wrote it, while the committee came up with the basic ideas.
Yeah.
And basically what the committee basically said is, hey, wouldn't it be great if we had the Berlin Wall come down in space? And we can have that happen between the Federation and the Klingons. And then we can have an assassination attempt against the Klingon Chancellor. Actually, we'll have it work. That'll work. And then Kirk will get framed. And then they'll have to have an assassination. They'll have to break Kirk out of prison
and make out with himself
and save another chancellor.
and make out.
Yeah. So give that to Nicholas Meyer and see if they can make that work.
Yeah.
And so Professor Brady Speck says Nicholas Meyer didn't know Star Trek. When he got the job for Star Trek 2, he watched every TOS episode, including. And that's what gave him the idea for Khan. So he knew Star Trek before doing Wrath of Khan. But the difference here, Professor, and you're right, you're absolutely right.
He did his homework.
Yeah. What Nicholas Meyer did was he wasn't watching Star Trek for entertainment. He was watching it for research. What he was doing was he was trying to understand what the original series was all about, so that he could replicate that in movie form.
Yeah, he was being a professional.
Yeah, he wasn't doing it to have fun or to enjoy the characters or to become a fan. He was doing it because he needed to see, okay, what is the Federation? What is Kirk? What is Spock? What's this all about? And then where would all this be 20 years later?
What about that guy Harvey Bennett? Harvey
Bennett?
Yeah. Well, his job was. I know he's a producer.
And I know you didn't say you watched it for entertainment. I'm just pointing that out.
Was he one of the producers? I know he was a producer.
Harvey Bennett, yeah, same thing. He was not a fan either. And so the two, and so the best of Trek came from people who were not fans of Trek. The worst of Trek came from people who were either given credit for creating Trek, Gene Roddenberry, or people that you would think were super fans, like William Shatner.
Yeah.
And you don't like anything about Gene Roddenberry, huh?
No, don't get me wrong. But I do think that it's kind of like Christopher Nolan. Gene Roddenberry is the most overrated person in Trek because, yes, he created the core concept of, let's have an exploration ship going out into space, basically being like the law enforcement of the Federation. Although he didn't come up, by the way, with the Federation, he just had the starship, and but most of the details did not come from him, and that's why, if you notice, most of the details mentioned in The Cage were changed. Like the time warp barrier was broken in The Cage. That's what they called it. Time.
What?
Pike even says time warp factor 3 or something like that. They changed a lot of things. So they actually took the main phaser bank of the ship and beamed it down to the planet to blow the top of a mountain off. Whereas in later Trek, of course, they would just fire the phasers from the ship.
Yeah, they just do it from orbit.
Yeah,
it's the only way to be sure.
Yeah,
Oops, I guess I should have turned my camera off.
What's that?
I should have turned my camera off. My space engineer's in the bathroom.
Oh. But yeah, so they absolutely, obviously Spock was blatantly emotional. And that was, that was just something he was a different character. There was a lot of things that were just done differently, which is fine. The biggest problem with The Cage was that Gene Roddenberry lied to the studio about it, because he told them that he was going to make them a Western in space, the wagon train to the stars that everybody's heard about. The funny thing is, people say firefighters. Yeah, people say all the time, and you hear to this day, people that want to celebrate Gene Roddenberry for creating a wagon train to the stars, except that Gene Roddenberry, he created the phrase wagon train to the stars as a lie, and he even says this, by the way. You can find it on YouTube. It's in the look up.
Archive.
If you look up the introductory video for the release of The Cage on VHS, that's where he says it. He talks about the fact that wagon train to the stars was a concept he came up with simply to sell Trek to the studios, and then once they bought it, he wrote the show he really wanted to write, which was a high concept sci-fi series, more akin to like The Outer Limits, which is what we got with The Cage.
And McFarlane.
And so when he delivered that to the network was like, "What the F is this? This is not a wagon train to the stars." And so when people then said, "Oh, the network thought that the fans were stupid. They said it was too cerebral." No, the too cerebral line that was taken out of context was because they were sold a Western and they got The Outer Limits. They were lied to. Gene Roddenberry lied to them. However, that's when Lucille Ball stepped in and saved Trek.
Yeah.
And she said, "Wait a minute. There's some real potential here." And that's when Desilu said, let's do another pilot. Only you're going to make a few changes. You're going to actually do the Wagon Train to the Stars bit. And
and you're going to actually be diverse too.
Yeah. And so they made the cast more diverse. They brought in, unfortunately, Jeffrey Hunter was unavailable, but they brought in William Shatner, who was, obviously, I think, an improvement. But at the same time, it's too bad that Jeffrey Hunter didn't get the part because he ended up dying way too early because of an accident filming another show shortly thereafter.
Oh, geez.
And so had he been available to do Star Trek, he'd probably still be alive today. But he'd be very, very old. But he might not be alive today, but he would have been alive until very recently, at least. But yeah, he died because of complications after a prop explosion in a car caused some cerebral damage and filming. And so it wasn't the studio's fault, obviously, but it's just sad. But anyway, so they brought in William Shatner. They made the cast more diverse. They made the ship more colorful, the interior sets. Like if you look at the original Enterprise, the set was gray on black. And then if you look at the set of the Enterprise in after that, they added all the red and stuff to the color palette to make it a little more bright, a little more colorful. They added color to the uniforms. They added color to the cast. They did they basically
sci-fi writers to come up with the episodes.
They brought in real writers. They basically made it a better show in every conceivable way. And so, yes, Gene Roddenberry had an initial idea that was good, but not great. However, thanks to Gene Kuhn primarily, and also to DC Fontana for her great script supervision, they created a series that became legendary, and obviously still lives to this day, which is insane because how many other shows from the mid 60s can you even name?
There's only one other show, and Professor's brought it up before. There's only one other science fiction show that's got the same longevity, and that is Doctor Who.
Yeah, Doctor Who is, and that's not American, so that doesn't count. But seriously, I mean, there's so there's Star Trek and Doctor Who. I can think of Lost in Space from back then.
But Lost in Space doesn't have the franchise
Lost
legs.
in Space didn't take any kind of very interesting, T-Bird. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, but that's very interesting.
It's a jib jab video.
I know it's a jib jab video with Trump, and it looks like AOC, and I'm not sure who the other person is.
Joe Biden, Giuliani, and Meadows.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so the we wouldn't have we wouldn't have so much stuff if not for Gene Kuhn. And nobody talks about Gene Kuhn. Nobody. And the reason for that is simple. Gene Kuhn died in the 1970s. He died very young relative to everybody else. Unfortunately, and this is something that Alan Dean Foster told me to my face when we were talking on, I don't know. Do you know who Alan Dean Foster is? Anybody?
Oh, I should, because the name is extremely.
He writes novels. I think he's a ghostwriter. I think he wrote Star Wars, even though it says George Lucas's name on it.
Yes, he also wrote. He also wrote the story for a little movie called Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Which Gene Roddenberry tried to take credit for. But yeah, Alan Dean Foster told me when I was talking to him, and by the way, he's a great writer. And $15 from Ignored. Thank you so much. Says for some reason Amazon only wants to ship it to me, even though I used your wish list. So use his money to order it. I blame Matthew. I will blame Matthew as well. So when Google pays me, I will do so, my friend. So yeah, what was I going to say? Alan Dean Foster said Gene Roddenberry was truly great at one thing, and that's taking credit for other people's work. And I was shocked that he was willing to say that out loud. But Alan Dean Foster is old enough and retired enough to where he kind of like William Shatner at this point. He doesn't give a crap what people think. He's just going to tell it like it is. And I can appreciate that. And it's going to ostracize him a bit, but like,
was Gene already dead at the time?
Yeah, he told me this like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
But it's but the thing is that he is, Gene, he basically, what he was very good at doing was when he realized what Star Trek was becoming, he was like, ooh, this is something I can market. And so he very quickly started taking credit for the diversity and stuff like that. And that's the most hilarious thing about that video that I was talking about. That's ironically, it's like I said, it's on the VHS release of The Cage, and you see Gene Roddenberry walking around the set for TNG, giving the spiel about how awesome he is. That's literally the video. Gene Roddenberry talking about how awesome Gene Roddenberry is, and which I find whenever
and waits for the applause.
Yeah, I honestly find it absolutely sickening whenever anybody wants to spend their time talking about how great they are. But when he's sitting there talking about how great he is, and one of the things he says is how annoyed the network was. One of the reasons they hated The Cage is because he refused to back down about having such a diverse cast. And it's like, wait, what? The Cage is an all-white cast. What are you even talking about? Gene, you didn't cast anybody but white people. It wasn't until Gene Kuhn stepped in that we even got Sulu, and then it took a couple episodes later that we got Uhura, and then we got and things started looking actually like the old rainbow, so to speak. But I it was like, come on, dude, for real.
Well, he didn't object to it.
He had no say at that point. And so, and oh yeah, fair point. Asian Kyle was in The Cage. That is and for those of you that don't know, I actually did a video on this a long time ago where I have a little bell ringing and counting all the white characters, but then there's one extra who's a transporter room assistant who is Asian. And
he's wearing glasses.
Yeah, and he's like wearing Coke bottle glasses. I mean, he looks like a complete stereotype. It's rather hilarious. But yes, that is the extent of the diversity, is one extra. And so yeah, Gene Roddenberry taking credit for the diversity of Trek. I find that laughable. However, a lot of people will still think that Gene Roddenberry is this pillar of diversity. That well, I will give him credit. While married, he was sleeping with two different women of two different races. So I guess.
Well, at least he designed the Enterprise, right?
No, Matt Jeffries designed the Enterprise.
Damn, didn't even do that.
No.
If you want total control in writing, you got to do it J. Michael Straczynski's way. And out of curiosity, did anybody see the new Babylon 5 cartoon movie reboot?
I have not seen it.
Yeah, it was really dumbed down, I thought.
To me, it's like Babylon 5 goes multiverse.
Yeah, it was just all nostalgia, right? Just going back and...
We're all getting to that age where everything is just about nostalgia, it's not?
That's too bad.
Yeah, it's only available to buy digitally in Canada, so I don't plan on.
It's on Blu-ray
watching
too.
it.
It's only 70 minutes long.
How much is it?
$20 Canadian.
$20 for a 70-minute cartoon that sounds like it's not that great, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's a hard pass for me.
Yeah.
It just bumps around to different multiverses and
Yeah.
runs
If
into
you're
the old
thinking about-
cast members that have been revoiced.
Here's what you guys should do. If you're thinking about it and you're debating, if everybody just gives me the $20, I will get it and review it. And then you can
What's
hear
your
me
power
rant.
source? Tachyons. Oh crap! Oh, there, I gave you a spoiler.
I'm unstuck in time.
Okay. If they actually talk about tachyons, then all of a sudden it's Star Trek Voyager time.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Okay, we was talking about earlier, like Spock and everything. Okay, I'm throwing a couple of names. Jerry Taylor, what name? Brian Berger, Ira, Ron Dean Moore. You think they can, and several people I can announce. You think they can, who have done all three networks? I mean, all three series. You think they can carry the ball now?
No,
or it's too late. Or it's too late.
They look. First of all, that was they were doing Star Trek when 20 years ago.
And the only one out of that bunch I would trust even a little bit would be Ronald.
Yeah.
Because Ira wanted to make frickin' Deep Space Nine end with Cisco actually being the writer.
Right.
Benny.
Where the whole thing was just a dream.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I remember that story. Yeah, I remember that story. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just not just a story. That's
That was-
what
yeah.
Ira wanted to do. He wanted to
Yeah.
end the show as just like a fever dream of Benny back in the 30s or the 50s or whatever.
Right. So which means that if that was canon, that all of Star Trek never happened.
Yeah, so Ira can write some good stories, but somebody needs to keep him on a short leash.
Okay, well, Brian, I know Brian doing
Look, I like
Aubrey, what's the name? What's that damn show? What's the name of the show? Something. Oh, I forget. Is he still doing that show?
Are you? Let me ask you this, Chief. Are you excited about the Expendables 4?
I didn't know Expendable came out. It's 4
Okay,
now?
I rest my case.
I didn't know it was.
I rest my case.
Why?
Because watching old, washed-up people rehash what they used to do is not a good idea. It's this is something they did 20 years ago.
Yeah,
This is not-
but you were talking about.
You're not talking about, hey guys, I know you retired last year, but can you make a new show? This is, hey guys, do you even remember when you did Star Trek?
You can't do the Expendables. Bruce Willis would be in a beef chair.
Well, they actually Expendables 4. There's actually a trailer out for it now. And
Still probably ain't got Steve Seagal in her.
I feel sorry for Bruce Willis, even though I'm not a huge fan of his since Die Hard. I feel sorry for him.
I was a fan of Bruce Willis back in the what was the name of that TV show he was on? Moonlighting. I really liked Moonlighting, but I kind of lost interest in him after Die Hard because I didn't like him as much when he tried to be a serious action hero. I couldn't take him seriously because I liked him as a romantic comedic actor.
Yeah.
But as an action hero, to me, it was as silly as watching Picard swinging around and fighting the Borg Queen and like assimilate this, and no, thank you.
The one thing I will say about Bruce Willis that does suck is so many people, big and small, casual and YouTube alike, were just giving him the gears over how absolutely crap all of his movies have been over the last 5 years. And little did we know, the poor guy was trying to make as much money as he could because he knew he was screwed over 5 years ago.
Right.
Yeah,
we had no idea, and like it's another one of those. We don't know the suffering that other people are going through. So sometimes we have to be very careful about how we come on to some people, because man, that poor guy, like, because
to be fair, we only have the movies, and if we don't like the movies, we can't always think about everybody's personal life.
No, I know, but
all
it's
we have
just
is the movies, and if we don't like them, we don't like them. We could talk about them. That's why they're out.
But the problem was we weren't okay. Hold on though. The problem was in this case though, Mercer, is people weren't just not liking the movies. People were going after him.
Right.
Yeah, that's not right. I agree with that. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, if the movies are bad, we have every right to say so.
Because people were saying like he's just phoning it in. He's only into everything for just the paycheck. Like it was getting right down.
Those are fair criticisms, though.
Yeah, like Eddie Murphy.
If you didn't know what happened, those are fair.
He was doing the Eddie Murphy thing.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying, but it still sucks that everybody ended up getting like a great big. Well, now don't I feel like a giant jerk moment.
Well, I say this, as far as my issue with all that is that and we all have done this at some point, but that's one of the reasons I took down some of the reviews that people keep saying I should put back up, is that we should never attack the actor for the work. We can attack the work. We can say that, for example, The Last Jedi sucks, right? I think everybody on this panel would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a horrible movie.
God, yes.
It's the worst thing to ever happen to Star Wars, blah, blah, blah. However, that being said, that doesn't mean that Rian Johnson is a bad person. It doesn't. Rian Johnson might be the nicest guy you've ever met. And by the way, he's also a very talented filmmaker. And if you look at The Last Jedi objectively, outside of the fact that it ruined Star Wars, it's beautiful. It's very well directed, and it's nice to look at. But it's the story absolutely destroys the lore, and that's intentional. He did that on purpose because his whole thing is trying to subvert expectations. How many times did we hear that when that movie came out? But then you look at a movie he does like Knives Out, and everybody loved it. Now, it's not that Rian Johnson is a bad person, and none of the actors are bad people for being in it. It's just that, boy, that movie sucked.
Okay, make sure. Who fault was it? Was it?
It's Rian Johnson's fault, 100%.
Okay.
But that doesn't make Rian Johnson a bad person.
Well, actually, that one actually is at the minimum of 3 people's fault.
Well, yeah, Rian was the director.
Ryan and JJ and Kathleen.
Okay.
Because there was no actual hard plan for the trilogy.
Right. Well, J.J. Abrams should have never accepted the job to write one. Well, I know it was his idea in the first place, but he should have written the whole trilogy, not one movie. That was a stupid idea.
But wait a minute. But they say, he said he wrote something. He did wrote, and
he
rejected it.
No,
he rejected it. Oh,
he refused to.
Oh,
they wanted him to do a trilogy. He said, "I'll do one."
Okay. What's the story in? Then when George Lucas said that he came here and they came up with a story, I know the first movie, the original idea for Lucas got married, had kids.
You know what? George Lucas sold Star Wars what he thinks doesn't matter.
The only thing that George did was give his opinion of an idea for 7, 8, and 9, and that was it. But he was out. That's it. That's all he did.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember that part. I'm trying to see what I thought he.
No,
I know he gave ideas to them. He wrote a script. He said I saw the script where he said that Luke was married, had kids, and they were trying to.
You got to be careful too, though. There's a lot of over attribution of a lot of things with respect to the Star Wars, shall we say, roadmap. So hold on. Sorry. So Tim, everything that he went on about afterwards shows that he's not that great of a person in reality. The body of work that he produced can be criticized up until that point, but when he went off the rails afterwards, that's when he. I will give you that he kind of he opened the floodgates there. So.
Here's the problem though, and this is what happened. It happened a lot there, and this is really kind of a side effect of the modern social media stuff that we have. Is a lot of the fans started going after Rian Johnson personally when The Last Jedi came out, and I was one of them. I'm totally guilty, and I admit my guilt, but it's just a fact, right? I can't go back and change history. And what do you do? And I'm just talking as a human. Think about, psychologically. What do you do when someone starts going after you unjustly? You immediately go back after them. You immediately start countering. You start thinking of what can I say about them, and you start saying horrible things about them.
Well, even if it is justly, the reality is.
Well, I'm not justifying. Well, hold on.
Sorry.
I'm not suggesting that everything he said was completely justified. I'm saying that in his head it was.
No, I'm talking about the people that were going at him, even people that were because people were criticizing him in very legitimate fashion,
right?
As well as illegitimate,
right? But I'm talking about the illegitimate stuff. I don't. If people,
yeah, but I doubt that he differentiated. Let's be serious.
You know what? I don't know, because here's the problem though, is that since there was so much personal attack involved, we don't know. And
no, that is entirely true. We'll never know for sure, but it's unlikely that he separated much of it. He probably just got so infuriated that he just opened up and just went nuts. Yeah. He did what social media unfortunately causes a lot of people to do, and that's get twisted right up into knots and start screaming at everybody.
Right. But yeah, so I get it that he said some horrible things, but at the same time I also get that a lot of horrible things were said about him too. And
but did what's the name?
And none of us know him personally.
But what's the name? Mark Hamilton went up on him because he didn't like Mark Hamilton went up on him.
Mark Hamill, you mean?
Hamilton. Where's it? Mark Hamilton.
What? Hamill.
Mark Hamill. Yeah, Mark Hamill.
Hamill. Come on, man.
You're talking about
you're gonna have to give up. You have to give up your nerd card, man.
You're talking about the guy who played Luke Skywalker, right?
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, that's Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
Two syllables. Hamill.
Also the voice of the Joker.
Yeah, but then he said something. They didn't get along doing the script and stories, and because I know he went up on him when
he has made comments and intimations that basically say that he disagreed with what was being done. But you know what? When you're on contract and you've signed up, what are you gonna do?
Right.
That's a real shame, though, because you don't know what you sign up for a contract for movies, 5 or 6 movies.
Yeah.
And you're stuck into making movies that if you don't like the script, you're stuck making them. Mm-hmm. I understand the mentality of it. I just think that sometimes, usually actors, at least in the old days, would choose a script if they liked it and if it represented.
Actually, in the old days, the actors had much less control than they do now.
All right, well, whatever. The point is that it's a shame that actors are now contracted to do movies, whether they like them or not, because these movies
but let me say, hold on. As well, they should be. The actors are guns for hire and nothing more. People think that the actors do not need to be making creative choices. If Patrick Stewart doesn't like the fact that Jean-Luc Picard is going to negotiate a deal instead of swinging from the lines and being an action hero, well, too damn bad, because Captain Picard is not a freaking action hero. All right, so Patrick Stewart doesn't get to say what Jean-Luc Picard does. The writers do.
But usually the scripts that people pick reflect on the actors. Like, you know,
No,
Daniel Day-Lewis or even any good actor, Gene Hackman, he wouldn't pick a script unless he thought it was a good script.
No, you're putting it. Here's the problem. This is why Ronald D. Moore was so good with Battlestar Galactica, and I wish everybody would listen to his commentary from Battlestar Galactica, because he talks about the decisions he made about the characters, and when he broke the news to now that we're past it, I can talk about it because Danny's seen it. He broke the news to the actress that played Ellen Ty that they were killing her off. And they broke the news to her, to Edward James Olmos, and to everybody else. And they were pissed off that they were killing that character. But guess what? That's what the story needed, and that's what happened. Because it was his show, not their show. And the story came first. That's how you write a good show. If the second you say that the actors get any say, you've ruined it. And that's part of what's wrong with Hollywood today.
And there's movies, by the way.
Well, no, there's a job that's part of everything that gets put to film, TV and movies, that's being forgotten about here. Not necessarily by everybody, but it's called the casting director.
Yes.
The casting director is God. They have orders from the producers and probably a limited extent from the director. Actors don't have any power until it comes down to the negotiation for their money. That's it. They have agents that peddle them, and they go from there. And this has been something that's been in place for 70 years.
Their job is to bring life to the story that's presented to them.
Exactly.
In the best way that the director wants. That's their job.
Yeah.
Their job isn't to be, their job is to be creative in that aspect and that aspect alone.
And
now,
in the case,
there are
sorry,
that do break the mold once in a while, like Harrison Ford. He has inserted his own lines, ad-libbed a few times.
Yeah.
And it's stuck, like shooting the swordsman. And
you know, one of the best examples.
But that's one thing. If you have an ad lib moment that you keep, that's fine. But that's ultimately the director's decision.
So
not the.
I got a question.
Okay, wait. Hold on a second.
Hold on. Let Chief Tim just got here. Let him talk.
Yeah, Tim's new.
I got a question.
For the
Has
night.
any of you guys seen the behind the scenes of The Last Jedi, like the behind the scenes?
I have not.
I've seen some of the shots.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I've
watched the whole thing, and there's a few quirky moments. They do poke fun at Ryan Johnson a little bit, like Carrie Fisher. There's a couple clips of Carrie Fisher saying he's an asshole. That's funny. But there is a moment in there which shows Ryan Johnson's true colors. And it shows the disgust that Mark Hamill had with him. And that was during the space cow scene.
Yeah.
While Mark Hamill is reeling in disgust over doing that scene, you could see it in his face. And he's glaring up at Ryan Johnson. While Ryan Johnson is cackling like the Wicked Witch from the West, thinking he just made the greatest scene ever.
But you know what? And but here's the thing: if Mark Hamill,
it's a very telling.
Hold on, but here's my problem: is that I get what you're saying, but I'm still not going to sit there and say that means that he's a bad person, because we don't know what he's like when he's not on the job. And quite frankly, some directors are straight up evil when they're on set, but they're great people when they're not on set. And it's because, and you know who I'm thinking of, Jason.
James Cameron.
Well, not just James Cameron. Go back a little further. Think The Shining.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Kubrick?
Yeah,
oh, man.
Kubrick
That guy was a sadist.
Yeah. And, I mean, Shelley Winters, is it Winters?
Yeah.
Shelley
She just about went crazy.
Yeah, Shelley Winters literally went crazy after working for Kubrick. He's that rough on his actors. However, when he's not making a movie, he's not a bad person. He's just, but he understands how to get that perfect performance. he got the best performance out of Jack Nicholson that was humanly possible, and and even out of Shelley, but unfortunately she just couldn't hack it. And you know what? I understand it sucks that she couldn't hack it, but it's because unfortunately it takes a certain level of mental instability to want to be an actor in the first place. And so sometimes it takes casualties like her and Heath Ledger and others that just cannot take the stress.
Only Buddy can hack it.
Yeah, Tim.
Yeah. What's up?
Hey, Tim. Did Mark was trying to explain to him this is Luke Skywalker here because he played Luke a long time ago. He knows Luke Skywalker. Was that episode? I remember. Was he trying to explain to him?
He said
Luke was not this.
Clips that we see,
Shelley Duvall. Thank you. Sorry.
In most of the clips that we see, Mark, he talks about how he told Rian Johnson that he fundamentally disagrees with the course of the character.
But you know what? I'm not. Stop. I don't want to talk. I'm not trying to talk dirty about freaking Rian Johnson. The point is that.
My point is that Hamill would not have agreed to do that movie if he knows that that's where they were going.
They changed the script.
Actors are whores. You have to understand this. Okay, that's what they are. You pay them to do whatever services you want. They do it on camera for you.
Mercer, you're probably right. However, I think we still would have gone down the same road.
Right.
I mean, because he had already signed his contract started.
That's what I'm saying is I have a problem with contracts in that an actor used to read a script, and if they liked it, then they would do it. But now they're agreeing to script and they're not even written. I actually make a sentence without being interrupted. You're agreeing to be in movies that are not even written yet, that they have no way they can form an opinion on them.
Mercer, that has always
happened. Let me tell you probably what happened.
Hold on a second, Tim.
They had the first script for the
right, they had the Force Awakens.
Hold on, both of you.
You read the Force Awakens.
Tim.
The contract was probably
Tim.
Trilogy.
Tim. Wait.
What?
Wait.
No.
Yes. All right.
Maybe.
You sound like Kirk and Spock now.
No.
Yeah. So
you like Italian?
Shut up. All right. Mercer. Go back and watch movies from the 30s and the 40s about people making movies. And guess what you're going to hear them say? I'm going to sign you up for a 5-picture deal. I'm going to sign you up for a 3-picture deal. This kind of thing has been around since Hollywood started. That's how movies are made.
Yeah, what you're talking about, Mercer, practically never existed. And only now hold on. There is one example I can give of a situation when a modicum of that exists. If an actor really wants to do a thing because somebody handed them a script, sometimes they'll get a green light on being the one that gets selected. However, it comes with a giant rider, and usually that rider is you must do 3 more movies or 4 more movies or whatever. Like there is a serious price to pay for that, and there is zero getting out of that. And that's where you'll see actually one of the most amazing examples of somebody taking advantage of this is movie 43.
Mm-hmm.
Movie 43 is this insanely disjointed movie where they actually were able to, on the tiniest of budgets, get a ton of A-list actors to have to play all these parts, and then they just stitched it all together. It's complete nonsense.
Oh, it's so bad.
But it was because
not even in there that were, didn't they leave a few out? Like they
there was
it was a few out, and then they're like, where the hell are we? And they got because they weren't in there.
I can't stop picturing Hugh Jackman with that penis nose.
Oh, it's just like the crap that they pulled in that, because those people were stuck on a contract, because almost everything is contract. You
could just see every actor in that movie hated being there.
The worst part about it is some of these actors, at least some of the newer actors, they leave it up to their lawyers. They don't even. Sometimes they don't even look at the contract. They're like, yeah, let's do it. Let the lawyer take care
Lawyers
of it.
and agents.
And they wind up
Yeah.
stringing them into something real stupid, and then
Yeah.
they get pissed later.
Yeah.
That's like half the complaints about the writer or the actors strike now.
But
Because they're all like, it's their lawyers giving them shit contracts. It's
But
not,
you know what? If you
it's their
sign,
fault.
my problem with all that is that if you're a freaking actor and you sign a contract and then you don't like it, well, too damn bad. You shouldn't have signed the contract.
Yeah.
You know, that's my opinion. It's just like in 2008, when the housing market crashed, I got so pissed off at a good friend of mine who,
I dodged that.
I knew from our church because he decided he basically walked out on his mortgage because he had just bought a house, and because he had just bought a house right before the crash, all of a sudden he was ridiculously upside down in his mortgage. So he owed literally like two and a half times what the house was worth. And so he just walked away from the mortgage, which, by the way, thousands of people did, which is why the banks started crashing, And
there's like a bunch of other reasons.
Right, I know, but that's a big problem. And my answer to that is, it doesn't matter if you're upside down in your mortgage. You signed the freaking contract. You pay the amount that you agreed to. And if you don't like it, well, you shouldn't have signed the contract.
You know what I discovered? About a year before Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac happened. Mm-hmm. I was just talking to a couple of my customers at my store about this. So I was still living in an apartment in Alaska. And, my folks are like, we need to get you a house. Let's see if we can get you a house loan. I'm like, okay, well, let's check it out. There's this nice little quaint house just like about 8 blocks up the street from my folks. I'm like, well, let's check that out. A nice little house. So we went and it was about $160,000. So we went to the bank to see about getting a housing loan. And the bank was like, oh yeah, well, based on your income and all this other stuff. They're like, yeah, sure. You could afford a loan. And then I looked at it and I'm like, wait a minute, what are you basing my income on? Oh, your gross pay. Are you insane?
Right.
I was feeling like, are you insane? I don't take home gross pay. I have to pay taxes. So hold on. Let's figure your loan payment out on my net pay. Okay, let's do that. So when we did that and figured out all the bills and everything else that was attached to it, I was going to have $20 a month for gas and food.
Right.
And I'm like, you people are insane. You think like you do that by gross pay? You're going to have me out of a house in like less than a year. I'm going to have to close on that.
What's crazy is they I don't know if they've changed much up here, but that's actually how they used to do it in Canada a lot, and we get taxed a lot heavier than in the States. So can you imagine dealing with that?
Oh God, no.
Yeah,
my
crazy.
My parents were shocked. They were shocked that I even thought of checking it like that, and they're like, it didn't even occur to them.
Yeah, that's the standard.
My mom's a
banks.
bookkeeper and an accountant. I'm shocked she didn't catch it.
Well, the problem is, and this was where, like, people, and the stupid thing is, like, the politicians were blaming the evil predatory banks, but the truth is, it was the regulations put on the banks because the politicians were telling the banks they had to approve more and more mortgages. And
that was a huge contributor.
It was a policy in the 90s under the Clinton administration that opened up the.
It started way before the 90s.
Allowing the banks to.
Tim.
It actually started in the early 80s.
Yeah,
I heard it
was trying to get more minorities as well.
It started way. Yeah, it was like, I remember it when I was a kid.
I'll be honest. The reason I honed in on the gross pay net pay thing is I noticed that banks go by gross pay with car loan, and not all banks, but my banks were. And now with a car loan isn't as bad, and I was getting used cars, so it was like a $4,000 loan. Who gives a shit? I can pay that. But when you're looking at a house loan, when you're looking at $200,000 housing loan, gross pay is absurd. That's going to kill you. You're going to have to get a second job, maybe 3 jobs, just to just to make sure you're staying a
If you still have
It's like-
houses that are only $200,000, you're freaking lucky because everything up here in Canada is like 750.
Yeah, even where I am in New Brunswick, it's
don't
like
worry.
400 grand.
I think the average house now up where I'm at is probably 300K. But I mean, I live in Wisconsin. We're kind of in the time sinkhole of the United States. So, property values aren't as high as some of the other parts of the country.
Well,
like you go to California, it's going to be 8 times that amount.
Property values in Middle Tennessee, where I live, have more than doubled in just the 8 years that we've been here. Like our house, we bought for $200,000, and I'm getting like cash offers in email form from those places that advertise on TV that we buy houses, and they actually
me too.
They want to pay me like $425,000 for the house that I paid $200,000 for,
Yeah, but what would your 425 buy you?
Yeah. Where would you live next?
Right. That's just what these guys would. I could probably put it on the market and get 475, 500.
Your door is ajar.
Yeah, somebody's driving. Mute your phone, please. Yeah.
When did LBG get here?
Yeah. By the way, I said it yesterday, but I didn't say it tonight. Chris Christie for president because I want to see LDG in the White House. Come on, move with me. Chris Christie, LDG, separated at birth.
You mean that guy from that reality show? Chris Lee Knows Best, or am I thinking of something else?
No, did you not watch the debate?
No, I didn't. I don't watch the debate.
Oh, dude,
The former governor of New Jersey.
Chris Christie is
yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
He's a freaking clone of LDG. He looks like him, and he talks. like him.
Everybody's got a double somewhere.
That was a stupid debate. The whole thing was just plain stupid.
Well, the problem is the moderators had no control whatsoever. I mean, they weren't even trying.
And it was strict and everything. They couldn't complain about letting people clap. Why not let people clap? They agree with them. So what? It's 2 hours long. Who that was your idea for have an audience in the show?
Come on, look at this guy. Look at this guy. LDG for president.
I got LDG on my screen.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
LDG with hair.
Tell me that's not the same guy. Look at that. That is insane.
What the hell?
Jesus.
Chris Christie and LDG
2.0.
Same guy.
The big question is does he believe everybody's the same person? And will he apologize for being Hitler in that case?
It's crazy.
How does he pronounce Prometheus?
And by the way, they have very similar voices and inflections too.
LDG apologized for being Hitler. I like, dude, shut up.
So
just stop.
So you the next time you talk to LDG, you tell him I'm planning on voting for him in the primaries.
Okay.
Because I want to see him in the White House more than anybody else right now.
I'm booking.
I figured you
Where are you going?
Yeah, well, it's 1:30. So
you're such a wuss.
What the hell?
Yeah, I'm way out in the Atlantic.
5, 6, 7, 8 hours and 40 minutes so far today.
Yeah. Well, I had to talk my face off for work today too.
Oh,
so.
Tier 6 battleship, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Tier 6.
Tier 6 battleship. I don't like it. I like the Tier 5 better.
The thing I don't like
the airdrop thing. I'm going to drop on subs, but I'm not playing against any subs yet. I'm like,
you don't want to. They suck.
You know what's funny is watching people drop torpedoes at me, and I'm doing a circular move, and the torpedoes are sailing by me, and they're sitting there. I could just see the player in my head just screaming, "How in the am I not hitting this battleship? It's a battleship."
Battleships are the heaviest ship in the Navy, and you
don't understand. In this game, battleships go down like they are made out of paper when it comes.
I do. Yeah. My first couple rounds, I did great. Then the next 4, I got sunk after I think I engaged
You get somebody in a destroyer that knows what they're doing.
I'm like,
I was in this one round and I was like, okay, just cruising along. I spot this destroyer. I'm getting ready to turn my guns to him, and then I see like 15 torpedoes, and there's no way I can dodge it. I'm like, come on.
Oh, I had the most beautiful torpedo dodge ever. I'm seeing them coming. I'm in a cruiser still. I'm in like the Wyoming cruiser, or whatever it is. And I'm like, I'm circling, and I circle, and the torpedoes just skate like 1 pixel off of my hull, and it goes right by me. I'm like,
you got to go watch. You got to go watch some of the videos that Euro has done. YURO. He's got a huge collection of near misses. I don't know.
The sad thing is my old account was gone.
And why won't you ever come on and talk to me, buddy?
I'm canceling myself, so goodbye.
All right, you have a good one.
You go
See you tomorrow.
yourself. Later.
Yeah, I'll have to wrap up soon because we are meeting. Me and Jason and Danny are meeting in the morning. But I do want to know from Professor why he wants to cancel me. So we'll see.
Everybody wants to cancel you.
What? Why? I'm a nice guy. I really am.
Salt causes high blood pressure.
Well, okay. I'm sorry about that, but you know what? I'm not literally salt. You do know that, right?
Is that Path of Exile you're playing?
No. This too many voices already. Huh? Oh, on the panel? Fine. But why do you want to cancel me? That's what I want to know. So no, this game is called Last Epoch.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that.
Yeah.
All right.
And I got to tell you, the character stuff, as far as like the way that the build tree is and everything for the characters, I actually like it better than Diablo or Path of Exile.
Is it free to play or is it?
No, unfortunately, it's someone gifted this to me, but the retail on it is not bad. It's $35.
Oh, that's not bad.
And so, but I'll show you real quick. See,
maybe when I actually don't blow money on Genshin Impact, I'll buy it.
Right.
I heard quite a bit about it. So
yeah. So check this out. Here's the skills, right?
Yeah.
So just like it's like classic ARPGs, where as you level up, you unlock the various skills. So lightning blast, fireball, all these are because this is a sorcerer build, right? So you unlock your basic sorcerer skills. But let's say, okay, lightning blast. You click on lightning blast. This is the tree for lightning blast. And so so you can turn it into chain lightning, but you can also come over here and do stuff so that like it takes less mana, or like lightning blast now deals damage to all enemies in a line, but no longer chains or forks. So it's like a lightning beam. Lightning blast has a chance to freeze enemies over here. Lightning blast has a chance to create a spark nova around the first enemy hit.
What is it with you and lightning?
I like lightning builds. What can I say? Lightning blast now chains.
I like freezing.
Tennessee gets a shit ton of
when I
lightning.
can't get the freeze spells.
So you want
Path of Exile, right?
Yeah, one day you can. When you're going to be, let's say Shazam and hoping to be.
Yeah, that would be nice. No,
have you checked out Baldur's Gate yet?
I don't have the money for it. I would love to. But
I've got to get that. I've been watching some videos.
It looks beautiful, but yeah, I don't.
The funniest thing I've seen so far is I think they called it the owl bear off the top rope move. Now I know it's a wrestling reference, but bear with me. What they did is they stacked a crap ton of boxes, then climbed to the top, metamorphed into an owl bear, cast like a growth spell on them, and then they jump on the enemy. And from what I understand, it's the most powerful move in the game so far that they found. It'll one-shot anything in the game. It's just it's hilarious. And then the barrel explosion video with all the 4 dwarves is just hilarious. I love that.
So your problem is my choice for next president. Oh, Chris Christie, that's your problem with me?
LDG.
Did you not watch the debate? I mean, he's no worse than any of the other fools. And
I didn't want to get. I did honestly. I didn't want to watch the debate. I didn't want to get depressed.
I watch the debates because I think it's important. I genuinely do. But I also, unfortunately, the debate was horribly moderated. I think that basically DeSantis made an ass out of himself. I think he was the big loser. But I think that I liked Christie, and I can't remember the lady's name. She did really well. And I had never seen her before.
Nikki Haley?
Yeah, I liked her. She actually did really well in the debate. And that young dude, I hated him. He just
young
dude.
I can't. I can't pronounce his name properly, so I don't want to insult him. But he's I believe Indian, and he's
Pakistani.
Oh, it's Pakistani. Okay, whatever. Which actually I should no. Most Pakistanis find it very insulting if you call them Indian. But he came across as a insane used car salesman because he always had this giant smile on his face, and like he was trying to sell you a really bad car.
That's the guy to vote for right there.
You know,
if he starts whipping up pie charts like Ross Perot, you got a winner.
What, Bird? No, thank you. But yeah, he was. He did. I did not care for. But
don't worry, I will send
Christie
you
and
a
Nikki
good
Haley
car.
I liked. So it's all rigged in a big game that distracts us from things they don't want us to see going on behind the scenes. No longer matters. It's all corrupt. Okay, buddy. And let me guess, Trump's your man, right? Trump's your guy because it's all rigged. Fake news.
I was gonna say I agree with some of that.
You know what? The only look, here's where it's rigged, and I will only agree to this extent because I'm not a big conspiracy theory guy. You know that. But here's as far as it goes. The Democrats and the Republicans make sure that nobody but Democrats and Republicans can win. That's as far as it goes. It's not, they don't rig it so that one person is going to win the election. Like, they haven't already decided, who's going to win. Because if they did, then Hillary Clinton would have been president in 2016. But that didn't happen. Yeah. And no one is my guy. Well, I'm just being facetious when I did the Trump thing, but it's because people that try to say everything's rigged tend to then start out talking about how poor
I'm still gonna go. I'm gonna run for president from the jail cell.
Right.
I'm gonna make it. They're all gonna vote for me. I'm gonna be the first president in jail. Well,
it'll be the greatest president of all time. Yeah. I'm so sick of listening to him. And the thing is that people don't realize how serious these crimes he's accused of are. They think
I did nothing wrong. It was the most perfect phone call.
Yeah, but you got to. Yeah, but he does make a point. You have Stacey Abrams saying that it was rigged. No one investigated. He comes trying to say the same thing. And now you get prosecuted for trying to say anything. So it's two different
because
standards.
You know what? Stacey Abrams didn't break the freaking law.
She did break some law.
Huh?
Some law. She did break some law, but no one.
What law did she break? You tell me. What law did she break?
Oh, she was part of the people who changed helped change the law for voting because of what they.
Wait, she helped change the law? What are you talking about?
She's one of the people that have pushed the voting thing for a mail-in ballot and was against the law because they changed it real quick. But as a law, what was the thing that sound off? But she was part of the group. They have changed that law. Remember, it was regular voting.
Wait. You just said she's part of a group that helped change a law, right? Right? That's what you just said. That's not illegal.
Yeah, but you don't change it.
It's not illegal to try to change the law. There's nothing illegal about that. What Trump did was called racketeering. That is extremely illegal.
What did he do? What was the racketeering part?
Okay, so what he actually did, it's actually very interesting if you read.
I haven't been paying attention. Sorry.
Right. If you actually pay attention to the indictment, they're very interesting. So here's what Trump did, or what allegedly.
Skynet.
Yes. So he's accused, I believe it's in 7 states specifically, Georgia being one of them, which is why he's accused in Georgia under Georgia statutes as well. But in 7 states, now what happened was, of course, when they tallied the votes, the states certified that the votes were for Biden, right? Now, he, of course, said, no, this is fraud, this is fake, all that, right? And so...
you said that all over the place, yeah.
Right. Now...
It's part of the January 6th shit, too.
Well, so that was... Well, but this... And by the way, these charges have nothing to do directly with January 6th.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so... and so he was saying how it was fake and all that. So then what he did was he then had them set. So they have to basically create these electors that then certify that this is the correct and accurate vote total for the state. And then that certification is then sent to Washington, D.C.
Well, they do that anyways.
Right, huh?
Don't they do that anyways? Don't they have people that?
Yes.
Yeah, this is all the standard process.
Okay,
I'm talking about, right?
Right.
They send that certification to
So
Washington.
let's get to the racketeering part.
right. But this is important. You have to.
Okay.
And so they send that to Washington, D.C. Mike Pence oversees the Senate as they certify all that. Right. That's the only part that January 6th has anything to do with. So what Trump did was he then got a bunch of people in these different states to create a fake certification that put him as the winner, and he was trying. It absolutely was fake, Chief, because it doesn't matter if he believed that it was the real number. He was not the Secretary of State for these states, so he had no authority to do this. Okay? You can't say it's not fake when he's not the Secretary of State. Okay? You can't do that. You just can't say, by the way, here's the real numbers. And so he got his own electors to sign his own version of it. And he was trying to get that sent to Washington, D.C. to confuse what was going on in order to delay the certification so that he could get more time for his lawsuits. Now, the charge, what racketeering is specifically, is a type of conspiracy charge where a person attempts to solicit another person to do something that is illegal. That's called racketeering.
Okay.
And so if he actually is proven to have told these people to have created these false certifications to send to Washington, D.C., regardless of whether they did it or not, if they could prove that he attempted to get them to do it, that's racketeering and he's guilty. And it is a federal...
It wouldn't surprise me. Something like that would not surprise me.
That is a federal crime, and it is also a state crime in Georgia. And if he is convicted... Now, the federal crimes, and this is the thing, is that the federal crimes, and they even tried to ask this in the debate, and everybody refused to really answer, but the federal crime, the president of the United States could hand wave away with a pardon, right, and make it all go away. However,
how many Trump questions were in the debate?
Oh, just a couple.
Oh,
Not
okay.
really.
They didn't hamstring it into the debate. Like
it wasn't that. No, it was the debate. Like midway through the debate,
that's the kind of thing I would expect.
Yeah,
you know,
Chris Christie, and that's one of the things that actually won me some points for Chris Christie because he was willing to tell the truth. Same thing with Nikki. Is that they didn't care about the fact that the crowd was booing him. They told the truth, and. Because the crowd was obviously very much a Trump supporting crowd, because Trump is the big front runner, which is insane to me. I mean, what is wrong with the Republican Party where a guy, I love the way Chris Christie put it, a guy who's out on bail in 5 states is the front runner.
Yeah.
You know, that is insane. But yeah, so that's what he's charged with, basically, is soliciting other people to do illegal things. If the Georgia charge sticks, and this is the problem, no president of the United States can make that go away because it's a state charge. And No governor of Georgia can make it go away because Georgia has some interesting rules when it comes to racketeering charges. Yes, it can be pardoned, but it can only be pardoned after the person charged with racketeering serves their sentence.
So don't drop your soap, Donald.
Which means, yes, if Donald Trump is convicted in Georgia, he will serve prison time.
And I'm sure there's a lot of prison inmates that like Cheetos.
Right. And so I know people are saying, oh, it's all fake. It's all fake. I'm sorry, but I don't. And then you have the other charges about the illegal document retention and stuff, which is part of a separate indictment.
See, now that one irritates me because every president does
that. But not the way that Trump did, and this is the problem with it. If like when most president, if a president is found to have documents, they immediately turn him over. Yeah. Trump refused to turn him over. That's why he got in trouble. It's not because he had the documents; it's because he refused.
Didn't they find like documents in Biden's like Corvette or something? I don't know.
But what happened? Here's what happened with Biden.
I don't know. It sounded stupid to me.
If you look at
like them trying to throw mud back the other way.
No. It's okay. It's okay. People always go to the Biden thing. It's like, oh well, Biden had documents too, right? And so did Mike Pence, by the way. But the difference is that if you have to look at what the crime is, you have to look at what the law states, and